Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are.
Good boy.
And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
Good morning and welcome to Sheboygan, Wisconsin for round 3 of the P1 Monster Energy Aquacross National Championship. I'm Taylor Snyder and I'm going to bring you all of the action from here. The water is shaping up to be absolutely beautiful and these guys are ready to put on a show. It's been a wild season so far with 6 races under their belts in Kissimmee and New Orleans. The point standings are shaping up quite nice. Your top 3 so far: Christian Daly, Jay Edworthy, and Devin Farthing. So without further ado, let's head up to our commentators to get this started. Mike Young and Mike Uowski.
Hello everybody and welcome to Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Once again, round number 3 here of the Monster Energy Aquacross National Championship as a part of the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge presented by TWL Power Sports. Mike Young alongside my good friend Mike Uowski. How you doing today, Mike?
Good morning, Mike. We are doing well. Glad to be back in Sheboygan. This is your first time. Beautiful town, but man, it's a great place to race.
Well, I'll tell you what a showing last night. You know, the town really opened up their arms for us. They rolled out that proverbial red carpet, and what a street party we had last night.
It was definitely the most crowded street party I've seen here. They expanded the footprint of it quite a bit. Just a lot of boats, but just a great place here. But what's going to be challenging today, Mike, is going to be the water. Let's take a look at the course.
Well, I'll tell you what, the course is going to be a little bit difficult. You can kind of see overhead what we're dealing with here. We'll take a look at lap number 1 here for the P1 Aquacross. We're going to start off with the Pro Division. They got a Le Mans start, and they're pretty much going to go all the way around the course. You can see right now we're at pin number 3, pin number 4. Now, they'll go all the way around the course on the first lap. This is the second lap here. Between 4 and 5 is where they're actually going to come in for the first time.
Yep, they're going to hit that dog leg. They'll do a complete circle basically for the first lap of the Le Mans start. Le Mans start, a new thing, not a new thing here in P1 Aquacross, but a new thing here, and that's why you see all the jet skis lined up there. What was the reason for the change here?
Well, I think with a rolling start, I know last weekend, or the last race that we had here with the Monster Energy Triple Crown, we were in New Orleans, and it was pretty rough out there. And it's pretty rough here today. We're looking at 3 to 5 foot waves out there. So what they want to do is they wanted to make it a more even start.
Okay.
The start wasn't that even. You had a lot of racers that were complaining about it. Here with the Le Mans start, they run down, they jump on the boat, and they stick their lanyard on the boat and take off. So it's really pretty even for everybody.
All right, well, let's run down our start list for this first race of the day.
All right, we got boat number 477, Jay Edworthy. 221, Dave Davidson. Boat number 243, Dennis Mack. 6 is Devin Farthing. 618, Trey Williams. 37, Tim Miller. Boat number 110, Tori Snyder. 116, Vanjie Ramjeet. Your points leaders, boat number 105, Christian Daly. Boat number 373, Noah Skips coming all the way from New Zealand. 361 is the Outlaw, Eric Ligopoulos. And 126, Ian Smith.
Hung out with Christian Daly last night at the block party. Good kid.
Oh, yeah.
Say he's a kid because he's significantly younger than we are.
Boy, and I'll tell you, he has really filled out in the last couple of years. You know, he took 2 years off, and he's come back, and you can tell he's definitely hit the weight room.
Well, that is our pro class. We are getting ready to go racing here for the first time in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Let's throw it down to Taylor, who's ready with the start.
down here on the beach, and what a start this race is going to be. Before these guys hit the water, I'm going to check in with Christian Daly. Christian, the water's looking a little bit rough. How are you feeling about these conditions?
Feeling good. This is what we wanted. The first 2 rounds were pretty flat, so this is awesome. This is where our team thrives. Got a little bit of a Le Mans start, so we're really going to mix it up this weekend, which is great. So we're just looking for some strong results, and I'm ready to go send it.
All right, your ears might get a little loud because I have the horn to start the race. So I'll let you get in position so that way you're lined up with the other guys. And we're about to get underway. I can see our race director down there. We'll see when he gives me the green flag to go. Are we good? All right, drivers, here we go.
All righty, folks. Well, here we go. You can see the riders running down to their boats, trying to get the lanyards hooked up, and we are off and away here from Sheboygan, round number 3 of the Monster Energy Aquacross National Championships.
Well, Mike, as we discussed last night at the block party, the lanyard challenge proved to be difficult here. As you saw, there were quite a few people that struggled to get that little tiny plastic clip on that pop-up button on the Yamaha handlebar controls or Sea-Doo controls, and it looked like some teams struggled with it, but wow, it's rough out. Yeah,
you can see 73 degrees currently. Winds are at 21 mile per hour. 3-foot swells out there right now, but things are supposed to build throughout the day. And it looked like Christian Daly had a good start. He's easy to pick out with the white wetsuit underneath the jacket.
He pointed that out to us last night. He said, look for me, I'm going to be the guy with the white arms. And I said, well, why do you do that? And he says, can you see me? And I said, well, that makes sense. Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly. That's an announcer's friend right there.
But what a difference in conditions and riding styles compared to what we saw in New Orleans and Kissimmee a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, you had flat conditions in Kissimmee. For the most part, you had flat conditions in New Orleans. But here, yeah, definitely a little bit rough. And these guys like to ride the surf, you know. I mean, it really takes a lot of the money out of the equation. You know, it's kind of an equalizer, if you will. Yeah.
Something's happening, though. I hear a bunch of whistles, and we do have a red flag. We're going to go to a red flag situation with just under 30 minutes started in the event. Hands up in the air. We don't want to speculate on what happened there, Mike, but didn't even really complete a lap.
Yeah, so the red flag came out a little bit late. Now, you got to wonder if maybe somebody did not hold their line. You know, there's only a couple of reasons which you're going to see a red flag out here today, and that's if somebody don't hold their line on the way to turn number 1.
Yep.
And this is a Le Mans start. You got a lot of waves out there, so they're getting booted around a little bit. And I think that maybe that was an issue that somebody got cut off on the way to turn number 1.
So how do they pick the starting positions for the Le Mans start? Is it
okay? What happens is when they come in and they register, they find out how many have registered, and they come back after the riders' meeting and they draw for their position.
They'll draw numbers. Okay.
Right. So you know, sitting in pole position for this one here should have been Jay Edworthy, who came in second in the points. Again, Daly is your points leader with 116 coming into the day. And Edworthy with 113 in second. Devin Farding, who had a horrible weekend in New Orleans, has came back in Kissimmee. He's got 92 total points here for the season, followed by Anthony Radetich on the Sea-Doo RXPX 325, and 75 points for Tim Miller out of Waco, Texas, who decided not to retire.
Well, maybe for Devin Farthing, the hairstyle might have changed. Maybe that'll give him a little bit better luck here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Got away from the leopard print style haircut.
Yeah, you know, that had to be within the last week because I just seen him last weekend, and we were in Knoxville, Tennessee, at an event down there, and he still was flying the leopard colors.
Was he? Oh, it changed that quick because Connor Daly said last night, or Daly said it changed last night.
Yeah, okay, so we're taking a look right here at the starting line. And again, you got Edworthy, who is in pole position, right beside Snyder. And Torrey Snyder, who took a 3rd overall last season in 2024, has had a very rough start to this season, coming into this in 9th place with only 58 points. So he's got something to prove out here this weekend.
All right, so let's talk about psychology here. You went out, you did a start, you barely even got a lap in. They red flag it, now we're back. Don't really know why. We didn't even really complete a lap. Remember, this is a 30-minute moto. We were at just about 28 minutes, so 2 minutes into the event. Are riders now having to reset and do this again? Or are they going to get back out of the water like they were doing? What's the procedure here?
Yeah, if you take a look here on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, you can see the riders are already back away from their machines as we get ready to go here with the restart. And, you know, I think that may have been a delay on the horn possibly for the restart. And well, we'll find out, I'm sure, in the pits a little bit later on. But either way, we are going with a complete restart. I don't see anybody that's penalized because normally if you're penalized, your boat will have to start up on the beach without a holder. And you can see they allow one person to actually or two people actually to steady the boat for the rider as they run down and jump on the boat and then throw their lanyard in.
But to me, it's not like an old school jet ski start where the boats are actually running, the pumps are primed, you know, and they're kind of.
Well, what a start to that first race. Unfortunately, we did have a little bit of a red flag. There was some incidents. We're going to do this one more time. These guys are ready for round 2. They've got it under their belts. So, drivers, you guys ready?
So once again, yeah, we have a frozen screen up here. We can see, okay, it looks like it's coming back.
Now we're back live.
And we are trying to get a number on that boat, but where the sun is at right now, and you can see the camera angle. For those of you folks that are watching it at home, we are seeing pretty much the same thing that you are.
So, Mike, this is interesting. They restarted the clock at a full 30 minutes. So that 2 minutes that we had just done on the first run didn't count.
Right, but that's what they'll do. They'll do a complete restart, and because it was under halfway through the race, with the red flag being thrown, we do complete restart and start the clock all over again at 30 minutes.
Is that going to mess with anybody's setup or fuel?
No, it really shouldn't. Not here with Aqua-X. You know, these guys know to put enough fuel in there because they're used to, having some restarts. Obviously, with having a running start most of the time, you'll get that. And it looks like boat number 105 right there. We're taking a look at Christian Daly on our screen. Again, easy to pick out with those white sleeves. Hard to see that number 105, but you can tell them white sleeves for sure.
I'm going to thank him for those white sleeves later since he pointed them out to us last night at the block party.
Yeah, it was great to see him and Phil Farding. He's riding for the Monster Energy Farding Racing Yamaha team, probably one of the biggest teams we have back there in the pits.
And he's out to a little bit of a lead, but right now the battle looks like it's for second and third.
Yeah, and you can see the gap right there between first and second. You're looking possibly about 4.5 seconds or so. And then the gap between second and third, only about 2 seconds.
And fourth place is right up there, too. Fifth place as well. So not much separation in the pack behind. What's it going to be like turning these in conditions like this? I remember in New Orleans, it was a little bit of chop, and they would really kind of skip through the turns. Here, they're going to have to slow down a bit more, I would imagine.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to hit the brakes. It looks like Daly's got company right now.
So it's 105 in the lead, number 6.
I believe
Devin Farthing is in second, according to scoring and timing and scoring.
Yeah, that's Devin Farthing. Taking a win last weekend in Knoxville, and also taking a win in Kissimmee. Just a couple of weeks ago, round number 2 of our Monster Energy Aqua-X National Championship.
Now, why is he riding with only one hand on the handlebar there?
Well, I think that he could have a problem.
He tapped his head like, that's the universal signals, I'm okay.
Yeah, that means the boat's not okay because
when he just got a burst of speed there, did you see that? All of a sudden the ski just kind of took off, but now it seemed to have slowed again.
I'm not sure. That looks like it could be Noah Skips, possibly on the 373, but Tori is, again, he's had a really rough year, had a bunch of mechanical.
Is that rough water doing it already to them, you think?
Yeah, I think that. There's something electrical wrong with the boat.
So on our second lap, 105 is in the lead. Number 6 is in second place, 373.
That's Noah Skips.
That's currently running in third. There's your running order.
Yeah, Daly again out of originally from Noblesville, Indiana, now makes his home near Carmel, Indiana. Devin Farr. And I seen Mandy Skips on Facebook yesterday posting what times it would be on in New Zealand for all the New Zealanders. So we got a bunch of Kiwis listening in.
Well, when we night, that's a good time.
Right, exactly. Don't even have to pay by the minute. So once again, we are just over 25 minutes left to go here. Christian Daly, still your race leader, and you can see that boat whipping him around. You know, it's hard to tell whether he's riding the boat or the boat's riding him.
Well, and it's the waves. I mean, it just, you know, now it's starting to get kind of confused with their weight kind of messing it up. But, I mean, they're getting some big air. Now, are they going to trim the skis a little more negatively now to try and keep the ski a little bit flatter, a little bit more in the water?
Yeah, they definitely want to try to keep the ski in the water. If the ski's out of the water, it's not going anywhere, so you want to keep your pump hooked up at all times.
Now, in the offshore powerboat world, when the boat comes out of the water like these guys are so much, we're getting out of the throttles and back into the throttles. Are they letting off, or are they just going to let it bang the rev limiter?
They're just going to let it bang the rev limiter. They're going to let that boat take a beating, and this is actually, you know, we had talked about this. This is actually good for R&D of a boat, too. You know, if you're looking at the research and development, you want to see how it holds up. You know, you take it to one of these Aqua-Cross races.
Looks like we do have a battle for first.
Yeah, it looks like, is that Daly on the outside? Meanwhile, Torrey Snyder's off of his boat right here, and boy, what a tough break for the Yamaha pilot. Torrey out of Bradenton, Florida, and again taking a third in 2024, and boy, it's horrible to see him start.
Look at this battle. Look at this battle for 1, 2, and 3 here. Kind of hard to tell from our vantage point, but it was Christian Daly in the lead. And Noah Skips actually moved up to second and got around Devin Farthing.
Well, and that's hard to do. You know, once Devin is up there, he is hard to get past. But again, with these conditions, the way that they are, you know, Noah being from down there in New Zealand, I know they got a lot of big waves down there, so I'm sure that this is what he's used to practicing on. Whereas Devin is from, you know, Ackworth, Georgia, and you don't see too many waves in Ackworth.
Well, and the conditions here are completely different. You know, while it looks like motocross or supercross and you're jumping a jump that's moving every single lap. It's not in the same exact place, so you really can't get any sort of a rhythm. And plus, you know, I talk about this in the offshore world, you know, sometimes we, you know, get messed up in the turns. These guys do a lot of turns, a lot of different variables on this course with these types of conditions, but, man, it's a rough one.
Well, it looks like Torrey Snyder re-entered the race right there. I brought it back to the beach. They spun some wrenches, and he is back out there on the track. For some of
any sort of rules against that, or is it?
No. As long as he doesn't switch boats. If he switch boats, he is deducted a couple places. Or if he decides to switch boats in any other race, in our second or third races here with the Aqua-Cross, then he'll be deducted positions. Now,
in the offshore world, if anybody gets on that boat, if you break down and opens at any time, you're disqualified. You cannot receive any outside assistance and get back into the race if something happens.
Well, this is kind of more like I guess you could say NASCAR, where they can bring it in and they can try to fix the issue, and if they get the issue fixed, they can get back out there because you must finish to get points. And the last thing that Torrey Snyder wants right now is a DNF.
So it looks like Christian Daly is still in the lead. I think Devin has gotten back into second place, though, putting Noah Skips back to third. Boat number 37, Tim Miller, appears to be in fourth, and boat number 116.
All right, and you're taking a look once again right there at Daly and Farthing, still running 1 and 2. Just over 22 minutes left on the ticker here.
So are we going to get arm pump today in these type of conditions, you think?
I think you're definitely going to get some arm pump in these kind of conditions. A lot of these guys are in great shape, but again, this is like a full-on surf race right here. Even though we're on Lake Michigan,
oh, sure.
It's I mean, these guys it's brutal out there. You can see them just getting tossed around like rag dolls. See Farthing, I believe.
And there's really no way to train for these type of conditions unless you go ride in the ocean.
Exactly.
And even then, it's going to be completely different. Like, you know, it's not the same. It's a different. Freshwater feels different than saltwater when you're running on it. Everything is different.
Yeah, I'm really stoked for that guy right there, Christian Daly. I mean, he's doing an amazing job. You know, after coming back after 2 years off, you know, and being already at the top of his game.
Yep.
You know, especially against a lot of talent out there. The person I haven't seen yet that is pretty promising this season has been Jay Edworthy on that Sea-Doo 325 RXPX. But we talked about it last night at the pit party that the conditions really favoring the Yamahas here.
Right, and I haven't seen a Sea-Doo to kind of see what you've talked about, but the Yamahas are a little bit taller, a little bit more of a moving mass, a bit of a higher center of gravity, and you said the Sea-Doos are a little bit lighter, lower center of gravity, and they tend to bounce more side to side, not fly quite as level as these Yamahas do.
Yeah, Yamahas have more of a deeper V hull.
Yeah, cut better into it.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful day here as you look into the glared sun right off of beautiful Lake Michigan. This is the first race. A lot of racing this weekend, Mikey. We've got jet skis. We've got offshore powerboats.
Well, I noticed how many offshore powerboats we got compared to New Orleans, too. Boy.
Yeah, we have 13 boats in Superstock this weekend. That race is going to be crazy. That will happen later today here on Lake Michigan. If it stays this rough, it's going to prove to be interesting. We've got SuperCat, we've got Class 1, we've got the bracket classes, we've got Super V, and we've got some Mod Vs here in Sheboygan for the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge.
Back out to the race course, Christian Daly trying to tame the waves here on Lake Michigan, and it's going to be a tough thing to do with those 21-mile-an-hour crosswinds.
I noticed when we were walking on Tech in New Orleans, some of the riders had foam pads in the footwells to kind of make the footwells, I guess, narrower.
Yeah, what they do is they try to lock their feet in there so it doesn't toss them off the boat, especially in rougher conditions.
Stuff like this.
But that can work to your disadvantage too. And Dennis Mack, who's out there in this pro race on boat number 243, another one of the Farthing Racing team, he can tell you all about it. We were in Daytona 2 years ago, and he had those specialized footwells in there, and he made a turn. He went one way, the boat went the other way, and he ended up with 2 broken ankles.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, it's good if you want to stay in there, but on the second side of it, if you come off,
you want your foot to get away from it.
It's not pretty.
Well, and we went to our local Sea-Doo dealership back home. I think that's Jay Edworthy we're looking at there.
Yeah, Edworthy, you can see him back there. He's running in the top 6 right now. But again, like I say, you can see.
Look at that Sea-Doo fly. I mean, that thing just pitched up into the air.
Yeah, exactly. Like I say, they're so much lighter than the Yamahas. And I've seen a couple riders out there. The SVH would probably be the boat to have out there. It's a little heavier Yamaha than the GP 1800. So I'm wondering if the Farthing Racing team has went to the SVHOs as compared to the GPs. Now, Tori, who came in, was on one of the GP 1800s according to our paperwork.
So do they bring both skis with them? Will they bring the SVHO and the GP?
Yeah, depending on the conditions.
That's why it looks like he has so much sitting over there.
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, there's 2 for each teammate.
And I think you explained this, but what's the big difference between the two?
Well, the GP 1800, it's a little bit more lighter,
okay.
A little bit quicker, a lot better bottom end, but the others are tanks. The SVHOs, they're tanks. They're going to bull right through the water.
Well, the GPs for Yamaha have been around for years, because I remember the GP 1200s and 1300s back in the 2-stroke days. Those were the fastest production jet skis made at the time.
So we're just over halfway left to go here with 17:45 and change left to go. Still the Christian Daly show out there. Daly, I believe, still followed by Farthing on boat number 6 at 373. Noah Skips. Back in the 4th spot, I believe we've got boat number 37. That is Tim Miller out of Waco, Texas. And Tim riding for, I believe it was MTI?
Yes.
Yeah, one of our crossover sponsors.
Sponsors.
Powerboat.
And I actually went in New Orleans. I was over by their truck later in the day, and I said, how do you guys know Randy Sism and the MTI crew? And I guess his father owns a couple of MTI boats, so good friends with the Sism family, and that's how they got hooked up. So it's good to see some cross-pollination, so to speak, between the two sports.
Right. Back in the 5th spot, we got boat number 116. That's Vanjie Ramjeet, who originally hails from the Cayman Islands, now making his home in Bethlehem Township, Georgia. So that's the way they stack up there, 1 through 5 right now. And Christian Daly, Devin Farthing still going at it for that lead, and you can see Farthing keeping him right there at his gun sights.
Well, what's the factor here? What are we trying to do? You talked about in New Orleans how hard it was to pay attention in calm water and remember where all the buoys were and pick your lines. Now you've thrown this rough water into it that's just beating the pulp out of you pretty much. What are we thinking at this point? Just a little over halfway to go.
Well, I think what Devin's trying to do right now, he's trying to let Christian not get too far ahead of him,
but wear himself out a little bit trying to stay ahead of him.
Right, and so Devin's going to stay right there. He's going to pick and choose his opportunity to make that pass, and it looks to me like he's maybe saving a little for the latter stages of this race here.
Well, he's looking around too. He's not running behind him. He's staying out in clean water. Looks like he might be trying to make a move there.
Well, he's got position. And there pulls up side by side there with Christian, and there is your battle for first place.
Oh no, that's a Sea-Doo. That's 477.
Oh, that's your battle for third place. That's
battle
actually Skips.
For third. Okay.
That Skips on the middle section of your screen right now, and on the top right, that is Jay Edworthy, and that's they're vying for that third place position. So Edworthy, you can see how wide he went right there. And a lot of times, if you see the waves breaking right there at the buoy, you're not going right to that buoy. You know, you want to try to avoid that wave and stay hooked up in the water.
Great shot of the water and how rough it is here on Lake Michigan. Just about halfway through this 30-minute moto, first race of the day.
And that is third and fourth right there. Noah Skips and Jay Edworthy. You got Yamaha first, second, and third right now. Sea-Doo back there in fourth with a pole in the water, trying to reel them in some Yamahas.
And it looks like Connor Daly still in the lead. Devin still in second, according to time and scoring, coming up on that 15-minute mark.
And by the way, let's go down to Taylor, who is with Dustin Farthing, the king. Let's hear what she has to say.
Down here on the beach with Dustin, and we are watching this race. It's a little bit hard to see, but you have a way to kind of see them on the water.
Yeah, we definitely got a good glare this morning, a little early, and the glare's bouncing off. Hard to see the numbers, but a lot of my riders, you know, are out there. I've been watching them for a long time, can see how they ride, and can kind of see we got 3 guys in the top 3 positions, so doing pretty well.
This is some rough water out there. You know, when these boats get quite a bit of air out, that it's a little bit rough. How is it mentally and physically on them?
Yeah, you know, the skis weigh almost 1,000 pounds, so when you get a 1,000-pound ski out of the water that high that many times, it's pretty rough. And but these guys are young, you know, they're all under 30 years old, so they got tons of energy and no reason to be tired.
What does Devin have left in this race?
We'll see. He's made some mistakes and stuff. I don't know what he's done. He maybe had to pick up a couple makeup buoys and stuff, riding a little mistakes, but we'll see. I'll give him a little slap and knock him around a little bit, get his head back in the routine for the next one. But proud of the rest of the guys. You know, Christian's done good in front. Noah's running in third, so proud. But yeah, it's a good race. It comes down to just using your head.
Definitely. Well, thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to watching them, and we'll get back to the action, guys.
Alrighty, well, hey, thank you, Taylor, and thanks, Dustin. You know, right back there behind Dustin was his wife, Nicole, who is, I'll tell you what, she's the team manager, and when Nicole says jump, you say how high. Yep. But also back there, I see, was David Cabrera. David puts all the tunes on the Farthing Racing boats, and he is out of South Florida.
You know, it's funny. He has a YouTube channel, too.
Yes, he does.
And guess what I started watching the past couple weeks? Now, because he's a real energetic, kind of bubbly guy, right?
Yes, he is.
It's got to be the same person, because I don't know why, I clicked on something, and it was that guy, and I remembered his personality. This is really creepy what's happening between us.
Well, and Dave's one of us, really. He used to work with Telemundo.
Okay.
So he's a professional. His wife is also a professional, still works at Telemundo down there in Miami.
Super cool. I mean, I never watch the videos all the way to the end just because my attention span doesn't allow it, but I usually watch the first 5 or 6 minutes.
There you go. Christian Daly, Devin Farthing, Noah Skips, 1, 2, and 3 right now, all a part of the Monster Energy Farthing Yamaha Racing Team, which is also sponsored by Broward and Cabrera. And, you know, that just speaks volumes of that team right there. Jay Edworthy, I believe, is back there in the 4th spot still. He's fighting with Noah Skips.
All right, so, Mike, in your experience, don't want to jinx anybody, but what would be the most common thing to break here? What would go first if something was going to go?
Well,
anything you could point out specifically?
I would say, you know, you get a lot of superchargers, clutches, and with these kind of conditions here, you could possibly see an electrical issue.
Okay.
You know, and again, we talked about it in New Orleans, how, you know, it's really a hat trick of things for you to actually win in Aquacross, and especially in this kind of stuff here. You know, you've got to have the physical capability, and you've got to have that boat that holds together.
Yep.
But we talked about that almighty, you know, the mental capability. Like when you get later in the race, you know, you still got to, you know, be very attentive as to what's happening in front of you and around you out there on the track. Because looks like we're coming into some lap traffic. I'm sorry.
Well, that's going to make life even harder for these guys. Just over 11 minutes remaining in this first race, 30 minutes plus 1 lap.
And that was Christian Daly, who you've seen that was on the bottom of the screen right there.
Maybe we could get him to do all different color helmets. That might help.
Right. Different colored boats.
Different colored boats, something, yeah.
You got probably, I think, 6 or 7 boats out there that are all the Farthing Racing colors, so it's hard, you know. Last night, he's like, don't worry, I'll be wearing white black vest. You'll be able to pick me out. Nice and easy, guys. And, boy, he was right.
So halfway point, Christian Daly continues to lead. Devin Farthing in second. Noah Skips in third. And boat number 116 running in fourth, it looks like.
There's a father-son duo right there, both working for the Farthing Racing Team. That's Tattoo Rich on the left-hand side, and that's his boy. We call him Cam Boss. But Cam, he actually used to be the ops manager here at the P1 Aquacross Series.
Oh, wow, okay. And we got to ride over here this morning with Kevin Matt, one of the tech inspectors.
Yeah, Kevin Matt. I love the new nickname. Poor Matt. He's always getting picked on. Working down there with Adrian Wilson in the safety inspection area.
We got to see that in New Orleans and how much exactly they do to tech spec these boats at the end of every race, right? It happens at the end of this race and the next race. Every race, it's not an overall tech inspection. It's a tech inspection every race.
Yeah, they're checking something different for every
time,
race.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
So again, you got Christian Daly on the 105 up front, followed by Devin Farding, Dev Dog, and Noah Skips on boat number 373, all a part of the Monster Energy Farding Racing Yamaha team. And you know, it's funny. I went back to Dustin's interview. I didn't realize this, but yeah, most of his riders, I would say 9 of his 10 riders, if he's got 10, are all under 30 years old. The oldest rider in his camp would be Eric Lagopoulos, who we haven't talked about yet, but I'm sure that he's up there somewhere on boat number 361. There's a look at Tim Miller on boat number 37. I'm not sure if Miller just got lapped. I'm pretty sure that he did, but that's how fast Christian is in this these surf conditions out here.
Well, at 30 years old, I mean, it doesn't sound old, but for this, it's old. I mean, you know, motocross, supercross, those guys, you know, they're starting 18, 19, 20 years old. You know, 10 years between 20 and 30, that's a big gap.
Well, the guy he just lapped, Tim Miller, on boat number 37, Miller's over 50 years old.
Wow.
You know, and he's still out there banging bars with the kids.
Well, Dustin Farthing is how old? And he retired last year, right?
Yeah, and he retired on top.
Right.
Yeah.
Is he 50?
Yeah, I believe he's in his high 40s.
Okay.
I don't think he's 50 yet. I remember him racing back when he was like 12 years old. Looked like Bart Simpson back then, you know, just a little skinny guy.
I'm sure I'm glad you said that, not me. I don't want to hear about that later.
Well, the one thing is I'm faster than him. So
there you go. Eight and a half minutes remaining here in this 30-minute moto. Christian Daly continues to lead in boat number 105.
And I believe, looks like that's Daly up there on the top part of the screen.
Oh, I'm getting a note here. It says it looks like Jay Edworthy's in last.
So
something must have happened.
Yeah, he might be having a mechanical issue, and that's one thing again with those lighter Sea-Doos. You know, they're banging a lot harder.
Yeah.
You know, because they're spending a lot more time in the air, whereas these Yamahas are pushing through it. As we take a look at Christian Daly again out of Carmel, Indiana, and I'm sure that he would like to keep the trophy for this race right here, right in the Midwest, as he hails from nearby Indiana.
Kind of like a hometown race for him a little bit, if you would.
He wants that Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge trophy to go up on his trophy shelf.
And this is Lagopoulos, I believe.
Yeah, we were talking about Lagopoulos. Lagopoulos is another one of those racers. He's been racing for about 3 decades, and he's approaching the big 5-0 mark.
Now, we talked about in New Orleans, the no visor. To me, today, with this sun, I'd want the visor because you can keep your head down a little bit and try and keep the sun out of your sun as you're running directly into it.
Well, the other thing, Mike, is the fact that if you do have a visor today, it's not going to get whipped around like it would in calm water.
Because you're not going as fast.
You're not going as fast,
right?
You're going up and down, you know, and you're going side to side. You're not really, you know, going north, south, or east, west.
Yep. So this is the first race. Up next will be the amateurs, and then we will kick it off with Offshore Powerboat Racing coming to you live from Lake Michigan, beautiful Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Monster Energy Aquacross National Championship as a part of the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge presented by TWL Power Sports. Also like to say a very special thanks to our good friends from Progressive Insurance, Sunoco Race Fuels, Mercury Racing, Experience Kissimmee, ICOM Communications, and special thanks also to Yamaha, Riva Racing, HydroTurf, and Jet Pilot, all sponsors here of the Aquacross Series.
Race number 1 for Offshore is going to be the bracket classes 400, 500, 600, and 700. That'll be our first race of the day. Race number 2 will be Class 200, Cat 300, and Mod V. Race number 3 will be Factory Stock. We have 5 boats here in Factory Stock this weekend. We have SuperCat, 4 boats in SuperCat, 2 boats in Class 1, and our last race of the day will be Superstock, and I'll tell you that is the one you will not want to miss. Superstock, 13 boats here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. It is going to be epic, I think, to say the least, especially with these conditions.
That's right, folks. I hope you packed a lunch. It's going to be a long day here in Sheboygan. Now, one of the things here with the Aquacross, I noticed this a little bit longer course than what they're used to with it. Actually, a little shorter course rather than they're used to with it being only a mile and a quarter.
New Orleans was a lot longer than this.
Yeah, it was like 2.5 miles in New Orleans. Here, this is about half of that size. Trying to stay right here, mostly in front of the beach and all the beach goers. Lots of race fans here in Sheboygan. Boy, I'll tell you, they were excited last night. What a great time.
As we take a look at Christian Daly, he continues to lead. He's led from our restart. Never did quite get confirmation on what happened with that. But, Mike, he's starting to look a lot more aggressive now than he was in the beginning. It's kind of like he saved it till the end, maybe thinking that Devin was going to do the same exact thing, and now he just wants to open it up.
It looks like he's put a little real estate now between he and second place Farthing, and we talked about that, too, about how he's really filled out. You know, I mean, he spent a lot of time in the gym over the last couple of years. You know, the last time I seen Christian, he was probably going about $130, $135. Last night, he looked like he was running about $160, but it was all solid muscle.
Wow, I wish I could go $160. That'd make me feel great.
Yeah, right.
That shot brought up a good thing that I, being a motocross, supercross guy, that brought up a good thought that I was having was he trying to time these waves a little bit so he could double or maybe even triple over some of these, and it looked like he was doing it like perfect. He hit like 4 in a row, and then he just slammed into the upside of one of them. It just took all his forward momentum away. So just a lot of physicality out there right now trying to hold on to these boats.
Yeah, and again, the difference here between motocross and personal watercraft racing, especially with Aquacross, is this is a never-changing track. Yep. You know, I mean, in Supercross and AMA stuff, you know, you get used to hitting that rut in that same area every time that you go through.
That doubles in the same spot every time.
Right, exactly. Nothing's moving on you.
That double just went on the other side of the course here.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody's hitting the double on the backside.
And if anybody's ever done it and timed it like you and I have, either on motocross, supercross, or these, it's a great feeling when you can time it, hit that backside of it, and just accelerate. Man, it's just awesome.
Yeah, it's not too fun, though, when you lawn dart into it.
This is true. Or slam into the upside and basically case it into going to the other one. That hurts.
Oh, yeah. This is second place right here. We're taking a look at Devin Farthing. Once again, Dev Dog out of Ackworth, Georgia. Again, the son of Dustin Farthing, a.k.a. the King, who has over 30 world titles and was the reigning champion when he decided to retire last year. Nice overhead shot there of our leader, boat number 105, Daly. Daly with just over 3 minutes plus a lap to go.
And according to what we're hearing, he's almost a half a lap ahead of Devin Farthing right now. So Christian saved at the end and poured it on is the only thing that I can think of at this point.
Well, now you know.
And we don't have officially saying that. We're speculating that based upon what we hear. So that may not be the case.
And one of the things now, if you've got that big of a lead and there's little time left to go, one of the things you got to be thinking about is you want to save the boat. You know, you still want to stay out front. You don't want to let them get too close to you, but at the same time, you don't have to be, just gassing it to win it right here because he doesn't have anybody pushing him.
Well, and you can't look around here like you could in New Orleans because if you look back and you try and jump over a wave, you're going to not expect the next one to hit. Your body's not going to be prepared for that landing, and it could really jar you or possibly throw you off the ski. So, in New Orleans, they were always looking around when they went on the corner to see where somebody else was coming. I imagine out here doing a little bit less of that.
Yeah, and that's Devin Farthing we're taking a look at there. And Farthing trying to crush through these waves. Again, I believe we still had Noah Skips back there and pushing Farthing.
Well, he's sitting down a lot, too. Christian standing quite a bit. Looks like Devin is more sitting. Got to wonder if he got a little more fatigued. Maybe went a little harder than he wanted to in the beginning of the race. 30 minutes is a long time as we come up on 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, he was trying to keep Christian right now on the 105 Yamaha. And Christian, again, trying to keep that boat hooked up. Again, you don't have to go as fast. If you're trying to go fast, you're going to spend more time out of the water. Yep. And then, again, you could double into a triple. And you don't want to do that.
So what about setup for this race? What are they? I mean, these conditions we've heard last night and pretty much are going to stick around all weekend. Nothing's really going to change. Is anybody going to go back? Is Devin Farthing going to go back and think about making some sort of a change? I mean, do they put weight? Can they put weight in them? Can they, what can they do to change how these jet skis are going to handle this rough water?
Well, I've seen them put weights in them before, but I don't believe that that's legal here in Aquacross. When they come back in, the tech inspectors are right there, and they're going to take a look at those boats before anybody else has a chance to take a look at them.
And I don't know how weight would help it. It's
not. And they used to do that in the closed course. They actually used to, like in the surf races, they would put weights in the nose of the boat to keep the nose down, and, that would keep it a little more flatter and hooked up.
Get the center of gravity a little further forward.
Right, exactly. But Daly, with under a minute to go, has pretty much led start to finish here in this first race of the Monster Energy Aquacross National Championship. as part of the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge presented by TWL Power Sports here locally. And boy, what a big dealership that was.
That was a huge dealership. We should have stopped by and said hello.
Yeah, we should have. We'll have to put that on the agenda for later on tonight.
Well, if Devin Farthing's listening, or I'm sorry, if the Farthing team is listening to us this morning, I talked to Christian last night and tried to barter a deal with him and said, well, I'll get you a ride in an offshore race boat if you let me ride your jet ski.
There we go. That's a
He
good
didn't seem
trade-off.
real receptive of that idea, but, I figured I would try. So if Dustin Farthing is listening to us, let's work something out.
Well, the big guy that was hanging out with us, Cat Daddy, he might be able to arrange that.
There you go. Well, no, you said there's a way I could do it.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure that one of these guys.
St. Pete. That'll be my race.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we got in a little late last night, so.
These things called jobs.
That's right. Okay.
This isn't it. I mean, this is the job, but this isn't the real job.
The 30-minute clock has run out, so the next time that Christian comes by, our referee's boat out there, he will get the white flag, and you can see he's working his way through some lap traffic, kind of splits the lappers right there. Again, this is a time where you don't want to make mistakes.
Yep.
No time left on the clock. All you got to do
just manage it now.
Hang on, and bring it home.
Well, and the disadvantage is you fall off your dirt bike in a race. Usually you're right next to your dirt bike. We saw this happen in New Orleans. The jet ski actually coasts to a stop away from you, so it can be 50 or 60 feet from you. It's interesting. My wife doesn't know a lot about jet skis or anything like that, and we were watching a YouTube video, and somebody fell off. She's like, why is the jet ski still running? I said, it's not running. It's just coasting to a stop. There's nothing to get it to, it has to stop on its own. It doesn't have a brake.
Yeah, a lot of times these guys are going 50, 60 miles an hour, and they rip that lanyard off, and they get pitched off the boat, and that boat's going to keep going straight, until it stops. And, you're going 50, 60 mile an hour a lot of times.
Well, like you said, the course marshals can actually tow them back over to their boat because it would take so long for them to swim with the helmet and the life jacket on to get back to it that they'll actually grab a hold of a course marshal boat and get a little bit of a lift over there. But right now, he just wants to manage it. Look how wide he's running. He's not trying to turn too tight. He's just managing his race, managing these lappers as best as possible.
So again, as we view it here, he is on the right-hand side of the track. I didn't see the officials' boat that last time around, but they must be somewhere out toward the.
I think they're right off of our viewing booth, like right here directly in front of us. See that little tiny boat bobbing out there? That could be it.
Gotcha. Yep, that is it. And I'll take a look down there and see if he's got the Andrew Scaglione, who is our flag man out there.
As I made that comment about my wife, I was like, is she listening? She is.
She is.
Sorry. You're right. You know a lot about other stuff. But it's a good point. It's not, people don't think about it. People don't understand that jet skis don't have brakes. That's just,
Right. That's
when we rented them, that's the first thing we told them. You let go of the gas, it's not going to stop. Be prepared for it not to stop.
That's what makes Aqua-Cross so exciting is, a lot of times we can get 20, 30 racers out there, and you got all these guys going into one turn, 80 mile an hour and no brakes. I mean, that makes
it's not like Supercross or Arena Cross. They're not all slamming on the brakes to try and tuck it down in there. You've got to be able to judge being able to stop.
So I'm not really seeing any flags out there from the boat that we were talking about.
Still very, very hard to see in the glare.
Okay, there's the white flag. I see the white
so they
flag.
said white flag next time by. So he must have just barely passed it.
Yep, that was him.
As that clock ran out.
He just went past and is heading over to the bottom right-hand side of the track as we view it from here. So that 30 minutes plus a lap was almost like 30 minutes plus 2 laps for him because he was just past it.
Yep, now it's time to not make a mistake. So, Mike, let me ask you. I have a 2009 Sea-Doo GTI, right? Just a bone stock jet ski. But it has the fins on the side of it that turn, and I think they also kind of act as brakes a little bit when things slows down.
Right.
They don't put those on boats anymore, right?
No.
I didn't think they did because I didn't see them on anything.
No, those are kind of like for the boats that have reverse and so forth like that. When you're racing a boat out there, reverse ain't. A lot of these guys will keep the reverse on. A lot of them will take it off.
Do they have to?
I don't believe that they have to.
Well, I know that has to remain a stock boat, right? So I didn't know if that would have to stay or not.
Yeah, I think you can take some parts off, but you can't add any.
Well, if a reverse gate slammed down in the middle of this race, it would be a very nasty situation for somebody. That would hurt.
Right, and if you got those steering fins on the back and you land and your bars are
that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I get the point of the steering fins. Believe it or not, that thing actually does turn a little bit when you let go of the throttle, but it's just a skeg that digs down into the water.
So once again, we are on the last lap here from Sheboygan, round number 3 of the Monster Energy Aqua-Cross National Championship. And Christian Daly, boat number 105, is your race leader, sponsored by Monster Energy, Farthing Racing, Yamaha, Broward Motorsports and Cabrera Motorsports.
The amateurs, Mike, are already lined up as I look out of our broadcast booth here at the beautiful Blue Harbor Resort. There is the checkered flag.
Congratulations, Christian Daly out of Carmel, Indiana. Going to take a race win right here, and he's just going to add to that points lead. The way that the points work, I believe it's 25 for first, 20 for second, and we go to 17 for third, and 15, 13, and on down.
I believe he'll go in and talk to Taylor on the beach as he takes the win. A little bit of a donut there. Surprised he's got the energy to do that. I think might be dead by this point.
Well, he's got.
I wondered. I was watching. I was like, man, could I do it? Could I do it?
You could tell he's got some arm pump, though. Did you see him shaking his wrist there?
He's feeling it.
Oh, 30 minutes plus a lap in this rough stuff
and
out
no
here.
Suspension, none whatsoever. I mean, it's straight impact, straight to your bones. Nothing to absorb the shock, but your body. It physically, it's got to be super challenging.
I believe Dev Dog, vote number 6, will come through in second.
Not officially over from timing and scoring yet.
And then we had Skips in third.
Timing and scoring has a rough day out there today. Physically a rough day.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Today's not the day you want to be out on the boat,
So it's Devin Farthing coming across in second. Noah Skips coming across the line in third. So as they ran for most of the race is how they are going to finish here in the first Pro Aqua-Cross race.
And taking a look at Devin Farthing right there, and he looks a little beat up too. Even though these kids are young, you can see he's kind of like going to adjust his goggles, take his goggles off, but he was also shaking his wrists. Well, folks, let's take a look here at the highlights here from our first race.
Yep, apologies. There they are.
And you can see Jay Edwardy getting a good start right there on the Sea-Doo. However, falls back, fades back real quick, and from then on, it was pretty much the Christian Daly show. Daly was challenged a couple times by boat number 6, Devin Farthing. But Farthing just didn't have enough as Daly would be able to pull through. And then good look at Daly right there. You can see that's when he started taking off and started putting a lot of real estate between he and second place Farthing.
Well, he got much more aggressive in his riding stance, and it looked like Devin Farthing got a little more relaxed in his riding stance, sitting down a lot more. Probably not the best thing to do here in these conditions.
So again, Daly taking the checkered flag.
This boat number 116 came across the line in fourth.
That was Vanjie Ramjeet.
And still waiting to confirm who was fifth. Timing and scoring right out there on the water. Actually going to be just to the left-hand side of your screen here as you look at the beautiful beaches here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. And Mike, last year my family and I swam in this water on Monday before we went out of town. This is absolutely beautiful water to swim in. There's a couple sandbars out there. It's not warm.
Right.
It's not warm.
We were talking with Josh from the Coast Guard, and Josh was telling us the water temperature out there is in the 70s actually today.
Would you like to know how warm it is when I go home? 86 or 87. Actually, it was in the low 80s because it rained a little bit back home in Maryland. But closer to 90 sometimes in the middle of the summer. So, 20-degree temperature difference kind of means a lot.
Yeah, I'll tell you, 2 weeks ago I was over in Belgium. It was 53 and raining. Last week I was in Knoxville, just 100 plus.
And the fact that they're doing that over there is Devin Farthing. He's definitely going to have to go back and think about some things for his next race.
I was watching the weather a little earlier today.
Now, they'll race again this afternoon, right?
Yep. The amateurs, I believe, are going to race again this afternoon. I
think then 2 pro races tomorrow. One to start and one to finish.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
But I heard the feels like temperature around 3, 4 o'clock today is going to be 103 degrees here in Sheboygan.
Here?
Yeah.
Wow.
And they're supposed to get some thunderstorms passing through around 5 or 6, so hopefully we can get through the program.
Hopefully we can get everything going in. Lightning will be the only thing that cancels the race. As you saw in New Orleans, it rained hard on Saturday in New Orleans.
Well, you can see our amateurs are getting lined up right now. And as I take a look down, I believe we have 10 amateurs that are going to be in the Amateur 300 class. We can actually combine the class here, and I think we've got a couple more amateurs, at least 3 more, that are going to be in the Amateur 200 class. And what we do is we combine those classes and score them separately, as we see Christian Daly with a little celebration out there.
Donut there. So can they practice these Le Mans starts? Do they practice them? Do they try and practice them?
A lot of racers don't practice them because they don't see them too often. Okay. Handful of races that you'll see a Le Mans start. So
as we wait for Christian Daly to head to shore, he was waved in, enjoying his win there with his checkered flag as he jumps off.
Okay, savor that victory.
Yep, savor it, man. You're controlling your destiny this weekend and your destiny for the entire series.
He's going to push the boat, I believe, over to his race team, which...
but they still have to get back on the boat and take the boat back over to where they launched them.
And you see who's there with Christian. He was with him last night.
Oh, yes, yep, you're right, yep.
Cat Daddy. That's Matt Doss out of Cleveland, Ohio. Been around the sport since 1988. All right, well, Taylor's with Christian Daly down there on the beach. Let's see what the champ has to say about that first race.
Down here with the winner, Christian Daly, the emotions are high, the excitement is there, and what a race that was.
It was an awesome race. Definitely, I would say one of the more challenging ones. Obviously, the first 2 rounds are flat, so really mixed it up with that rough water, and it was awesome. I mean, our team is, like I said before, we thrive in these conditions, so I'm just super pumped to take home the win. I can't thank the guys enough. I mean, the support they gave me, the boat was phenomenal. Just getting pumped and excited for Moto 2.
And the Le Mans start, how was that? Really just to amp up all the excitement getting on your boat?
Honestly, it was good because what I like to do beforehand is like go for a bit of a run so you get the heart rate up. So that initial spike in the heart rate definitely helped out there. It sort of like really like spikes the adrenaline and you're ready to go for the moto.
Well, the excitement was there and you sure pulled it off, but more to come, Christian. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Well, we'll be back with their amateur 300 and 200 race after these messages. Stick around, folks. Lots of racing to go.
It's time to turn it up to 11 and ride full blast. The all-new Jet Blaster series from Yamaha. We didn't just create a new wave runner. We invented a whole new way to ride.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
Mercury Racing was forged in the heat of competition. The will to win is in our DNA. Competition isn't just what we do, it's our proving ground. It's about the pursuit of power, performance, and endurance that pushes our limits and yours. We create premium marine power to take you faster and farther. The world offers limits. Mercury Racing offers freedom.
It's a different color.
Okay.
Live wide open.
So we're
welcoming back, not Taylor.
Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Sheboygan, Wisconsin, round number 3 of the Monster Energy Aqua-Cross National Championship as a part of the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge presented by TWL Motorsports. Mike Young alongside Mike Uoski. How you doing today, Mike?
I'm doing well. It sounds like Taylor is with Cooper Caldwell. Taylor, What do you got?
Cooper, you and your competitors are lined up down here on the beach, and you just watched the pro class with that Le Mans start, and it's a little bit rough out there. What are your expectations going into this race?
Yeah, the Le Mans start, we're just looking to get a good start and make sure the key's in the ignition and then go and then just try and ride smart and, stay at my own pace, and then the win will come.
I like it. Confident. All right, I'll let you turn around and get in place with the other riders. And I am the lucky one again with the bullhorn. So I'll make sure everybody's ready. We've got Sean, our race director. I think it's time to go, guys.
All right. Well, Horn sounds, and we are off and away. Now, the starting order here, we had 82, Jonathan Dent, 193, Cooper Caldwell, 908 is Rafael Acosta, 45, Michael Bouchard, 222, Dave Anderson, 917, Nathan Daly, 114, Garrett Laughlin, boat number 333, Josiah Costa, boat number 138, Michael Northrup, 176, Valentino Lescano, 174, Klein Glidden, 828, Shelby Warman, 46, Todd Sarsinski, and 573, Tyler Dolecki.
It looks like we might have somebody off already in the middle of the course there, Mike. It looks like a jet ski in the water. It's a little bit of chaos here on the Le Mans start from the beaches of Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Once again, amateur 200 and 300 representing the 200 class out there. Caden Baldwin on boat number 59, 706, Noah Dolly, and 297, Baron Murnick.
And just like the pros, they will do one full lap around the course, not do that dog leg in the middle. And once they complete that first lap, then they will do the dog leg on their second lap, 30 minutes plus a lap, just like the pros.
And once again, the course 1.27 miles, 10 course markers, and a finish line out here. You're watching the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Championship. We've got 30 minutes plus a lap, 28:45 left to go here from Sheboygan.
Let's see who's in the lead. Looks like a Yamaha, maybe with some pink graphics.
Yeah, tough to see with this glare coming down right now.
Yep, timing and touring will let us know. Looks like we're slowing down.
Yep.
Maybe not.
Red flag's coming out.
All right, so we have a red flag situation.
Yeah, so I'm taking a look over the monitor here, and on the right-hand side of the course, that boat that went down,
Yeah.
that was
Well, there's two of them over there. They're tending to something over there.
And as take a look out here with the binoculars, they are putting somebody on the life sled there. It looks like it was a Sea-Doo that went down. I can't get a number on it.
It's almost exactly what happened in the pro race. Didn't even get to complete one lap, just about at that 28-minute mark. We went to a red flag. It looked like there was complete chaos off of the start. We could see just by the vantage point there was somebody down. Could not tell who it was.
It was 917. Nathan Daly was one of the riders involved in the altercation. He was on the Sea-Doo.
Yep, he's one of our amateur 300 riders.
So, again, it looks like one guy's coming in on the back of the course marshal boat. One guy's coming in on the sled. And they're going to clean up the yard sale before we get this restarted.
That was a tough start for everybody. Looks like we're going to be down 2 boats here on the restart. The clock will go all the way back up to 30 minutes. So, basically, they got a 2-minute parade lap at full speed before the red flag situation. And they will do the Le Mans restart one more time.
Yeah, what a tough break there for Nathan Daly, 917 on the Jet X Sea-Doo, one of the stronger amateur riders, and really an up-and-comer former, well, not even a former, a professional snowcross racer.
When you got to wonder, in these conditions, did he take a flyer?
Yeah, well, I believe it was one of his teammates, 38, Michael Northrup, who took a win in Kissimmee just a couple of weeks ago. He was off of his boat too, so that's 2 of your top riders that are off the boat.
All right, as they get ready to line up for the official restart. Thank you.
So, man, so there's 2 of the top riders of your amateur class that are both look like they're going to be out. And if you're the cause of a red flag, one of the rules here with personal watercraft racing, if you cause a red flag, you can't get back out and race in the race.
Okay.
So, I mean, you can come back to the next race if you're cleared by medical.
Right, but you can't go back to the beach in the restart. Okay.
Right, you can't be back in the restart.
That kind of takes you out for the weekend.
That, yeah.
Doesn't help.
No. But that means that we're going to see lots of points changes and stuff here in this amateur class, both of them competing in the 300 division.
As everybody will get ready to line up, Taylor will get to sound the horn again. I was joking in my head about Taylor getting to spend some time in the sand and the water down there talking to our racers. Good job.
Yep. Now, coming into this one, while we're waiting on the restart here, Cooper Caldwell with 132 points, a commanding lead over Michael Northrup coming into this one. Now, Northrup, out of this first race, was sitting in second place. Garrett Laughlin sits in third place with 90 points. Daniel Fiala with 82. And then Dolly, who is also out, running with 77 points.
All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break while we line up for this restart. Course marshals are still getting everything cleared up. We will be back right after this.
Head to St. Pete Clearwater for more. More dollars and cents. More room and board. More time and space. more fish and chips, more rhythm and blues. In St. Pete Clearwater, find just what you're looking for and more. Book now at visitspc.com.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
It's time to turn it up to 11. And ride full blast. The all-new Jet Blaster series from Yamaha. We didn't just create a new wave runner. We invented a whole new way to ride.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Sheboygan, Wisconsin, as we get set to go here with the restart. Had a red flag start, and our prayers are with both of those riders, as we hope that they're okay from up here in the booth. Again, the Aqua-X 300 Amateur combined with the 200 Amateur is set to take off. And, man, it's always unfortunate when you see an accident like that, Mike.
It is, and we hope everybody's going to be okay as we get ready to go for this restart. But, Mike, almost a mirror image of what we saw happen in that pro race.
And for those of you folks...
Not the actual accident, but with the restart.
Yeah, right. But you can see, like, on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see how many sheep are out there on the bay today. I mean, there are a lot of whitecaps.
I've never heard them called that before. That's a new one. I like it, though. Now I'm going to look at it and think, oh, my God, look at all those sheep.
Yeah, but, I mean, it is really rough. And right there where they're getting started at, you know, you can see how shallow it is, and that's the reason for the whitecap. 74 degrees right now with winds at 23 mile per hour and the waves just under 3.5 feet, Mike. That's some tough conditions right there.
For sure. And even tougher conditions due to a Le Mans start. Like we said, the boat is bouncing up and down as you try and get on it. You know, you're trying to put that little tiny clip on. Do the Sea-Doos still have the cover that kind of goes over the button?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so maybe the Sea-Doos may be a little bit easier to put it on, right? Because you don't have to try and lift that little button with the Yamahas.
Yeah, but the whole thing is, though, is it's also going to come off a lot easier because you're up in the air a lot more and you're slamming.
Yep.
So you'll see.
I'm not knocking either brand. I'm just pointing out the differences.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of lost lanyards, or at least unhooked lanyards this weekend, especially with these conditions. And the conditions are supposed to get nothing but worse.
It's going to build. Like you said, maybe thunderstorms this afternoon. 100 degrees here. Why did I come from 100-degree weather to come to 100-degree weather? It's supposed to be nice and cool up here in the Midwest.
Yeah, that's what I thought,
maybe there's no
too.
humidity.
I was going to say, I actually brought long pants and a hoodie for this one.
I go to San Diego for work, and I went there a couple of weeks ago, and it was like 62 degrees. I was like, man.
Perfect.
Not when it's summer here.
Yeah,
It was cold.
I could imagine.
But luckily, as the day goes on, the sun is not going to be directly at our face. It'll come up and go behind the beautiful resort here on Lake Michigan as we get everything lined up. So we got to get our course marshals back out there, right, Mike? They helped get the equipment back in.
Yeah, they're going to make sure that that rider is stabilized and gets in the ambulance okay. And once the ambulance takes off, we have to make sure that we have another ambulance that is right there on standby before we go back to racing.
And that could be just for precautionary measures, just to make sure they're okay, get them checked out.
So, again, Cooper Caldwell with a bullseye on his back coming into round number 3 here with 132 points. Got Well, 38-point lead right now over second place, Mike Northrup, and Northrup now out of this one. Tough break there for Mike. He was one of the riders that went down. Garrett Laughlin, the next closest, with 90 points. So keep your eyes open for the 114. And
as we wait for an update from race control, we're going to go ahead and take another short break as we get everything caught up and swapped out here. We'll wait to hear from race control, and we'll be back right after this.
powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
Mercury Racing was forged in the heat of competition. The will to win is in our DNA. Competition isn't just what we do, it's our proving ground. It's about the pursuit of power, performance, and endurance that pushes our limits and yours. We create premium marine power to take you faster and farther. The world offers limits. Mercury Racing offers freedom. Live wide open.
It takes your breath away. That's how you can tell. You found the perfect landing spot. The vacation home capital of the world. Trade out the traditional for your own private sanctuary. Your own splash, your own snacks. Bring the whole family. Make it 2 families. And while you're soaking up the fun, never forget what's at the heart. It's big and it's bold, day after day. Welcome to More Than Special. Welcome to Kissimmee, the big, bold heart of Florida.
For over 60 years, ICOM has been your trusted companion, keeping you connected on the water, in the air, and on the ground. Whether you need a 2-way radio for your cruiser, center console, personal watercraft, or anything in between, ICOM has you covered with the most innovative marine, amateur, aviation, land mobile, LTE, and satellite network products.
Head to St. Pete Clearwater for more. More dollars and cents. More room and board. More time and space. More fish and chips. More rhythm and blues. In St. Pete Clearwater, find just what you're looking for and more. Book now at visitspc.com.
Good morning here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. We're here for the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge. I've made my way down here to the P1 Race Village. I'm Taylor Snyder. I'll be bringing you all the action this weekend. And I've got next beside me, Andy Velo. Andy, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, country music recording artist out of Nashville, Tennessee, with my wonderful sponsor, Monster Energy. It's a pleasure to be out here. And first time in Sheboygan. It's a beautiful place. Didn't expect the water to be as blue as it is, but it's beautiful. It's nice to be here.
Excellent. We're happy to have you. For now, if everybody could please stand, please remove your hats. He's going to do us the great honor of singing our national anthem.
And if you'll direct your attention, the flag is over here. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light. What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Beautiful. All right, guys, let's get to some racing. We're going to head up to our commentators, Mike Young and Mike Uwowski. Take it away, gents.
All right, thank you, Taylor. Welcome to the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge,
Offshore
round 2.
Triple Crown is brought to you by Progressive Insurance and by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. And by Mercury Racing. Precision built, race bred.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge, round 2 of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. I am Mike Uwowski along with Mikey Young. A beautiful day here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Mike Young got some Aqua-X racing in earlier, tough conditions. Unfortunately, an amateur race had to get shut down, but now we're going offshore powerboat racing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate the amateur race got shut down for the fact that we had to lose both ambulances. We have 2 ambulances here. There was 2 injuries that were in that event, and those racers both got transported. Now we have the ambulances back on site, and it's time to do a little offshore powerboat racing.
And as we get ready to go racing here in Sheboygan, let's take a look at our race course on beautiful Lake Michigan. There is the marina. You see the progressive launch zone there in orange, and here is the course, the Monster Mile, running north here towards the marina. They'll go 1, 2, 3, and 4 around what is the wider turn of this course, run back down into a dogleg towards number 5, back out the dogleg into the tight turn. This is on the south end towards the power plant. 6, 7, and 8, and that will complete 1 lap here in Sheboygan. Of course, we have our Monster Mile here for the fans along the beach. What a beautiful place this is to go racing. 5.9-mile course. There you look at the spectator area. There's the VIP tent. Don't forget to go to P1 Offshore, purchase your VIP tickets. I'm sure there's still some available for tomorrow's event, but rough conditions out here as you see the Whitecaps push up on the beach there.
Yeah,
we're coming to you live from the deck of the Blue Harbor Resort.
Yeah, you know, you can see things starting to pack up out there as we get ready for the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown this weekend. And boy, what a nice day it's been. We've got a nice breeze up here, but it's not so good for those boaters out there.
No, it's not at all. It doesn't look as rough as what I thought. Of course, we're up a little bit above it, but I did hear Race Control talking earlier. They're expecting it to build later, and you mentioned that during the Aqua-X race and how much it might build. All right, in this first race, we've got classes 4, 5, 6, 7, and the C class, which is that new Cat outboard class. Simmons Marine boat number 404, Jake Coons, Jason Zolecki. 443, Framed Offshore Marine making their debut here in P1 Offshore Triple Crown Racing. John Jenick Jr. and Mike Flamia. 579, Tunnel Vision, Mike McLaughlin, Robert Bryant. They were your winners from New Orleans. 577, Yabba Dabba Doo, Brian Unger and J.D. Vines. 611, Team Velocity, Bob Spitlutsky. 603, Cigar Monster, Ultimate Boat Racing Experience, Robert Godwin and Mike Sadlin. 522, Rum Runners, Tom Crowley, Brand Velatato. I'm sure I'll say his name wrong again. 79, Dirt Legal, Brad Christopher Connell Langheim. 783, Colter Cattell Racing, Blind River Bar. C22, Jackhammer Steel Industries, Conor Landheim, Ricardo Maldonado, and C4 Lanier Motorsports, Mike Bethon and Sean Lanier, rounding out our first race.
Taking a look, I believe on the first start, you're going to have the Simmons Marine, Framed Offshore Marine, Yabba Dabba Doo, Team Velocity, the Cigar Monster, and Rum Runners in that first start. Second start going to be Dirt Legal Velocity, Clater Cartel Racing, Jackhammer Steel Industries, and Lanier Power Sports be starting in that second start.
There is a note for that team in Class 7 or boat number 783. It's Clue Watch Cartel Racing, Blind River Bar. Taylor caught up with the Tunnel Vision team. Taylor, what do you got?
I'm here in the progressive launch zone with Robert, who is leading the points right now in bracket class 500. It's shaping up to be quite a day here in Sheboygan. What are your emotions heading into that race?
We're excited. We went out yesterday testing. Got the boat really set up for the water conditions out there today. Just looking for a good battle and some bump out there.
Competitors, top competitors, what's it like running alongside them?
It's really fun. We got Yabba Dabba Doo and Rum Runners in the class. It should be a good race up to the last lap.
Excellent. Best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Well, they are your leaders in Class 5 after winning in New Orleans. Remember, this is a low points scoring event, so rather than getting maximum amount of points, you actually get 1 point for first place, 2 points for second place, 3 points for third place. Boat with the lowest score at the end of the weekend wins, and then boat with the lowest score will be the first ever Monster Energy Triple Crown Series winner when we go to St. Petersburg, Florida in September.
Boy, I'll tell you what, been exciting so far, and you can just take a look at how windy it is here.
Yep.
You know, we said the wind's blowing about 23 mile per hour, and you can see everybody's kind of holding down the fort.
And Taylor's back down in the pits. Taylor?
Down here in the progressive launch zone, and I'm getting a chance to catch up with our bracket class 400 points leaders right now, heading into Sheboygan. I've heard the water is going to be a little bit rough today. What do you guys have ready?
Yeah, we're set up with a little bit of weight in it. Our competitors went out yesterday and they did some running and actually gave some feedback. So it's going to be sporty for sure, but I think we're good. So.
Sporty. I love that description. How you guys work together in the boat? What's your strategy?
You know, I focus on the road in front of me. You know, Jason watches that speedometer, make sure we don't break out, and that's it. Just teamwork in the corners and, you know, just continuing through the race.
Obviously, points leaders, that's working for you so far, so best of luck out here today.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Taylor, for catching up with the Simmons Marine team, one of our two Class 4 teams here in beautiful Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Once again, looking at our beautiful spectator area and down the beach. Mike, it's starting to fill in a little bit over there.
Boy, I'll tell you, well, things are starting to heat up here a little bit. It was 73 when we started today. It's about 76 degrees now, but they say around 3, 4 o'clock that the feels-like temperature is supposed to be up and over triple digits.
All right, as the boats come out on the course, Cat 200 will actually be in the second race, not the first race, because Conor Landheim pulling double duty, so he's going to be in the Class 7 boat Dirt Legal out here in our first race, and then Cat 200 will be in our second race. About 76 degrees, 3.5-foot waves, 26-mile-an-hour winds out of the southeast. It is a choppy day here, to say the least, in Sheboygan. Makes it good for us, though. The nice breeze up here in our broadcast booth here at the Blue Harbor Resort.
You know, well, we started at 8 o'clock. We had 3-foot waves, and then the next race they were 3.3. Now they're 3.6. So you can see, again, things starting to build here. 26-mile-per-hour winds as compared to 23 mile per hour on our last start.
Yep, so as the day goes on, it is supposed to get bigger. Now, the start procedure is going to be a little bit different here than what we've seen at our past couple events. There will be no parade lap. There will be no parade lap here in Sheboygan. What they're going to do is they're going to take them down the back straightaway. They're going to run south. That's towards Milwaukee or towards the power plant. They will come through that turn. At that turn, they are going, at the end of that south turn, they're going to stop and all line up, basically. Once the starter, Jim Jackson, feels they're lined up the way he wants them, he will get them up on a plane. Between that point and that green buoy, he can throw the flag at any point he wants, or he feels the group is in a good start position. But if they don't throw the green flag by the time they get to the green buoy, the race will automatically start. So it's a little bit different than what we've normally done. There'll be no milling circles like we've done in the past. They're just trying to make the starts as fair as they possibly can. You're getting these boats, it's getting kind of crowded. So we'll see how this goes here on Lake Michigan. It'll be a race of attrition today, though, Mike, just like the Aqua-Cross race was.
Well, tell me this, Mike. Do you think that maybe they're changing the starts a little bit just because of the size of the waves that we have out there today?
No, it's just about fairness. It's just about making sure that everybody gets an equal chance, right? Because, you're supposed to be you're supposed to be 100 feet behind the pace boat, and you're looking at the flag, and everybody's chomping at the bit to try and get up to the pace boat. They're just trying to make it so everybody has a fair start. And especially as our races go on today, our classes are only going to get bigger. We have 13 boats in Superstock. That's going to be absolute chaos going into the first turn. It's all about just making it fair. Nothing to do with conditions. I mean, this is what we're used to doing, used to racing in this type of water. So I think it's going to be a fun race for sure.
Well, I think it's going to cut down on that slingshot effect as well. You know, with having that start buoy. Hey, listen, this is where you're going to start, whether you're ready to go or not. This green buoy is going to be the cutoff, and I believe that is right at the start of the Monster Mile.
Exactly. And we are going to run 3 laps for classes 4, 5, and 6. 7 and Cat 200 has been moved, so 4, 5. 6 and 7 are all going to run 3 laps here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Hazy day out here. Pete Bowden, official photographer for Speed on the Water, media partner for P1 Offshore, said it was like a sea mist out here today. Got some water up in the air almost like you do with the salt when we're out in the ocean.
For those of you who are watching on at home, you can see just how misty it is.
Yep.
I mean, it's hard for us to see the numbers on the monitor. And
very hazy. Very, very hazy out here today. I don't think I've ever seen it this hot here. This is our 3rd year in a row coming back to Sheboygan for the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge. I don't think it's ever been this hot. For you to say it's going to be 100 degrees, that caught me a bit off guard.
Yeah, I was watching the news this morning, and I thought, I was coming north to some cool weather.
Yeah,
Instead,
right.
I feel like I'm standing on the equator up here.
Exactly. All right, so the boats are all coming out. First start is going to be classes 4, 5, and 6. Second start will be Class 7. They may have changed that just a little bit, considering Class 200 is not going to, or Cat 200 rather, is not going to go out in this race. So they may have changed the starts just a little bit. There is the cigarette pace boat. Jim Jackson on board. He's the official starter for P1 Offshore. We're lucky enough to have the fire chief for Sheboygan, Wisconsin, and a member of the United States Coast Guard. I want to thank all the municipalities for all these places that we get to go. It could not happen without the police department, the fire department, the Coast Guard. Have to thank all of our armed forces, Navy, Army, Marines, Air Force, and National Guard. Thank you for allowing us to come out here and do this on the weekends one more time. 2 days of racing here. Bracket classes will only race once. That will be today, and then tomorrow all of our spec classes will race again. Second race of the day here is going to be Mod V and Class 200, and also Class 2 and Super V will race in that second race. Fourth race of the day will be Factory Stock. Got 5 boats here. Fifth race of the day will be SuperCat. Then we'll have Class 1, and we will wrap up the day with what is sure to be, I think, pandemonium. I mean that in the best way possible, but Superstock. 13 boats here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Of course, molecularized. Pete Rivero and Julia Maldonado, the boat that flipped over last weekend in Michigan City, Indiana, made it here for this race. That's a true testament to how hard that team works.
That was the Michaelized boat that we seen last night
yes,
at the boat parade, which, again, special thanks to the city of Sheboygan for rolling out that red carpet for us. Beautiful time last night, just in case you weren't here with us. We were hanging out with about 50,000 of our best friends.
Yep, exactly.
Great race fans.
And it's great. Wow, look at the swell out there. Look at the screen here and just look at the swell that's out there. It actually looks bigger as you get a little bit further offshore. So that's a different perspective. You're looking now at the south end of the race course. We are going to have a camera down that way so we get a little bit better view of the course, or of this end of the turn, rather.
And you can see at home just how rough it is here.
Yeah, I mean, you're losing that boat in the waves.
Yeah, exactly. But, that's should make for some great racing.
All right, so now they're going to fall off a plane, and they're going to line up. And the pace boat is going to start, with the wind conditions, I imagine they're going to slowly start to creep them forward. And he should be under blue flag now. Hard to see from our vantage point, but he should be under blue flag now. Then it will go to yellow. Yellow will bring the boats up on a plane, and then we will go green flag racing. For the first time here at the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge, third time in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Beautiful town. Always glad to come back. P1 Offshore Racing. Follow P1 Offshore, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all the major social handles. Keep up with your favorite teams. Buy some swag, and get ready to go racing here in Sheboygan. Bracket Class Racing leading us off.
Mike, I'll tell you, you were telling me when we were down in New Orleans just how pretty this place is, and I'd never been to Sheboygan before. I've been all over Wisconsin, never to Sheboygan, but you're absolutely right. Some great beaches. Lake Michigan, absolutely beautiful. Again, temperatures in Lake Michigan right now hovering just over 70 degrees.
Which is cold for where we're from. For the water, it's cold.
Oh, yeah, especially.
Yeah,
especially for this kid, you
right.
know.
I said it was 90 degrees at home in the bay. All right, boats are going to start lining up. This should be classes 4 and 5 in this first race. Framed Offshore Marine, the single-engine Extreme Hull, formerly known as LSB RevX Oil, up against the twin-engine 34-foot Phantom of Simmons Marine. Framed Offshore making their debut here in P1, the Monster Energy Triple Crown event. They were not with us in New Orleans. Great team based out of Key West. John Jenick Jr. and Mike Flamia. That boat is going to have a time. I know that boat well. I've run that boat before. That boat is going to have a time out here in these particular conditions.
And for those of you folks at home that might be first-time spectators, you see the blue flag up there. The blue flag means get ready. When the yellow flag comes out, that means get set. And when the green flag comes out, that means go.
Yep, and go
nice
racing.
Easy.
We've got Tunnel Vision, Yabba Dabba Doo, and Rum Runners running in Class 5. And I am expecting Tunnel Vision to kind of pick up where they left off in New Orleans, rather. That is a Pantera hull. It's a very deep hull. It's meant to run in these true rough water conditions. Of course, Rum Runners is a Larry Smith-built Scarab, also a good rough water boat. So we'll see how those two teams do. And then Team Velocity, Cigar Monster, Ultimate Boat Racing Experience, your two boats in Class 6. And then the heroes, the warriors of the sport, Class 7, 22 foot in length. And Mike, I apologize. I've got something over here for you. I didn't pull this out earlier. Not that.
All righty. Well, I sure do appreciate that.
The same sheets we had in New Orleans.
Right. We talk a little bit about some of the specs of the classes here in the 400 and 500 classes. The 400 class, single or twin engine open cockpit V-bottom with a single engine canopy. 27 to 35 foot in lengths, and boats are limited to 85 mile per hour at top speed. You have an inboard or an outboard or Bravo or Volvo based out drive. In the 500 class, open cockpit, V-bottom, 26 to 30 feet in length. Boats are limited to 75 mile per hour at top speed, and limited to boats 30 feet and under with a single inboard engine. Engine outboard with a 500 horsepower maximum. Twin engine outboards, 300 horsepower maximum per engine. So that's your 500 and your 600 as we get ready for start number 1.
Yep, it looks like the pace boat is starting to move. It was a blue flag still held, so they're still trying to get these boats to line up as we get ready to go racing. So you talked about speed brackets or speed limits in this class. This is bracket class racing, so these boats cannot break out of their speed category. So, for example, Class 7 is 65 miles per hour, or 60 miles per hour, sorry. They cannot run over that speed, and that's monitored by a GPS. I stapled them wrong, sorry.
No problem.
60 miles an hour in Class 7, and that is monitored by a GPS. They cannot see it. They don't know what it reads. They have their own GPS in the boat, and that is for Class 7, Class 6, Class 5, and Class 4. All cannot run over their allotted speed brackets. But usually, Mike, when it's this rough, and you've seen rough water races like this with us before, you don't worry about hitting your speed bracket. You're not going to be able to go as fast as that boat can go or what your speed is for your class when it's this rough. This is about keeping the boat flat, level, and in the water.
Well, it seems to me like, Mike, that it would be more competitive with these kind of conditions right here because it's not just the boat that can go that maximum mile per hour on every lap and do that. But, you're going to have a lot of variations in speeds here.
For sure. And as the day goes on, don't get me wrong, the boats will get faster because they're going to get bigger and get longer. And as we get into spec class racing, they don't have to worry about their speed. They can go as fast as they need to. But these conditions are going to be an equalizer, especially in these smaller boats.
Alrighty, once again, taking a look at the sea mist out there on Lake Michigan. And we can barely see the boats on the monitor.
So it looks like they're starting to possibly move, so they're going to start getting lined up and then idle up the start-finish line. So they should be under yellow flag But again, kind of hard to see from our vantage point. Mike, I don't know if you could look down with binoculars and see anything different. I don't think so. It's pretty hazy down that way. You're looking at the south end of this 5.9-mile race course down towards Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They run north towards Sheboygan, make a turn, and then run south with the dogleg. Yep, boats are up on plane.
Yeah, I can't see.
So they're going to get lined up. Remember, as soon as they get lined up, if Jim Jackson, the starter, likes their starting positions and how they're doing, he can let them go at any point. If they don't, there is a green buoy there. Okay, yep, we're yellow flag, so that means we're just almost to a start here in Sheboygan. First race of the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge almost underway. Look how rough it is out there. Yellow flag still holding. Now can start to see the color just a little bit more. There it is. Yellow flag as that cigarette pace boat gets up to speed. He doesn't like him yet. It's got to get him lined up. If it's not lined up by the time they get to the green buoy, the race will start. No green flag yet, it doesn't look like. There is Frame. That's Yabba Dabba Doo. That is Simmons. As we look back for that green buoy. And no flag. But we are going green flag racing here in Sheboygan for the first time. Classes 4, 5, and 6 taken to Lake Michigan. There is Rum Runners out to the early lead in Class 5. There is Framed Offshore out to the early lead in Class 4. Look at the air they're getting already.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Rum Runners getting a good jump on that inside, taking advantage of that pole position. But here comes Framed again, I believe on the outside, Framed Offshore Marine with John Jeniak Jr. and Mike Flamia.
They've got that boat looking good. That's a squirrely boat. That boat likes to shine walk and bounce back and forth side to side. They've got it running really flat in these types of conditions. That's going to be Simmons to the left-hand side of them. That's their Class 4 competitors. That's a 34-foot twin-engine Phantom against a 29-foot Extreme. And it looks like Simmons was able to get around Framed Offshore. Mike, that's a really good comparison. First of all, how much air they're getting and how the two boats are running differently. And Frame's in a bad spot because they're getting washed down. And big jut there over behind them.
Yeah, getting caught up in that prop wash right there. You can see they're right back there behind them, and that's not going to help their times at all.
Well, no, not at all. And they have to maintain their lanes going through the first corner. But I think they're just getting so much whitewash back there. They're having trouble just finding out where they want to be and lining up with the buoys. All of our classes really grouped up here together going into this first turn. 3 laps for all of these classes here, but look at the air they're getting.
Oh, I'll tell you, and it's amazing because we can take a look over the monitor right here, and you can see them going down the front straightaway, much to the delight of all the great race fans here in Sheboygan.
Not normally you see a Class 5 boat Rum Runners out in front of a Class 4 boat, and especially a boat that's not as long as the other one, but that is the case. Rum Runners leading in the Class 5. Looked like Tunnel Vision was in second as they head into this turn.
Yeah, once again.
And all the conditions in these turns are going to be different. There is Tunnel Vision. They were your winners in New Orleans.
Well, I'm looking as they make this turn up there on the north side of the track, they're going right into the wind right now.
Right into the wind, right into the sun, trying to line up with the buoys. As they get ready to head now south, down towards the dogleg of this course. Rum Runners is your leader in Class 5. It looked like Tunnel Vision was in second. And just an update, Yabba Dabba Doo just now coming in front of us in the broadcast booth. The other Class 5 boat.
Yeah, that's Brian Unger and J.D. Ivins.
And there is Fran and Tom. So Mike, if the conditions were any different, I would definitely say that something is weird with Rum Runners to be able to outrun. That's a 29-foot boat against a 34-foot boat, and in these conditions, length matters, right? Size matters out here.
Right.
And it's just odd to me that Rum Runners should be able to pull away from 2 Class 4 boats. It should be able to outrun it in the rough.
Well, with 3.5-foot waves out there, you definitely want that stability, and Rum Runners doesn't have the stability that most of these boats do have out there. But still maintaining that first place position.
No, but running-wise, performance-wise, Rum Runners just looks the best. Look how flat that boat is. It is just taking off, running flat. They've probably got the ballast tank in the front of it filled up, but if you go nose high, you're scrubbing off speed. If you can run flat, if you can take off flat, land flat, that's where your speed is in these conditions. And that Rum Runner Scarab just looks absolutely dialed in perfect in Class 5 here in Sheboygan. This is through the dogleg now, so they'll turn back left and then head towards the south side turn.
Now, Mike, tell me this, for like Rum Runners, what type of setup are you looking for out here with this rougher water?
weight,
ballast,
and weight. Yep. So these boats have a tank in the front of them that will fill up with either water it picks up from a strainer in the bottom of the boat or off the exhaust, water that's fed through the exhaust. And, some have a lever control. My old race boat had a lever control. Some do it electronically. It all depends on preference and how the boat is set up. But you're going to want to run ballast today. And I know that the ballast tank is full. I mean, it actually looks like it's kind of diving down a little bit in the front.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like a little nose heavy, actually.
A little bit, and it completely changes. If you've ever run a boat in head-on conditions and trailing seas, how you trim the boat is completely different, even in the pleasure boat world, because a trailing sea wants to push the boat forward. It doesn't lift the boat like a head-on sea does. So when they come around this turn here, they may want to dump that ballast tank, right, get a little weight out of the bow, and be able to kind of set it on the back of the boat. But we'll see what they do here as they go around, just now entering the south turn.
And again, they'll come back with the wind at their back down here at the south turn, down by the power plant. And getting ready to head into lap number 2. Once again, a 3-lap race here.
These turns don't look as treacherous. At least this one doesn't. Not as much as I thought it would. I kind of thought this was going to be the worst one of the bunch. But Tom and Fran have stayed pretty much in the water through that entire turn. Now, I don't know who that is behind them. It looks like it could be tunnel vision. So now we've got 2 Class 5 boats beating Class 4 boats. Or that might be Simmons. Very hard to tell from our vantage point, so if we bring you the wrong information, we apologize. So this is going to complete lap number 1 of 3 this time by.
Well, I'll tell you what a great job there on lap number 1 for our friends Tom and Fran from Rum Runners. Making it look easy out there, but I can tell you it's nothing.
It's anything but easy.
Anything but easy.
They are going to be some sore fellas tomorrow.
I was going to say, tell me, we were talking last time in New Orleans about some of these boats having a little bit of suspension in their seats. These boats right here, Rum Runners, no suspension, right?
No suspension in the seats. Most of the open boats won't have suspension in the seats because it's exposed.
Yeah.
To the conditions and the elements. And that's pretty high-tech stuff when you think about it. Some of the canopy boats will have it. Some of the Mod Vs will have it. But usually the open boats, no. I mean, you're just sitting on a cushion. When I raced, I like sitting on top of a throwable device, not for the padding, but it just kind of, the seat was real low in the boat. And it just kind of helped me get up and kind of see over the dash a little bit. Don't know what these guys do here. But that looks to be Rum Runners in the lead.
Yeah, we've got the top 3 all on the screen right now.
I think that's Simmons to the left and maybe Tunnel Vision to the right. Tunnel Vision, your points leader, coming into the second round of the Monster Energy Triple Crown Series. And this is Class 400, I believe. This is Simmons Marine. They are leading in Class 4 over Framed Offshore.
And I believe they're 4th place overall on the track right now.
Yep.
As we head into lap number 2. Once again, this first race here, a 3-lap race.
Jake Coons filling in for Jim Simmons. Knowing Jim as well as I do, he probably looked at these conditions and said, my back's not going to be able to do this, boys. You go ahead and take it out there and do it for me. As there is Rum Runners. That's framed all the way there in the back. Boat looks a little bit better this time, but, man, they are getting just a lot of air. That boat might have suspension seats. I know it had them in it at one point. But, man, what a shot here coming down towards this north turn, completed lap number 1 of 3. There is tunnel vision. Mikey, this is a true offshore rough water race. These throttlemen are working those sticks. I guarantee it. They are yanking back and forth.
Yeah, we were talking about that, the trust between the throttle man and the driver yesterday.
Yep.
It's kind of like, you can compare it to you and your wife going to Walmart and you driving and your wife actually, hitting the gas and hitting the brake. I mean, so there's got to be a lot of trust there, especially.
What a battle in Class 4, though. Framed and Simmons are going at it deck to deck. The 29-foot Extreme versus the 34-foot Phantom Hall. And, Mike, they just came into that turn side by side. Frame really liked this straightaway. And I think they may have actually taken the lead away from Simmons on the inside corner here. Wow, that'll be disruptive to Simmons' win there in New Orleans if Frame can come in here and win here in Sheboygan. Yes, they have taken the lead, and they have taken the lead by quite a bit.
And once again, we talked about the points. They're inverted points here, so you want the lowest score, not the highest score.
And just to update everybody, it looks like Team Velocity is leading in Class 6 as they just come into our vantage point.
And by the way, folks, coming up next, we've got...
There they are, boat number 611. Sorry?
Coming up next, our second race of the day, second start of the day, we should have our 200, 300 class. They'll be combined with the Mod V and the Super V class.
Yep. Of course, Velocity Powerboats. Scott McCormick just acquired Checkmate Powerboats and moved all the equipment down there to Florida. So now a 2-boat manufacturer owner, Velocity and Checkmate, both very historic brands. But they are leading in Class 6 over Cigar Monster Boat Racing Experience. Of course, that's called Boat Racing Experience because you can lease that boat. Oh, big air there by Framed Offshore.
Whoa.
They have pulled away from Simmons, though. This is not something I would have expected to have seen. This boat powered by a supercharged V8 engine. And the boat with a 525 could run very low 90s. When it went to Mod V, it could run very high 90s. I believe this boat could probably be close to 100 in the right conditions with the setup they have now. But just coming out here and making a statement in Class 4, Mike.
Yeah, you're watching the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge, round number 2 of the Monster Energy Triple Crown. We started in New Orleans. We'll finish in St. Pete. And for those of you that are just tuning in, you're watching the 400s, 500s, 600s, and 700s.
Now, I know this boat has ballast. If it's still set up the way it is when it was LSB RevX oil, it did have a ballast tank. It pulled it off of the trim, one of the trim tabs. I believe it was the port side trim tab. So I know that boat has a ballast tank in it, and I'm sure they're using it. This is now back to Class 7. Mike, these are going to be the heroes of the day next to Aqua-Cross racers because these are 22-foot boats bouncing around these conditions, and just watch these boys. Just watch them take the beating in these Class 7 boats. Brad Christopher and Connor Langheim in this 22-foot Velocity dirt legal.
You know, in some of those Aqua-Cross classes, you know, they're looking at 15 to 17-foot boats in length, too.
Yeah,
I mean,
right,
you know,
yeah,
so.
for sure. You know, you're only another 5-foot difference to get up to one of these, but the width of these is what really makes the difference. And I believe that's Yabba Dabba Doo, our third-place Class 5 boat, back behind this group. Owned a 22-foot Velocity for a couple of years. Great boat. This is one of the only ones out in this class right now. Of course, Class 7 was designed to be the introductory class to offshore racing, you know, with a limited speed of 60 miles an hour. You can put a stock outboard motor on the back of it, really run anything that's 21 feet long. As that is Clue Watch Racing Blind River Bar. Oh, wow. Kind of tripped there over that wave. Looked like they were going to maybe stuff it just a little bit, but a good save as we look at Yabba Dabba Doo, currently running in third.
As your top three all working their way right to left down the front straightaway as we view it here from the Blue Harbor Resort. Lovely Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Well, Mike, we're missing a boat that was in New Orleans in Class 5 that is not here, and Yabba Dabba Doo actually came in second place. So I don't know if this team has said, you know what, let's just conserve the equipment here in Sheboygan. No reason to beat it up and do any damage to it. The Offshore Outlaws team, the Belafados, Damian Marotta and his son did not make it up here to Sheboygan. And we've got another boat that's new in here that's kind of mixing things up with Rum Runners. There is Framed Offshore. Now they're getting ready to put Tunnel Vision a lap down. And, man, Tunnel Vision has slowed. Well, so is Framed.
Yeah, it looked like
something's going on, we believe, maybe on the course. Hard to say. But our second-place boat in Class 5 and our first-place boat in Class 4 both slowed. This should be the start of lap number 3. We shouldn't be done, I don't believe. Now Frame starts to pick up the speed just a little bit.
Yeah, it looked like they were kind of pitted right there behind Tunnel Vision, was trying to get out of the prop wash and definitely had to get out of it. So you got Dirt Legal Velocity Factory Racing 789 currently in first place. And in second place, we've got Cluewat Racing.
And thank you for spelling that name that way so we say it correctly the first time.
Yes, we
don't
appreciate
realize
it.
how much that means to announcers who get occasionally put in their place for not saying something correctly. Here is Rum Runners. They are your leaders in Class 5. They have put on the show of the day. This thing just looks absolutely perfect. And I don't think they're dumping that ballast coming with the waves. It's not truly with the waves. It's more of a quartering sea. But it doesn't look like they were dumping the ballast there. It was still pretty bow down.
So again, Rum Runners on their final lap here in the first race of the weekend with our Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown as a part of the Mercury Racing, the Midwest Championships here in Sheboygan.
Now, if it finishes as it does, Tunnel Vision would still have the lead in the Monster Energy Triple Crown Series because they were our winners in New Orleans. They came away with 1 point. They'll get 2 points here, and that will put them in 3. Rum Runners only get it. Well, Rum Runners will get 1 point here. That's we're gonna have to figure that part of it out because technically it would give Rum Runners the lead, but they did not race in New Orleans.
Right.
There is Mike and Brian in that Pantera hull.
Yeah, we had a light turnout in New Orleans, and as you pointed out, 522 Rum Runners not in attendance. And we're taking a look in the bracket class 400. Framed Offshore Racing, number 443, is your leader. Simmons Marine on boat number 404 currently sits in second.
Well, what a race for Framed Offshore. Those guys, man, for their first time in the boat here for the Triple Crown Series, just making a statement against the veteran team of Simmons Marine. As we look at Rum Runners.
John and Mike doing exactly what they need to do to keep that Tunnel Vision, or Framed Offshore Marine rather, out in front.
So Rum Runners continues to be the overall leader here on the final lap. And then, believe it or not, it's the 2 Class 4 boats, and then our second place Class 5 boat, Tunnel Vision. So this is just a clinic put on by Rum Runners. I said it early at the beginning of our broadcast, I didn't think anybody would break out of their speed bracket, but look, Fran and Val are 2 great racers. They know exactly what to do. They know how to set up that boat, and I don't ever want to say that they broke out, but just the fact that they're beating 2 Class 4 boats, which are bigger boats, in these conditions is definitely saying something.
Well, a nice ride there, as I believe the checkered flag will be coming out this next time around for Framed Offshore Marine. Doing a great job out there, John and Mike, keeping Framed out in front.
Class 600 team Velocity Powerboats continues to lead Cigar Monster Ultimate Boat Racing Experience in the second. There is the Velocity, of course, representative of the old Factory 1 days. This boat built very similar to what Steve Stepp used to race.
Bob Splitulski is your driver there.
Spitlusky,
okay. And Scott McCormick is your throttle man.
Scott McCormick, always a very light-hearted guy, always happy to be around. And good to see Velocity making the statement, buying Checkmate powerboats and just, growing their footprint in the market. I know he's coming out with a big center console. So a lot of things happening down there at Velocity Powerboats. They continue to lead in Class 6. Now this should be your leaders in Class 5, Rum Runners. Putting on a clinic, Mike.
Boy, I'll tell you, Rum Runners really looking good out there. And again, they got a great start, but you said the ballast has a lot to do with it.
Ballast has a lot to do with it.
And they are staying parallel out there to Lake Michigan.
I don't know if Tunnel Vision has a ballast tank or not. I'm fairly certain that it does. And I really expected that Pantera to really just be able to chew this water up. There is Cigar Monster Ultimate Boat Racing Experience. This is a Rendell 1 design. The short name is a Bat Boat, kind of because it looks like something you'd see from Batman. But you can actually lease this boat, come out and race in Class 6, Ultimate Boat Racing Experience. That's the point. Of course, founded by the late Chris Rendell. I've run one of these boats. We should just lock our arms together really close, and that's what it's like sitting in that thing.
Oh,
it's really, really small inside that boat, but they are super cool. I know a ton of people that have gotten into offshore power racing because of that, and I know tons of people that have just raced to race for the experience, all with Ultimate Boat Racing Experience. So if you want to get your feet wet in the sport, that's a good way to do it. Here is Rum Runners, your leaders in Class 5.
And Rum Runners approaching that checkered flag, which should be dropping this time around. Again, going back to Mike Sadlin, got the opportunity to have breakfast with Mike, who is the throttle man on the Cigar Monster out there, and talked about they're bringing a vintage boat race back down to South Florida. Asked
Tarvis, right?
Tavares, yeah.
Right? I know that race well. Know some guys from back home that'll be racing down there. Now, there will be no checkered flag handed to our winners here in Sheboygan. They are to head straight back to the docks. Our winners will go down, and hopefully our pit reporter, our Progressive Launch Zone reporter Taylor, will be able to catch up with our winners as they come in. But Rum Runners just putting on the clinic. And Mike, I think they know it now. To me, they've slowed. I think they see the finish line in sight. And they're just like, let's get this thing over it. Now, all of these guys are only going to race once here in Sheboygan, so once this is done, it's over for them. Our spec classes will race twice. Big air there. That should be dirt legal velocity. They are your leaders in Class 7 against Aqua-X Racing.
By the way, we'd like to say very...
And some big hops. Look at the air there, though. And that's framed offshore. I'm sorry, Mike. That's framed offshore coming up in the middle. And there is Rum Runners. Rum Runners was getting ready to lap Class 7 boats, Mike.
Wow. Absolutely amazing.
I mean, in these conditions, it's not particularly hard to do, but...
You know, you watch the beating that these guys are taking out there. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do. Rum Runners pulls to the inside of the course. That's a good shot of Aqua-X. Mike, I believe, I'm sorry, Aqua-X is leading in Class 7. I don't know what happened to dirt legal velocity, but they are not in the lead anymore. It is Aqua-X.
As they get ready.
Blind River Bar, your leaders now in Class 7. All the other classes should pull in. Framed Offshore's pulled in, so I think they are your winners in Class 4. Of course, all of these results are unofficial until the GPSs are read to make sure they broke out of their speed bracket. I'd be surprised if anybody did, but for Tom and Fran to run the way they did in Rum Runners, definitely going to be looking at that GPS. There is dirt legal velocity, so they are still on the course and still running. Currently in second place in Class 7. And that's Yabba Dabba Doo come across the line in third in Class 5.
So in Class 5, you have Rum Runners, followed by Framed Offshore Marine and Yabba Dabba Doo taking that third place position.
Framed Offshore is Class 4. Framed Offshore in Class 4. Tunnel Vision should be in second in Class 5, I believe.
Right, yeah. For some reason, I was thinking there was only 2 combined classes here. I do see that there's 3, yeah.
There is Simmons, Jason Zolecki, and Jake Coons. Not the day they wanted to have. But again, if you're running in a bracket class race, you may think that the boat in front of you broke out of your speed bracket. So then you just run a conservative race hoping that something happens with their position and you get bumped up into first place. Maybe that's what Jason and Jake are thinking.
And again, you do get a penalty if you do break out of your speed
you get
bracket.
Relegated back to last place. But what a run by Framed, man. I can't say how proud I am of those guys coming out here in the second Triple Crown race of the 2025 season. Here is Tunnel Vision. They are currently second in Class 5 behind Rum Runners. Kind of surprised. This boat can run right with Rum Runners, and if something happened, they just didn't look as fast as they normally do. We'll catch up with Mike and Robert after the race to see what they have to say. A 28-foot Pantera hull.
Once again, coming up next, we'll have the Mod V, Super V, Bracket Class 200, and the Cat 300.
Cat 300. I keep calling it Cat 200. I apologize. So there is Tunnel Vision as they get ready to head back. Beautiful shot here of Blue Harbor Resort and the beach. And let's look at some highlights of our first race of the day. Classes 4, 5, 6, and 7. Bit of a chaotic start. All the boats were kind of bunched up together, but it was Rum Runners, Mike, that just put on a clinic.
Boy, I'll tell you, they came from that inside, kind of slingshotted just a little bit. And once they got on out front, there was no looking back.
Yeah, and it's no clean water, right? It's just rough. You're not getting clean water. You're just going to have to run it. But the boat just looked absolutely perfect. It just flew. This is a great shot. Look at the bow coming up on all the other boats behind Rum Runners. And Rum Runners was just perfectly flat the entire race.
Picked it up, parked it in that corner, made the turn.
There's also a great race in Class 4 between Framed Offshore and Simmons Marine. Framed Offshore making their debut in the Monster Energy Triple Crown Series. They took the win in Class 4, and there is Velocity, your winners in Class 6. And Aqua-X Racing Blind River Bar, your first-time winners in Class 7. Great day here in Sheboygan. Race 1 in the books.
That's right. Just around the corner here from race number 2, and after race number 2, we'll have a helo refill and come back around 3 p.m.
All right, here are our results. Of course, these are all unofficial until the GPS has been read. Your winners, Dirt Legal Velocity Racing. It looked opposite to me, but that's the way scoring, timing, and scoring has it. So Dirt Legal Velocity, your winners in Class 7. Aqua-X Racing Blind River Bar in second in bracket Class 700.
And we got Team Velocity Powerboats, the big winner in the bracket class 600, followed in by the Cigar Monster on boat number 603.
Next up should be Class 5, and it was rum runners all day in Class 5. Fran and Tom just checked out and never looked back.
Yeah,
Yabba Dabba Doo now scoring in second, Tunnel Vision in third, so that makes me think the Tunnel Vision definitely had something wrong. And last but not least, Mike, Class 4.
That's right, the bracket Class 400. It was 443 framed Offshore Racing taking the win just over Simmons Marine on boat number 404.
What a great race by Framed Offshore. That boat used to run in Mod V, and it used to also run in Super V Light, was owned by Britt Lilly. We'll see Britt Lilly today in the Dirty Money SuperCat. That was actually Britt's first race boat that he owned and kind of what started LSB Extreme Powerboats as he now builds them out of Arnold, Maryland. But those are two great guys. John and Mike are just awesome guys, and it's super pumped to see them come out here in these conditions because I definitely thought they were probably at some sort of a disadvantage.
Well, I'm pumped for the rum runners, guys. Tom and Fran, they did an absolutely amazing job, actually winning outside their bracket, if you want to say.
They're overall winners.
Yeah. So congratulations to them. An amazing job there on the 522 rum runners boat.
Beach starting to fill in here just slightly, as that is a Blue Harbor Resort off to your left. That is the power plant we keep referring. That's the south end of the course. You're looking south now. Just a beautiful day. Mike, I did see some surfers earlier out here. Maybe getting some longboards out and do a little surfing as the chop continues to build here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. So up next, it's going to be Mod V, Super V, Class 200, and Cat 300 coming up next. Of course, Mod V is going to have North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. Kirk Hanna, Mark Renda. Boat number 51, El Bandito, Tequila Sunprint, Steve Furman and Steve Miklos. RNS Racing, Howard Richardson and Tom Crowley. Of course, Tom Crowley just winning in Class 5. And our winners from New Orleans, Mike, boatfloater.com, Steve and Stephen Kildall.
Yeah, it was very nice to meet them last night at the street party. Great people.
Been racing for 41 years, but then his wife, Kim, said you had to minus a year, but then Addie, I don't know. It somehow ended up being 41 years, but...
she was throwing equations at us.
Yeah, Steve Kildall's been around for a long time. Actually has a new boat being built right now by LSB in Arnold, Maryland. They were our winners in New Orleans. Only one boat here at Super V. That's going to be Cortez Cove, Kirk Brito, and Robert Locklear. They have a new fountain apparently being built down at the Fountain Factory in Washington, North Carolina. Class 200 OC Racing, Joseph Oliverio and Billy Glick. And what about Cat 300?
Boy, I'll tell you got some great racers there in Cat 300. Yeah, you had said Cortez Cove. I was going to just speak a little bit about Brito.
Okay.
Like Kirk Brito, this guy actually got his start doing jet ski freestyle.
Ooh.
So he's now out here.
Did he do jet ski freestyle at night at Havasu?
Yeah, he has before.
Well, okay, that's
he
pretty
has
cool. We
before.
talked about it yesterday. That's what made me think of that.
His first win in jet ski freestyle was actually back in the 80s.
Wow.
At in Isla Morada at the Holiday Isle Resort.
That's pretty cool.
Way back in the day, but he he actually did Aqua-Cross, so he kind of graduated, through the procession, and now running with Cortez Cove and Robert.
Cat 300 is going to have Jackhammer Steel Industries, Connor Langheim and Ricardo Maldonado. Of course, Connor just pulled double duty running in Dirt Legal Velocity, and then you've got C4 Lanier Motorsports. Mike Bethan and Sean Lanier are two Cat 300 boats. These are single catamaran hulls, 23 to 26 feet in length, weight 3,200 pounds, one single Mercury Racing 300R engine. This is a new class as well. This is kind of supposed to mirror what Class 7 is, with the introductory class into boat racing. I believe Taylor has caught up with some winners down at the dock.
I sure do. I found the place to be, and they're pulling up right now. And as I heard, they're still showing their skill. We're doing great, but I'm sure you guys are doing absolutely much better than me because I'm here to give you the checkered flag. Congratulations. You can hold that up, wave it.
How you doing?
And the camera's right behind you, so I can get you to flip around. Just get a little chat. I know you got lines in your hand. Yeah, you're good. You're good. We'll have a chat with you up here. I've heard on the live stream that you guys have put on quite the master class out there.
Yeah, we did well. Fran did a great job throttling. It's definitely rough out there, and I think we did well. I think we beat all the classes that were out there, so he did an awesome job.
I think you absolutely did. And it is rough. I saw you guys coming in going, oh, man, shaky hands. What was it like?
Honest to God, I don't even know where to begin because I'm I don't know. It's like I want to cry one second and hug him the next, and I don't know. It's like insane. It was just, honest to God, I didn't think we would do as well as we did. But you just got to really seriously like keep a clear mind and just focus on what you're doing, your whole program. And I got to thank Tom, seriously, man. He's man, seriously, hitting that water directly straight on him about every time, get a rhythm going, and it was just fun. And I'm out of breath. I need a tall Captain and Coke. Oh my God.
You're in the right place, and as we know, teamwork makes the dream work, and you guys did that today. So big congratulations. Get up there with your teammate, wave that checkered flag. Quite a celebration. Congratulations, you guys.
Fran showing some emotion there as he takes the win in Class 5. And we apologize, we wrapped up the Class 7 race. Wasn't quite done yet there when the other boats finished. They were actually a lap down, but it was Kluwat Blind River Bar taking the win in Class 7. Dirt Legal Velocity coming in second place, and Yabba Dabba Doo has come across the finish line. A good thing, Mike, when all the boats finish in these conditions.
Yeah, you know, these rough conditions, you're going to see a lot of mechanical issues. The boats are just taking a pounding. The drivers are taking a pounding as well. So to finish every boat, that is something else. And again, congratulations to our Progressive Insurance safety team as well, getting recognized by Progressive this season. And those are the guys that ride around in the helicopters. And if anything bad does happen, they're right there, Johnny, on the spot.
They are the heroes of the sport. They're the ones that jump in the water with the scuba gear on and get us out if we have any sort of problem. Sean Steiner and his entire team just do a fantastic job. Race 1 is in the books. As you look at your winner there, Rum Runners. Very emotional win for Fran. Kind of an emotional guy, but a great guy nonetheless. Really enjoyed how that race went for him. Second race is going to be Mod V, Super V, Class 2, and Class 3, or Cat 300 coming up next from Sheboygan, Wisconsin. This is the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge second stop of the Monster Energy Triple Crown Series P1 Offshore Racing. St. Petersburg coming up next in September.
Today's racing presented by Mercury Racing, Sunoco Race Fuels, Progressive Insurance, Experience Kissimmee, ICOM Communications, and of course, title sponsor here for the series, Monster Energy.
Now, I don't believe the helicopter will have to refuel between that race and the next race, so it'll be interesting to see if the boats start coming out. They should already be in the water. And we can see the harbor, you know, where they come in and out, so we should be able to see them, although the Mod V's are small boats. It's going to be kind of hard to see in these conditions as we wait for our other winners to head to the dock. So looking at Mod V up next, boatfloater.com. They put on a clinic in New Orleans, Mike. This is the oldest boat in the fleet, possibly one of the oldest boats here racing. No disrespect to the boat floater team. I mean, they know it. They admitted it to us last night. But they really checked out in New Orleans.
Yeah, I'll tell you, and what a great father and son combination right there. You know, you love to see that in racing. They always say the family that races together stays together.
Well, sometimes.
Sometimes.
I think Ryan Villapoto and Supercross may say something a little bit different. Not now, but, you know, it's hard, right? I mean, it's hard to you know, it's like working with your parents. You know, it's
Sure.
hard to have that relationship where you can turn off being a boss or a throttle man or a coach or a manager and be a dad. You know, I'm assistant coach of my son's baseball team, and it's tough.
Yeah.
But my son doesn't listen to me. He listens to everybody else that tells him what to do. Here comes framed offshore boat number 443. That is Mike Flamia sitting on the cockpit. Beautiful new wrap on that boat as Taylor has a winner. Oh, I apologize. She's waiting for frame to come in there as they get that boat docked.
There you go. She comes into frame.
We've got our bracket class winners for the 400 class. They're just pulling up now. We're getting lines on. Congratulations, guys. I'm going to hand you what you want to see. That checkered flag, that beautiful checkered flag means the win. Tell me about that race out there.
Oh, man, it was big water out there for sure. I mean, it's our crew, the boat, everything comes together in order to run a race like that. And it is just like running in the ocean on Lake Michigan.
Definitely rough conditions. I'm going to see if I can sneak in here. How was it out there?
I tell you what, guys, roughest race we ran. But that was for our crew, our sponsors, our fans, and Art Lilly. Because he got in this and started this thing with Britt. And, man, she ran like a champ today. It was awesome.
Emotions are high. Definitely worth it to be out here on the water.
Absolutely. Thank you, Michigan City.
Congrats, guys. Our bracket class 400. Excellent work.
And I apologize. I got the names mixed up there. All right, apologize there, got the names mixed up. That was actually Mike, or that was actually John that was sitting on the boat first when they were coming in. Mike was still in the cockpit. Huge emotional win, a lot of emotion there, as he is right. The late Art Lilly, father of Britt Lilly, passed away just a little bit, a year and a half ago, actually raced that exact boat with his son, Britt, when it was a Super V light entry. I was actually the crew chief for that team at the time.
Wow.
Did you get a beautiful look there at the beach?
Getting a very emotional victory.
Yes, that's the second one, because Fran in Class 5 also very emotional. Taylor's waiting for the other boats to come into the pits. Kids enjoying the 70-degree water here on this beautiful beach in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Mod V coming up next, Class 200, Super V, and Cat 300.
Yeah, I believe
our next race is coming up. I don't see any boats out yet, as conditions not really much changing, Mike, kind of staying pretty much the way it was since the start of that race. As you see, Team Velocity starting to tie up that beautiful 611 boat, your winners in Class 6. Taylor is with the winners. And Taylor is down with the winners.
All right, I'm down here with our bracket class 600 winners. I could have you jump in here with me. Who's my driver? Bob. Driver, how was it out there, Bob?
Wasn't flat, that's for sure. It was bumpy. The leg going out to the far turn was very challenging, to say the least, but a lot of fun. We enjoyed it. Boat was solid. No problems at all. We were dialed in. The setup was really good. Scott was solid on the throttles. I'd like to thank Velocity Powerboats, Scott McCormick for building a solid rocket here, and all our other sponsors, Innovation Marine, and I'm sure Scott's got a couple other. He's got a list, but we had a blast.
Excellent. Thanks, Bob. Scott, I'll grab a word with you, and I'll let you hold this as well. You guys can hold that up. That's what we all want to see.
All the way here.
Absolutely. Tell me about this boat performance out there on the water. Apparently, this is your creation.
The VR1 is a boat that's been hard to beat, going all the way back to 2000. We ran this in the factory classes, but we won every single race this year. World Championships last year, National Championships last year. Boat is absolutely awesome. Innovation powered us. We got Lavorsi, we got Sarasota Ford, Ameritrail Trailers. All these guys helped us get here. Boatbroke.com. Really awesome set of guys. But I was raised in the Great Lakes, and it was good to feel that water on my face again.
Well, excellent. Congratulations, guys, on a great win.
Hey, thank you so much.
Your winners in Class 6, Scott McCormick wearing that Checkmate Powerboats hat as he just acquired the Checkmate boat brand. All right, we're going to wrap up this part of our broadcast. Race number 2, Mod V, Class 200, Super V, and Cat 300 coming up next. I am Mike Uwaski for Mike Young. We'll be back right after this.
Head to St. Pete Clearwater for more. More dollars and cents. More room and board. More time and space. More fish and chips. More rhythm and blues. In St. Pete Clearwater, find just what you're looking for and more. Book now at visitspc.com.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here. Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge, round number 2 of the Monster Energy Triple Crown Series. Mike Yawoski for Mike Young. Mike, race number 1 in the books. Race number 2, boats are out on the course, but you mentioned earlier the Progressive Safety Team.
That's right.
And how important that is to what we do.
I think we've got a special interview with a special person down there.
I think we do. As we get a great look here at the beach. And let's look at that Progressive Safety feature.
I'm here with Sean from the Progressive Safety Team, and this is a very, very important part. Obviously, the racing is all what we're here to see. Something we don't really want to see is your team in action, but we did have a small incident in New Orleans. Luckily, with your Progressive Safety Team, everybody was safe. But if I can bring Ashton in, we have a model here, and Sean can tell me a little bit about what these guys put on and what it does for the teams if there is an incident.
Sure. Starting from top to bottom, he has a helmet to protect his head because sometimes we have to swim under the boats, and with waves and stuff like that, there's a lot of movement. So that protects his head. Obviously, the mask is for visibility underwater. Moving down, this is what we call a rapid diver. It's a specially designed rescue pack. Gives us about 20 minutes of air working time. Keep some additional tools on here, a flashlight for visibility. Pry bar here is for opening the boat hatches underwater, scissors, another cutting tool for seat belts, and he also carries a secondary knife on his leg for another cutting instrument. And fins are specially designed short fins to be able to fit inside the helicopter, as opposed to recreational diving fins.
Excellent. Well, if I'm in the water, you're the guy that I want to see out there for my safety. The Progressive Safety Team is always here, coming in handy when needed.
And thank you to Sean Steiner and his entire team, our Progressive Safety Team, as without them, we would not be doing this. They are the angels that watch over us and make sure that we are safe. Thank you to those guys once again. The beautiful look here at Lake Michigan. Race number 2 about to get underway.
And they are chomping at the bit as you can see them heading around the back section of the course.
As we get ready for Mod V. Taylor caught up with our points leader in Mod V, the boat floater team. Taylor?
Down here in the Progressive launch zone, and I have Steven from Boat Floater. They are leading the points right now in Mod V. We had quite a weekend in New Orleans during the Triple Crown. We're here for round 2 of that series. What's it going to be like heading into today's race?
Well, today's going to be a whole different animal than it was in New Orleans. Obviously, it's big water here, 2 days of racing, so that makes it a lot tougher. You got to get through that first day and make it to the final day on Sunday. So today's going to just be survival mode, try to get on that podium, but try to keep the boat together, and then we'll give it all we got on Sunday.
You guys have any tricks up your sleeve?
Honestly, just survival mode. It's big out there. The wind's been blowing all weekend, so like I said, we just got to keep the boat together, try to find a good rhythm, a good pace that'll keep us on the podium. Like I said, try to make it to the checkered flag and then leave it all on the line for tomorrow.
All right, well, I'll keep an eye out for you on the podium.
All right, see you there.
The team with a target on their back, Mod V, boatfloater.com, the oldest boat in the fleet. Great win for them in New Orleans. They like the rough water. These could be their conditions.
Well, I'll tell you, the Kildall did an amazing job down there in New Orleans, and they opened a lot of eyes down there in New Orleans. You know,
they did, for sure.
That being one of the oldest boats out there, a great father-son combination out there, and I think they're going to be tough to beat here in Sheboygan.
Definitely, and we all made the joke after New Orleans that why would you want to get rid of the old boat if it's running that good to go to a new boat? But technology advances, and as things get older, it's just harder to keep up the pace. Start procedure will be the exact same for all the starts today. So they will go down to the south end of the course, down towards Milwaukee or the power plant. They will come point north, and then they will line up. Once Jim Jackson, the starter on pace boat number 1, feels like they are lined up sufficiently, he will get them up on a plane under yellow flag. And at which point, at any time, he can release them if he likes the lineup. If he doesn't, he can hold them, but there's a green buoy. And by the time they get to that green buoy, if the green flag isn't up, that race starts at the green buoy no matter what. So a little bit different of a starting procedure here at the second round of the Monster Energy Triple Crown, the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge.
And again, we're going to have separate starts here.
Yep.
As the Mod V will be in the first start, Super V bracket class 200, as well as I believe the Cat 300 is going to be in the second start.
Cat 300 should be interesting to watch in these conditions. These are catamaran hulls. Catamarans notoriously don't run better in rough water because they don't slice through it as well. And these little tiny things, they're probably get tossed around a little bit out here. So it'll be really fun to watch the Cat 300 boats race.
And you said there's a lot of flight technology with these boats.
Yep.
You know, they're kind of built like an airplane wing.
Like an airplane, yep.
And I don't know, I wouldn't want to be flying today in a 23-mile-an-hour crosswind.
Yeah, no. But you can see the wind and conditions are building ever so slightly, now possibly up to 4-foot swells out there. But when we talked to everybody yesterday, Mike, they said it wasn't a consistent. Yesterday they said there were 5-foot holes out there, but they said they weren't consistent. Everybody said they could kind of get running, get in a groove, get the boat where they wanted. All of a sudden they would just hit a hole. The wave would just come out of nowhere. It's just like surfing. They're just in sets. And you just, especially with the glare and the way the haze is today, you're just not going to be able to clearly see the water. And you have no idea when that hole's coming. You just got to kind of be ready for it and know what to do if you hit it.
Well, you know, the one thing that I noticed was at the start of our first race, it was 26-mile-an-hour crosswinds. The winds actually died down a couple miles an hour, so now it's at 24. However, the waves are up to 4 feet instead of 3.5 feet.
Right. And there's no tide here, so it's not like the wind is going to push against the tide and, make the waves bigger or taller.
It's kind of like racing in a washing machine out there today.
But you can see the Mercury Racing Monster Energy banners. They are flying high and strong today in these conditions. And been here for 3 years in a row. Was here for the first Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge 3 years ago, back last year and this year. And I do believe these are the windiest conditions that we've seen during racing here. We did have big conditions the first year. It was a big groundswell that year, but it just wasn't this chop that we see here today. So it's a lot different conditions out here. So we have 3 extreme hulls in this race. We have all 3 generations, rather, of the extreme hulls. We'll call BoatFloater.com the Gen 1. That is the oldest, most original extreme hull. And then the El Bandito Tequila, Steve Furman, Steve Miklos, that is Generation 2. And that's the only one built in that era, or of the Gen 2 hull. And then Generation 3 is going to be NMBR Resort.com, as they are a new LSB extreme hull, so we'll call that Gen 3. Of course, there's a couple of those boats out there now racing.
Yeah, NMRV Resort. That's the North Myrtle Beach.
Yep.
North Myrtle Beach Resort. Great place. We got to hang out with a couple of those folks last night. Kirk's going to be your driver. Mark's going to be your throttle man there.
They're a great family. The Hannas are a great family sport, or a great family team, or team family, I guess you could say. They always bring their kids along. And just great people.
Always nice to have that support.
Yep. Family sport here in offshore powerboat racing, El Bandito Tequila.
Those of you folks at home, again, you can see the haze that we're dealing with here.
Yep.
And
it's not getting better.
No, not getting any better. And unfortunately, our camera angles are pretty tough right here, because it's hard for us to actually see the numbers of the boat, you know. Luckily, I've got such a great guy here, Mike Uwowski, who knows a lot of these boat drivers inside and out. And being a driver yourself, these kind of conditions right here, you know, what would be going through your mind before a start?
Save the equipment, save yourself. Just not, especially like Stephen Kildall said in that interview, you know, they're racing twice, right? They're racing today and tomorrow. Nobody wants to spend all night working on their boat. Go out and run your race today. Just know what your boat can do, and just know not to go past it. These conditions, look, by far not the worst conditions we've ever raced in, but conditions enough where you could get yourself in trouble if you have a lapse in judgment. You just got to be on your game and be smart. And you know, all these teams, all these teams have raced together for so many years in so many boats that they really don't need to communicate with each other. So it's not a matter of what happens inside the boat, but it's just going to be saving the equipment and keeping everything together.
Our Class 200 out there, single or twin engine, open or canopy V-bottoms or catamarans that are 30 to 42 foot in length. Boats are limited to 95 mile an hour at top speed. I don't think we're going to have to worry about that too much today.
Oh, maybe the Phantom in Class 2 can run. That boat might like these conditions. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no. Believe me, I appreciate you doing that. Catamaran hull, 23 to 26 feet in length for the Cat 300. Their weight is 3,200 pounds, and they're racing the 300R Mercury Racing engines.
So Cat 300 is our first, Mod V and Cat 300 are our 2 first spec classes of the weekend. These boats do not have limited speed brackets. They can go as fast as they need to go. However, they have technical rules. So that weight, 3,200 pounds, that's what they have to weigh when they come out of the water. If they're lighter than 3,200 pounds, that's a penalty infraction. Mod Vs, they have to weigh 4,750 a single step or twin step, and 5,000 pounds for triple step or more when they come out of the water. So there's different rules now that we're starting to see apply in the spec class racing. There's motor rules, there's prop rules, there's drive rules, a lot of different things happening within spec class. Again, they can go as fast as they want to go to be able to win. The Mod Vs on a good day can run really anything 90, 94, 95 miles an hour, maybe click a 96 here or there.
Now, you were talking about the weight disposition. Does fuel play a lot in that? I mean, are you going to try to fill up before you go out here? Or are you going to put just enough fuel to make it through that checkered flag?
All of these teams know exactly what these boats get for fuel economy. They know what they are either going to burn gallons per minute or gallons per hour, or they know what they're going to get mileage-wise, and they will calculate it based upon conditions. Now, it's not really going to mess them up now, but as we wait for some of the boats to collect and get together, you know, they're down there idling. They're burning fuel right now. So if you cut it too close, look, you're going to run out of fuel. You know, if you said, oh, I'm only going to put an extra 2 or 3 gallons in to just get me through getting down to the course and then start racing, you know, this is burning fuel. It's not burning a lot of fuel. It's burning enough fuel that it could play a factor in it. Yeah, fuel's a huge thing there. Ballast tanks, all of these Mod Vs have ballast tanks, right? Ballast tanks have to be empty when you go to get weighed. If not, that's going to kind of mess you up just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Got to leave the equipment on the boat. Can't take any helmet or life jackets or anything off the boat. It has to stay on the boat.
Lap distance here, 5.9 miles. We're talking about a 4-lap race, so you're basically, you know, looking at going about 24 miles.
Yep.
You know, 25 if you count, you know, your taxi out.
The only class that's not going to run 4 laps is going to be Cat 300. They are going to run 3 laps. Super V, Class 200, and Mod V will all run 4 laps, and Cat 300 will run 3 laps. That's going to be an interesting race for sure. I think we were waiting for the Cat 300 boats to get down there. I did see them kind of in our screen just a little bit as we wait for our pace boat to pick them up.
9 buoys. Of course, we got the Monster Mile on the front straightaway. On the back straightaway, got a little chicane. And then 2 sweepers, 1 on the north side and 1 on the south side. For those of you who are listening in, we sure do appreciate you tuning in here to our Monster Energy round number 2 of the P1 Offshore Racing Series as a part of the Midwest, the Mercury Midwest Challenge. Man, it's great to have Mercury here with us. Got a good friend that works over there in marketing, Tad Witten, who used to work with Mark Webber back in the day over at the APBA.
Yep, recognize that name. Mm-hmm. So this is our second race of the day. Our next race is going to be factory stock. Those are the Catamaran powered by the Mercury Racing 500 horsepower engines. Going to have a new team, boat number 25, Good Boy Vodka Go GPS. Rob Locklear and Christian McCauley joining the factory stock ranks. Then we're going to have SuperCat, 4 SuperCats here in Sheboygan. We didn't have any SuperCats in New Orleans, so we got 4 of them here. CR Racing Dirty Money, CJ Grant Gradell, and Roland Transport Class 1. Repeat of what we saw in New Orleans, DeFalco and Monster Energy MCon. Of course, DeFalco taking the win in Class 1. Factory stock Mottlick Injury Attorneys took the win in New Orleans. And then we've got Super Stock. 13 boats in Super Stock. That will be our last race of the day. That is going to be chaos. And they are racing again tomorrow. So you're definitely going to want to manage the equipment and be smart about what you are doing.
Yeah, and that should be going on right around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time for those of you who are listening in. And then the final event of the first day here will be our second Pro Enduro in Aquacross.
Yep.
Where Christian Daly took a win a little earlier today.
An interesting win nonetheless, too, because he didn't have that big of a lead for the first half of that race. But then the second half, man, he just checked out.
Yeah, well, the boy's in shape. And obviously comes from a racing family, so I'm sure he's getting a lot of coaching from dad and brothers.
All right, so we have a yellow flag on our pace boat. That means he's going to bring them up on a plane and get them lined up. Once he's satisfied with how they're staged, he will let the green flag fly. And we will be racing for the second time here at the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge, round number 2 of the Monster Energy Triple Crown Series from Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Beautiful Lake Mission. There you see the yellow flag. Hasn't quite started moving yet, but he is signaling them for it to get in line.
So that would be our starter, Jim Jackson?
Yep. And the first start, it should be nothing but Mod V, and I believe in the second start will be everybody else, Class 200, Super V, and Cat 300. Which would be interesting because I really think that Class 200 and Mod V could probably lap, or Super V could lap the Mod V boats here in Sheboygan just because they're bigger, longer boats, going to fly a lot better through these conditions. Well, we will see some big air. Remember, Framed Offshore, which ran in Class 4 just one race ago, that is a Mod V designed boat. It was actually built for Super V Light, but became a Mod V boat. And then when the Frames team bought it, they wanted to go run Class 4, so they took the Mod V motor out, put their own motor in, and now run Class 4. And I say that because remember how that Framed Offshore boat ran? There was a lot of air, bow super high, really had to work inside that boat. That's what we're going to see in Mod V here today. It's going to be a dogfight out there with these conditions for sure.
Yeah, and that's the North Myrtle Beach Resort, as well as El Bandito, RNS Racing, and Boat Floater. Boat Floater, again, has to be the odds-on favorite coming into this one.
I like Boat Floater. I think they're a good team, but El Bandito Tequila really runs good in the rough too. I expect those things. I expect a lot from that team. North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. We talked to Kirk Hanna last night. He told us, he said he's got something or he doesn't. So I said it last night. I'll say it. He's going to be first or last.
That's
based
it.
upon what he's got going on. And then you've got the number 19 boat, RNS Racing, Howard Richardson and Tom Crowley. That is a Bad Boy Powers boat. That is a one-off built hull. Nobody else has one like it. Racing in Mod V here in Sheboygan. So who knows what that boat could do? We haven't seen that boat run in real rough conditions yet. As we do have boats up on a plane headed north now on the course. Have the Angel One Progressive Helicopter, Progressive Safety Crew in tow. As we get ready, racing go Mod V. 4 boats, 3 extremes, 1 bad boy. No phantoms here this weekend. Let's see who can jump out to the early lead and take the win. We're going green flag racing in Mod V.
All right. Once again, 4 laps to glory here in Mod V as our pace boat will go back and get ready for start number 2.
North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort jumps out to the early lead. Boat looks fantastic. Mark Rennick, Kurt Hanna. Look at RNS Racing pouring on the speed now in second place. Where are our winners from New Orleans? BoatFloater.com. And where is El Bandito Tequila? There is Boat Floater. They are currently running in third. What a run for RNS. Howard Richardson and Tom Crowley. They have been working tirelessly on this boat, trying to get it running right, better. Like I said, this is a one-off entry here. There's no other boats. There's no data for this boat, so everything they do, they are doing it for the first time. And you can see it's paying off here in these conditions.
Meanwhile, back out to your leader, it's North Myrtle Beach RV Resort.com. Easy to pick out. Red boat, left-hand side of your screen as you're viewing it here from the P1 Offshore live stream.
I think that's El Bandito Tequila to the inside. I kind of wondered where they were. Here is Class 200. This is OC Racing. This is start number 2. So you've got OC Racing, a 39-foot Phantom hull. Billy Glick and Joseph Oliverio on board. And then behind this group, you should have the single Mod V hull with Kirk Brito and Robert Locklear in Cortez Cove. Back up to Mod V. North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. The all-red rocket continues to lead in Mod V going into the first turn.
Yeah, that's right. They're headed up to the north section of the course as we view it here from the Blue Harbor Resort. Special thanks to Blue Harbor Resort for allowing us to come out here and utilize their second-story balcony.
Yep. There is Cortez Cove, the lone Super V entry here in Sheboygan. Fountain Racing Hall, Mercury number 6 drives. Of course, Super V, one of my most favorite classes out there, and a class that's starting to kind of come back a little bit and get some momentum to it. I know this team has a new boat, I believe a new boat being built at the Fountain Powerboats factory in Washington, North Carolina. As there's a couple of these boats sitting around waiting to do something. This is your leaders in, look at that air there. This is your leaders in Class 2, OC Racing. That's a big boat to be catching air like that.
Yeah, I was going to say it came down a little bit sideways there.
And that's okay. I mean, the boat's going to, they've got trim tabs on it. It can come down a little bit sideways. It wasn't anything too scary. Very rarely will you see these boats barrel roll over from landing on the side. Most of the time it's going to be spinning out in a turn. But yeah. Billy Glick, the throttleman for this team, he is a super seasoned veteran. Used to race Super V, actually. Still has the boat. He was telling me last night. He actually owns a cool piece of history. He owns a Al Copeland Popeyes Cougar. One of Al Copeland's boats. It's a triple engine Cougar hull, aluminum hull. It is. I've never seen it in person, but it is super cool to look at.
Well, you still got North Myrtle Beach RV Resort.com out in front, and right now they have opened up a little bit of a gap. They've got about a 7-second gap between them and RNS Racing, being driven by Howard Richardson and throttled by Tom Crowley.
Here is Cat 300, and these are the boats I wanted to see. That is Jackhammer, the orange boat, on the inside, and that's Lanier Custom Boats on the outside. Two very distinct styling of boats. The Jackhammer boat, that's actually a skater canopy that they mated with that hull. And I forget exactly what the hull is. But Connor Langheim and Ricardo Maldonado running in Cat 300. Of course, Lanier Custom Boats. Whoa! That was a big stand-up there by that Cat 300 Jackhammer team. I'm not sure what happened there, but that boat just looks really, really different to me. It's setting a lot down on its port side. The motor was dancing around, and they have fallen off of a plane. That was a big hit. Not sure what happened there.
Yeah, probably shaking out the cobwebs in the cockpit right now.
They shook something out of there, that's for sure. That was a bad one. As we go back to our Mod V race, North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. We're your leaders. As we take a look at what happened to Jackhammer, it's really hard to say there. It looks like they kind of went up and tripped on the next wave, caught the back of the boat, and then maybe caught a little bit of a kicker wave after that. Threw them really hard to the left, and then just kind of forced them to a stop. So not sure what happened there. As we are continue racing. This is a boat down here, though. That looks like El Bandito Tequila, who to me didn't look like they were getting a good start. That's a lot of steam I see coming off the back of that boat. Usually that can be the signs of an overheat issue, especially with this cold water, 70-degree water here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
And getting tossed around.
That is Boat Floater. They were in second place in Mod V. So, Mike, a lot of shakeups. There's North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort. They are your leaders in Mod V. RNS Racing was in second. I haven't seen them come by yet. And I believe this is Boat Floater. Look at that, Mike, just losing that boat in the waves, just going completely out of sight.
So they are headed to the southeast section of the track.
There goes RNS Racing. So RNS Racing is still currently running in second place. So that means BoatFloater.com should be in third. Now, this is not what the Kill Balls want to have happen here, though, Mike. Both boats that are leading, or first and second place boats in Mod V, were in New Orleans. So this is going to truly, truly shake up the points.
It's going to put a lot of emphasis on the St. Pete third and final round.
It will, for sure. This class is going to go all the way down to St. Pete, for sure. And Boat Floater just doesn't look right. This boat should really like this water, and they're just not even really picking the bow up. Look how much they're not leaving the water, right? You're not seeing the prop end of the drive at all. Now, are they running conservative, thinking, they're way out in front, let's save the equipment? Hard to say.
Right.
But they are true competitors, and and it's very early on in this 4-lap event to say, well, we're just going to go out and take it easy, because here's your leader, and look at how they're running.
They're running smooth, like a hot knife through butter right now. That's North Myrtle Beach, RVResort.com.
This boat, I think, has suspension seats inside of it. In fact, I think I know it does, because you
can see they're just riding.
Jay Waltman rigged this boat up in Jersey, Speedmaster Marine. And they are your leaders. Mark, Hannah, and Kirk Rinda. Cool-looking boat, all red. Got the black eyebrow bandana there coming off the windshield. As they are now coming into that same turn where we had whatever happened with the Cat 300 Jackhammer boat, they are now headed into that same exact turn. And there is the Cat 300 boat, Jackhammer. We just saw it in our screen there. Couldn't tell what was going on.
And North Myrtle Beach RV Resort has a full straightaway lead over the rest of the pack right now. They're already on the north side of the track getting ready to head south.
And here is BoatFloater.com. They are currently running in third, and they do not look good. They actually, to me, have looked slower than what they did before. And we think El Bandito Tequila has possibly pulled off in the middle of the course. So lots of shakeups here in this Mod V race already. Of course, we have tending to the Jackhammer team right now, as they took a weird flyer in the turn there. So it's still BoatFloater.com in third, El Bandito Tequila in fourth.
And
see, it's just not flying. It's just not leaving the water. That means they're just not going fast. I don't care about ballast or trim tabs or any of the rest of it. And I think it's not even beyond saving the equipment at this point. I mean, they got to finish, right? They're in the running. They're in first place in points in the Mod B class, so they've got to finish at least. They'll currently get third place points. They won't be out of the running. But remember, racing again tomorrow, so it's a combined points total.
And again, you can take a look at the bottom of our screen right now, North Myrtle Beach RVResort.com, number 33, your race leader, followed by RNS Racing, about 10 seconds off the pace being thrown down. by first place. Boatfloater.com still in that third place position, and El Bandito Tequila, as you said, having some problems there a little bit earlier, came completely off plane, and we're not sure if they are exiting the course or not.
OC Racing has slowed around the turn. I'm not sure if they were just being kind of respectful of what was going on. It does look like we have a towboat now possibly hooked up to Jackhammer. It'll be interesting to see what happened to that team. Wow, OC Racing went out really wide in that corner. Actually, the Jackhammer boat's in the middle of the corner, actually, so they're kind of in a precarious position right now. Boatfloater.com is almost a full 1 minute behind second place in Mod V.
And we're on...
Yep. Of 4. As we race in these conditions, as you're looking at gen number 3 of the Extreme Hull, built by Britt Lilly, LSB in Arnold, Maryland. Built the first one for himself. I believe this is the third one, maybe the fourth. And I know he's got a couple more on order. Here is Cortez Cove, your leaders, running in the lone Super V. Of course, this is I don't know what fountain this used to be, but of course a Reggie Fountain built boat running the number 76, Reggie's famous number.
Yeah, I seen Jocelyn on Facebook the other day, who is Kirk's wife.
Yep.
With a Reggie Fountain autographed hat on. She said she was wearing her lucky hat up to Sheboygan, and that the boys were going to do good.
I remember I think we were in St. Clair, Michigan one year. Reggie was there, and he was going around and signing the dashes of the boats in the pits. So I don't think this was one of them, but I know there were a couple of boats that got their dashes signed by Reggie Fountain. Out of Washington, North Carolina, Fountain Powerboats, now owned by Fred Ross in the iconic Marine Group. Like I said, I think they have a new one being built. There's been pictures of it that have circulated around. And, Mike, I think El Bandito Tequila is out. Timing and scoring has not registered them coming across the finish line yet. So I think they are down somewhere on this 5.9-mile course.
Tough break.
OC Racing currently running in Class 200. Unopposed. And Lanier Motorsports are your leaders in Cat 300 after Jackhammer had an incident in the turn. And the boat looked weird going in. That was actually, I think that was actually El Bandito Tequila under tow that just went through our screen there as we watch OC Racing.
And by the way, for those of you listening in, after this race here, we are going to have a helo refuel, and then we'll come back with race number 3 right around 12:45 p.m. That's going to be your factory stock class. And race number 4, 1:45 p.m. That's going to be your SuperCat. Then we'll have another helo refuel. Then we've got Class 1 coming up at 3 o'clock. That Superstock class, I'll tell you what, you're really going to want to be in front of your screen for that one. That is going to be at 4 o'clock. Going to end the day with Pro Enduro Aqua-X Race number 2. That's the schedule for the rest of the day as we go back out here to your race leader.
Jackhammer Mini is a 23 Argo. Thank you to Eric and Pete for sending me that information as we watch OC Racing. So factory stock up next. The catamaran-powered hulls, with the catamaran-style hulls powered by Mercury Racing 500 horsepower engines. The new team, boat number 25, Good Boy Vodka, Joe Go GPS, Rob Locklear and Christian McCauley. 151 Express, the Young Guns, boat number 66, Ian Morgan and Nick Impresia. Brand new boat to the Triple Crown Series here, boat number 42. That is Jackhammer, Manatee Marine, Reese Langheim, and Julian Maldonado. MF Racing, Caleb Mead and John Tomlinson. The legendary John Tomlinson joining forces with Caleb Mead and Mead Family Racing. And then boat number 40, Mottlick Injury Attorneys, Logan Aiden and Giovanni Carpatella. Your winners from New Orleans. Got some 450 or some factory stock boats, Mike, that we didn't have in New Orleans, so I think it's going to be some good racing.
Yeah, going to be some excellent racing. I'm glad to see more people getting involved in the class.
Actually, 3 boats that were not in New Orleans here. That'd be Good Boy Vodka, Go GPS, Jackhammer, and MF Racing. MF Racing and 151 Express are MTIs. Good Boy Vodka, Go GPS is a Doug Wright, so is Mottlick Injury Attorneys, and Jackhammer Manatee Marine is a brand new hull, a Valor-built entry. And Caleb Mead actually took his first win here last year in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, so I know this is a special race site for his team and family. As we look at Lanier Custom Boats, they were running 3 laps here. I believe they might be wrapping up their race. They have nobody to race against, so you can guarantee that Mike Bethan and Sean Lanier were not going to go out and break the equipment in these conditions.
Yeah, no sense in it. Live to race another day. You're watching the Mod V, Super V, Bracket Class 200, and Cat 300 class here from the shores of Lake Michigan. We are in Sheboygan. Hope everybody's having a great time out there checking out the races this weekend. This is round number 2 of the Monster Energy P1 Triple Crown, which will end up in St. Pete, and I believe that's going to be on Labor Day weekend.
Weekend after.
Oh, it's going to be a weekend after?
I looked. Just because I was trying to make plans where I was going.
I'm in the middle of 19 in a row, Mike, so
I'm
still trying to figure it out, buddy.
RNS Racing is in second place in Mod V, North Myrtle Beach RV and Resort in the lead. I don't know if boatfloater.com, boatfloater.com has not gone by in timing and scoring. They were very, very slow, so they may be out now, and that would be detrimental. Not detrimental. I mean, it could change. Going to race again tomorrow, and we'll have 2 races in St. Pete. So not out of it by any means. And there is Lanier Custom Boats. They have pulled to the inside of the course. Now, they were only running 3 laps.
And you can see just how rough it is at home. This is what they're running in. It doesn't look that rough, but when you slow everything down.
No, it's rough. And especially in a cat boat like that, I part of me says, I'd like to go for a ride in it, but part of me likes my back.
Right. And
I guarantee it wasn't an easy race for those guys at all.
24-mile-an-hour winds, 4-foot waves. Things are controlled chaos here in Sheboygan.
NMBRVResort.com has about a 1-minute lead over RNS Racing, so that's probably just about a half a lap, I would think, here on this 5-point-mile course on Lake Michigan. As you look at boat number 76, Cortez Cove. Definitely need no reason to go out and run this boat hard. They are currently running unopposed in Super V, so just go out and get your points.
Kirk and Robert there in the Cortez Cove.
Not that they can't run hard and not that they won't run hard. They just, what's the point of breaking it?
Now, have you ever been to Cortez Cove?
I've not been to Cortez Cove, but I've heard good things about it.
Beautiful area down there. John Cadamus, another one of Kirk and I's real good friends. I used to live right down the street there from Cortez Cove. They used to call it the Kitchen. It started out as a little fishing village.
You are watching the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown Series for the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of P1 Offshore Racing, TWL Power Sports, Progressive Insurance, SBT, Sunoco Race Fuels, ICOM, Experience, Kissimmee, and Yamaha. Your sponsors of our series here. There's BoatFloater.com, so they're still out there running.
Yeah,
nothing's changed.
You got to hand it to the Kildall folks out there. BoatFloater.com, again, taking a win in New Orleans and trying to back it up here, but not having as great a day here, day number 1, but they'll be back tomorrow, I'm sure.
And luckily, it's not even. They're actually slowing, so I'm not sure what's going on with them. Like I said, I think they've had their issues during this race. Now, luckily, it's not even lunchtime here in Sheboygan, so they will get the boat back on the trailer and definitely have time to get it worked on. Here is your leader in Mod V, NMB RV Resort, in the Gen 2 Extreme Hull. They have led since the start. So, Mike, I guess what Mark did work.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Kirk said, Mark.
Oh, Kirk said it, not Mark. Sorry, Kirk said it. Yep.
Kirk, last night, we're talking to him at the street party last night, and he said, hey, listen, we're going to try something new here. We're either going to win or swim, pretty much. And
first or last, as Ricky Bobby says. So I think he did the better of the two.
Exactly.
As long as he holds on to it, he should finish. This should be starting lap number 4 for them this time by. Of course, Jackhammer out early with some sort of a weird tripping incident going through the north turn here. As we are wrapping up the second race of the day, as Mike mentioned, we will do a helicopter refuel, and then we will come back with factory stock. I am super excited about this race. It'll be interesting to see what Caleb can do with Johnny Tomlinson. Look, all the throttle men in this factory stock race are going to be absolutely spectacular. I don't know much about Christian McCulley. Obviously, Nick Impression, we know a lot about him. Julian Maldonado's proved himself. Johnny Tomlinson, no explanation needed. And Giovanni Carpatella. He is
coming off a win.
Coming off the win. And a very decorated throttleman from overseas racing. Of course, running with 222 Offshore and a variety of teams over there. bring a lot of experience with Logan Aiden in Montlick Injury Attorney. So I'm excited to see that race. Then we'll have SuperCat. Didn't get to see any SuperCats in New Orleans, so we'll welcome those guys out with open arms and Class 1, and then Superstock as we start wrapping up the day here in Sheboygan. Then we'll have one more Aqua-Cross race after that.
And we are currently on our final lap here for your race leader, who is in Mod V. That is the North Myrtle Beach RVResort.com boat, number 33.
It is actually easier to say NMBRVResort.com. I mean, I have it on a screen next to me, which helps, but that's a hard thing to say.
Yeah,
that's a lot of words.
That's why I went to the North Myrtle Beach.
I know, but then you trip on, like, to go from North Myrtle Beach, I don't know, it's a great name. It's hard to say.
Right. And he was telling us about that last night. He's like, you guys got to quit tripping over your tongues up there.
It's really hard. That's why I'm going to try and stick to one.
There you go.
Beautiful red Extreme Hull. They have led since the start. RNS Racing, man, what a second place for RNS Racing here, though. That is a win for Howard Richardson and Tom Crowley with as much work as they've had to do to this boat. Howard Richardson tows the boat himself, works on the boat himself, just him and his wife, and they are really, really dedicated to that boat, dedicated to the team, and dedicated to the sport. So for them to get second place, to me, that's a win for them. Hats off to that, and it should be BoatFloater.com still in third. Although, well, they went in. Well, they got third either way because El Bandito Tequila went out early. So they got third no matter what.
We are currently on the final lap, about a half lap to go for that boat that's on your screen right there, the North Myrtle Beach RV Resort.
No more V-bottom racing after this, Mikey Young. It will all be catboats after this. And catboats will fly high in these conditions. These teams are going to have to really think about, especially Superstock. They're probably going to be violent's the wrong word, but they're going to be the craziest, I think, in these conditions.
Right.
They're the smallest of the catboats in the races coming up. It'll be interesting to see what the factory stock boats can do as well. Of course, the Class 1 boats, plenty big enough. And SuperCat. Looking forward to SuperCat. CR Racing, Dirty Money, CJ Grant Graydale, and Roland Transport coming up in SuperCat. Of course, Roland Transport, the lone outer limits, and the rest skaters in SuperCat. In Class 1, we're going to have a Victory Hull versus a Skater Hull, and then Superstock. But the list is too long for me to name all the manufacturers. Might not even know all of them.
Well, I tell you, MCon had a really nice display last night at the street party.
Yes, they did.
Showing off those 4 turbochargers.
Yep. They do a cool thing. A while ago, these teams started putting clear engine hatches on. So when the boats are tilted up, you can actually see what's going on inside. And Motorhead gearheads love it. Wish there was an easier way to show what inside the cockpit looked like. We were actually standing in front of a Lake-Eli's boat, and a kid came up and said, "Can I get on your boat?" I'm like, "Dude, if it was my boat, I wouldn't care, but I can't let you on somebody else's boat."
Yeah, I was going to say, I was going to give him a pass. So again, the checkered flag should be coming out this next time around.
So they should, North Myrtle Beach RV Resort should come around and take the checkered flag in Mod V. RNS Racing in second. And BoatFloater.com, we haven't seen them come by. I think they did pull in, but they were able to secure a third place as El Bandito Tequila, a team not known for barely starting a race out on the very first lap. It'll be interesting to catch up with Steve Furman and Steve Miklos to find out what happened to that team.
Well, I was just taking a look out here with the binoculars and trying to figure out where our ops boat is down there, but even the binoculars won't reach it in the sea haze here. As once again, final lap here, and we are just waiting on that checkered flag for North Myrtle Beach RV Resort. Have driven a great race here. Again, you got Kirk Hanna is the driver, Mark Rinda, your throttle man, as they make the turn down there at the south end and headed back toward the beach here in Sheboygan. It's a great day here at the Blue Harbor Resort. That's where race headquarters is, and one of our many host hotels here in Sheboygan. Again, special thanks to them for allowing us to kind of invade the back section of their property and take over with the broadcast here. And once again, this is round number 2 of your Monster Energy Offshore Series. And Final round, again, going to be coming up in St. Pete, but you're, again, watching North Myrtle Beach RV Resort cruising in for a victory as they've got about a minute lead over second place, which is RNS.
Sorry about that, Mike. Want to get up and talk to race control for just a second here. As North Myrtle Beach RV Resort, like you said, will come across, take the checkered flag. Not an easy win, but they made it look kind of easy in these conditions. Mike, if you stand up, I went over there and stood up and talked to race control. It's getting rougher.
Yeah, it's definitely getting rougher. It's supposed to build throughout the day, and that's one of the things they
As
started.
you said, the sheep are further out.
Yeah, exactly, and you don't want the sheep further out. You want them in close.
Yeah, I mean, I expect this. I'm looking down the beach to see if I see any surfers, but I don't see any. But, I mean, these conditions are definitely favoring getting a longboard out and hitting some waves. As Cortez Coves come by, here's North Myrtle Beach RV Resort. By our camera shot, it's kind of hard to tell where they are on the course, but I believe they're running up the north leg now, coming from the Milwaukee side of the power plant side, as they will take the checkered flag in Mod V, NMBRVResort.com. Taking the win, RNS Racing in second, Bowfloater.com in third, and El Bandito Tequila in fourth after an unfortunate, not an unfortunate, but something just happened to them.
Yeah, tough break. Again, you can see just how hazy it is, and you know, from our vantage point, it really doesn't look that hazy. But once you get out there,
yeah, I think
mean,
if you're down there lower, yeah, it's probably a lot worse. Lanier Motorsports took the win in Cat 300 after Jackhammer had some sort of an incident in the first turn. It's like they jumped up and tripped and stuffed the boat, and they had to get towed back in. And Cortez Cove will take the win in Super V, and OC Racing will take the win in Class 200. Your winners in Mod V, NMBRVResort.com.
Congrats to them, and again, first place is what he wanted to be last night when he was talking to us. He said, we're going to try something different. Well, whatever they tried, keep on doing it.
And it worked. And unfortunately, this was not the race that the Killdalls needed to have, because they were your leaders in the Triple Crown Series coming into Sheboygan. Now they've had two boats go in front of them, so they got 3 points added to their 1 point. They now have 4. I believe we'll have to look at the standings, but I believe North Myrtle Beach RV Resort came in second.
That's what I was thinking. I was just going to ask you that. I'm pretty sure they were second, so that would put them in the points lead heading into tomorrow.
Look how rough it is even inside the canal there in the channel. I mean, we're losing sight of boats going in behind a jetty. There is RNS Racing, as Mark and Kirk will head over to Taylor down at the docks. The first year we raced here, Mike, they actually brought in the F1 Powerboat series, which is the little tunnel boats with the Mercury Racing motors on the back of them, and they raced in that harbor.
Wow.
And we did it from a scaffolding, not right there on the rocks, but just a little to the left-hand side of our screen. And we'd face one direction and announce one race, and then we would just turn right around and face the other direction and announce the race behind us. It was a lot of fun doing that. That was the inaugural event here at the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And at that time, people lined that whole concrete pier.
Wow.
I think that was brand new the first year we were here.
Was that the Tim Siebold series?
Yep, that was Tim. Yep. Mm-hmm. That was a very good time. I was joined by Matt Trulio in the booth that season. As NMBRVResort.com heads in to take, or they did take the checkered flag, but they will get the checkered flag from Taylor as they head to the docks. This is RNS Racing. My hat's off to Howard Richardson and Tom Crowley. What a great race for this team. As I said earlier, this is a victory for them with all they have to do to this boat to get it right, to get it fast, just to get it to handle. There's no data. Nobody owns one of these boats. There was one of these built, and then the guy that built Bad Boys built like a couple other big ones, but that was it.
I was going to say, you said this was a one-off haul.
This is a true one-off haul. There's none of these out here.
It's kind of crazy, you know, in this Mod V class, how you have a Gen 1, a Gen 2, a Gen 3, and then you have a one-off.
Yep.
So all 4 boats a little bit different.
And even with the Phantoms, you've got different generations with Phantoms. We didn't have any here this weekend. Interesting fact about this boat, if you look at the canopy of the boat, it kind of looks like the top of a Corvette. Well, that's because it is. When they built the boat, they actually took the molded a Corvette basic canopy off of the car, and then made that the mold for this to put on top of this boat. Here is boat 221, OC Racing taking the checkered flag in Class 200. They were getting some big air at the start of the race, but as it went on, no reason to break the equipment. So they dialed it back just a little bit. Joseph Oliverio and Billy Glick.
Exactly, running unopposed, no sense in breaking the equipment.
We did have another Class 200 boat in New Orleans, Justice League, but they are not here this weekend. As OC Racing heads in, it is getting rougher, and Mike, I felt like it got rougher quicker.
Yeah, well, they said the afternoon it was really supposed to pick up out here, and we are just afternoon.
Well, the weather gods in Sheboygan are perfect because it's 12:10.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing ever hits it right at 10 minutes past the hour. OC Racing will head back to the dock, and this should be, I believe, Cortez Cove.
The fountain.
The single lone fountain in Super V. There are a lot of Super Vs out there in the world. Brett Lilly, Kevin Smith own one. Evil Ed Smith in St. Clair owns one. Billy Glick owns one. I'm trying to think who else has got one. American Custom Marine's got one, but they have the Mercury 1350, so they wouldn't be in the class. This was one of my most favorite classes. The battle between Peter Meyer and Billy Glick in Key West one year. I mean, they literally went back into the harbor just banging off of each other. I mean, just unbelievable racing. Super V, just a really enjoyable class to watch run. Usually always a fan favorite. And listen to the tractor pipes as they come by. Such a distinct sound.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's OC Racing. I'm sorry. Again, we apologize. It is kind of hard to tell where they are on the race course for some of our shots here, especially these conditions continue. It doesn't look like it's deteriorating at home, but it is definitely deteriorating some. As it's just getting rougher and rougher by the minute. So that was OC Racing. They are your winners in Class 200.
I think the sun's pretty deceiving out there. You know, it looks
For sure,
sunny,
100%.
looks really nice. And
here's the winners in Super V, Cortez Cove, boat number 76. I said all that thing about my Super Vs, and I was looking at the wrong boat. But nope, it's this class. There's tons of them out there. Britt Lilly and Kevin Smith actually own this, not this boat, but the same model as this boat.
And they are coming in from the southeast section as we view it here from the Blue Harbor Resort.
And Sean Smith, Ed Smith's son, just texted me. I forgot about Brian's boat. Another Mod V entry. Team called Twisted.
So this is Cortez Cove getting ready to come down the front straightaway as they've already taken the checkered flag and again running unopposed. They will take the victory.
It doesn't feel windier, though.
No, it doesn't. I think
the
we're kind of
helicopter
blocked.
also has to think about wind, too, though. If it gets too windy, the helicopter can't fly because it becomes too unstable.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I've flown a lot, my 35 years on tour, but you get that crosswind. But let's go down right now to Taylor, who is with our winners in Mod V.
Down here with the Mod V winners, and the excitement is palpable. So I'm going to hand you this to add to that excitement, that beautiful checkered flag.
Number one.
What a Mod V race that was. Congratulations. I'll wait for you both to get out of the cockpit. How was that race for you?
Woo, you talking about?
It was a lot of work.
I feel like I've been put in a washing machine and rung around in a circle, man. It's a battle of the endurance out there. Really rough. I don't know if the camera shows how rough it really is out there.
A lot of hard hits.
Obviously, you guys came out of the wash looking pretty well. You got the win today. How was your competition?
I don't know. We'll have to view some video. I don't know.
We were in number one. I don't know where the competition was. We always act like they're right behind us, so that keeps driving and pushing us harder and harder. Well-earned win. We're excited. We've been working hard on this new boat built by Lilly Sport Boats, rigged by MER and Speed Marine, working really hard. So we're super stoked, super excited, but we have fierce competition out there. So.
All right, well, congratulations, guys. Excellent win, Mod V.
Thank you very much.
Well, Mark told us last night he was going to be first or last, and he lived up to his word, coming in first place in Mod V. What a run for Mark and Kirk. Looks like Lanier Motorsports is just behind them, getting ready to pull into the docks to catch up with Taylor as we wrap up race number 2 here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. And Mike, they were exactly right. They said that the camera deceives how rough it looks, but if you look from our vantage point, it is super duper rough here in Sheboygan. Your winners, NMBRVResort.com. Second place, RNS Racing. Third place, BoatFloater.com. And fourth place, El Bandito Tequila, who went out early with a mechanical issue.
Well, in the Super V class, it was Cortez Cove on number 76, taking the win in that one with Kirk and Robert.
And Class 200, OC Racing, Billy Glick and Joseph Oliverio, your winners in boat number 221, Class 200. And in Cat 300, it was Lanier Motorsports, boat number C4 taking the win, as Jackhammer will take second place by default, but they were out early after tripping it, maybe stuffing it in the north end of this corner. Cat 300, your winners, Lanier Custom Boats. And Mike, like I said, this class is really designed to be like Class 700. This is an entry, they want this to be an entry-level class, just to get people involved with racing as we wait for them to come over to the dock. Let's look at some highlights of this race, the roughest race of the day. It was NMBRVResort.com to the early lead, but what a strong run for RNS in second. Oh, big hop there.
Wow.
That is some big air, showing you how rough it is. Here is Cat 300, Jackhammer and Lanier Motorsports. And this was the incident that took Jackhammer out of the race. It's still very hard to tell what happened for that boat to pitch sideways like that. BoatFloater.com, not the race that Gilbert Wolves wanted to have, as they were slow from the start, and OC Racing, your winners in Class 200. What a run for RNS Racing, coming in second place in Mod B. Good run for Howard Richardson and Tom Crowley. But it was Mark Hanna and Kurt Rinda getting it done in NMBRVResort.com. All right, so we're going to have to do helicopter refueling next, Mike.
That's it. I would imagine we'll be back here in just a couple of moments. We are scheduled to start the next race here at 12:45, and that is Central Standard Time for everybody who is listening in. Again, I'd like to say a very special thanks to our good friends from Mercury Racing, as well as Monster Energy.
And Taylor has caught up with our winners in Class 300 as they get ready to dock that beautiful Lanier-built catamaran-style hull. These are cool-looking boats. I do like them. Taylor's catching up with the winners.
Here with our winners, we've got Mike and Sean. I'll wait for them. I'll come over there and hang out with you, and I'll hand you that beautiful checkered flag. We'll see if we can get your teammate over here. You've got this nice, beautiful boat. How was it out there on the water?
Rough.
That's been the common word here.
Mostly sixes on the outside and occasional even deeper, but the bottom's pretty strong.
Bottom is pretty strong, and you guys pulled off that win. What is the communication like when you're in there out in front?
Hold on.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was really rough. I mean, probably just whoever broke first, or that was about it. So we hung in there and just went at our own pace, just nice and easy, and finished the race.
You have to finish to win, right?
That's it, finish to win.
All right, we've got one more race coming up in St. Pete for this Triple Crown. What do you have to give it there?
Hopefully we got 2 wins. We got a win in Cocoa, and we got a win here, and second place in New Orleans. So we're in it for the points. That's why we're here. Try to get some at the end of the year.
Well, you've done that just today, so congratulations, guys. Hold up your checkered flag. Great win.
All right, congratulations to Lanier Motorsports, your winners in Cat 300. All right, so we've mentioned the helicopter has to refuel. Factory stock is up next. Let's see how that race shook out in New Orleans, the first round of the series, leading up to this weekend's event. All right, the yellow flag is up. We are headed down the straightaway. We're going green flag racing anyway. The start is up. They are going. And it looks like Sayless MF is going to jump out to the early lead, but there is Dima Bikini, and the firm is probably in those rooster tails. Look at that speed, though, Mike, on Dima Bikini. They're going to control that inside line.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have the line as they work right to left, as they view it there from the VIP stands. And as they go down, they're going down that monster mile right now. So they've got a nice run at that turn down by the causeway.
Their first time through it, and then they will get to the turn at the causeway. This is the wider of the 2 turns that will lead you back in the dogleg. Look at Dima Bikini pouring the speed on the inside. Great run for Leanne and Chad as they are going to have the inside lane. Now they will not have overtake, so they're not going to be able to stuff it in, and I believe Sayless MF could pinch down on them if they wanted to and take their line away.
Well, it looked like Chad and Rusty had a good jump on that start.
They did, yep.
Again, they popped out right in front, but then Demon Bikini pulled up right beside him again. But again, they're showing you some horsepower out there.
Well, and Rusty's got the experience. I mean, he knew what the start was going to be. He's got the experience on the boat, knew what the boat was going to do and how to accelerate. I think he just timed it perfectly. But look at the firm on the outside of Demon Bikini. They are trying to make a run for second, as Say Less MF seems to be pulling away just a slight bit as they go into this turn. 4 laps for this race here in Superstock.
Once again, nice view there with our drone footage.
Yep.
And special thanks to Green Flight.
The firm went out way wide there, wanted to carry as much speed through that corner. Let's see if it worked for them, if they were able to close the gap. Oh, yep, just a little bit. They are now solid up into second place. They will have the inside line going into the dog leg. So Pete and Ricky doing a great job as now they're going to chase down Say Less MF for the lead in Superstock. Now back into the dog leg.
So once again, only a couple seconds in between first and second. Probably only about 6 seconds in between first and third right now. So
yep.
Things still kind of tight here.
Yep, they're all bunched up together. And I apologize, I said that turn was towards the dog leg, but it's kind of conceiving because now this is actually towards the dog leg. And you'll see them kind of jog around back to the yellow buoy, turn right, and then head back down into the more tighter of the turns on our course, the hairpin turn, as I believe you described it in our course map.
Yeah, that's the 4 pins up at the west side.
Good shot of that red hull. Pete Rivero and Ricky Maldonado. Of course, Ricky's brother raced earlier today in Jack Hammer Mini. Ricardo Maldonado, Manatee Marine family, based on the west coast of Florida. Take care of a lot of boats within the racing fleet and a very successful team, the father and son teams working together. There is Say Less MF. They are your leaders in Superstock. There is the firm. They are currently running in second, about a rooster tail length, maybe a rooster tail length and a half behind your leaders. And Say Less MF.
Once again, I'd like to say a special thanks to Harvey Golf, International Marine, Jefferson Parish, and Progressive for all their support in bringing us here to Jefferson Parish.
So the red deflectors that you see in front of those motors are actually to deflect spray. The back of this boat, the deck of it's cut down so far that every once in a while it will catch a firm, hard spray right up the side of the boat and will actually wash up on the deck. And that's actually a deflector to get it around the Mercury Racing 300R. Not that it would damage it, but you just don't want the water to get inside the engine in any way, shape, or form. So that's why you only see it on this particular boat because of how much that transom cuts down. I think Speed Demon Bikini's got small ones, but nothing as tall as that.
Once again, 4 laps here in this final Superstock race here. A beautiful Saturday, what's turned into a beautiful Saturday. It didn't start off that way. However, the last couple classes have had pretty flat water. It's not too windy. It hasn't been too crazy out there.
Nope, been pretty flat. Here's a good shot of Demon Bikini.
Chine walking there down the back straightaway.
Just a little bit as they get this dug right moving. They got the new canopy design there as they're required by the UIM and APBA rules, the new canopy standards. As they head into this turn, they are currently running in third in Superstock.
And out in front, once again, I believe it's still the S3.
No, there isn't.
Say Less MF continues to lead the firm in second. Demon Bikini in third. Did I repeat what you just said?
No. Oh. I was actually, I thought that was, what is Chad and Rusty out in front right now.
Yep,
right?
Chad and Rusty out in front.
Say Less, yeah.
And there they are. And the firm is not really losing any ground on any particular part of the course. They are still within the same striking distance as the last time by. This completes lap number 1 of 4 on to lap 2. And there's a good shot of that dug right. Yep, it does have little deflectors in front of the motors. Not nearly as big as the firm does, but again, to do the same thing to break that water around the motor in case something, not in case something happens, but in case it takes kind of a wave over the back of the boat.
I was just looking at some specs here on Demon Bikini, 32-foot dug right, Gen 3 catamaran with carbon fiber hull and an aftermarket windshield. And I love that graphics package.
Wow, that's interesting. So I just got a text, and it sounds like Myrick is throttling the Say Less MF boat, not Rusty Williams. I appreciate Lindsay and Missy correcting me. Didn't know. but now we know, and as they say in G.I. Joe, knowing's half the battle.
That's it.
So Myrick Coyle, who has a tremendous amount of experience in that boat, and believe it or not, when Myrick and Rusty started racing, Myrick would throttle and Rusty would drive, and they made the decision to switch, and Rusty started throttling, Myrick drove. Myrick felt he was just a better driver, had more experience driving, and it worked out for them when they raced together. So good job for those guys.
Once again, folks, just a reminder here that immediately following this race, we will have our final race of the day, and that is the Amateur Enduro, the P1 Aquacross Amateur Enduro, and 30 racers ready to do battle on those wave runners and Sea-Doos.
Sorry,
that gets a little
laughing,
busy.
I'm laughing at what people are telling me. It's giving me a chuckle here. Say Less MF continues to lead with Myrick Coyle throttling. The Doug Wright Hall, the firm, currently in second. Chad Rootsill in the driver's seat of Say Less MF, the Doug Wright boat. Of course, anybody that's familiar with Performance Boat Center knows that they actually built the Wright Performance Boat, which was a collaboration between Doug Wright and Performance Boat Center, and built some catamarans for quite a few years, beautiful boats. And then Mark Waddington and Brett started building their own performance catamarans and doing a great job with the 36, 420, and 28 out at Performance Boat Center in Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. Beautiful place to go. That is the haven for performance boats. If you ever want to go there, they have storage buildings all over the property, and you walk into it, and it's just like, oh my gosh, how could so much be in one building?
Well, that was a nice wide shot. You could actually see the gap there between Say Less MF and the firm.
This is a great race for this team, though. Chad's second time in the boat. Raced last weekend in Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri, and bought the boat a week before that, or about a week and a half before that race started. So a good run for this team. And to be in it now with a different throttleman. Myrick did not race this boat in Lake of the Ozarks. Rusty did, so now you've run the boat 2 different times with 2 different throttlemen. It's kind of an testament to his driving ability. If he can get in there and adapt to that quickly. I always associate this with get in your car with your significant other, your best friend, whoever you want. You step on the gas. One of you steps on the gas and one of you turns the wheel. And tell me if you make it to where you're going to try and go while you drive. And it's not an easy thing to do because you're literally putting your life in the other person's hands, no matter what. Whether you're throttled or whether you're driving. You both have equal amount of control over what happens inside that boat.
I think we may have done that in rental cars in the past.
Yeah, no, it's a good time. It's a good time. It's a scary time, but it's a good time.
It's a scary time, yep. Say Less MF, your race leader on the S21.
Flying the Performance Boat Center logo there on the back corner of the boat. Good looking Doug Wright. Got the beautiful red Mercury Racing 300Rs.
And your throttleman, Rusty Williams. He's a former PBC champion.
Nope. Myrick Coyle. Don't get me in that trouble again.
Oh, okay.
Don't believe it. Just flip that paper over.
Flip that paper
over. Get me in trouble again. Not with Missy and Lindsay. I don't need that.
It sounds like
nothing against Rusty either. Look, Rusty's a great throttleman. Nice guy. Nothing against him either. I just don't want to hear it again. But beautiful shot of that boat, lap number 3 of 4, so they should get the white flag lap. I didn't mean to tap you on the shoulder with that one either. Should get the white flag lap this time by and take the win here for the first Superstock race of the weekend. We'll see these boats race again tomorrow and repeat it all over again.
Once again, race number 1 of the Triple Crown. Heading to Sheboygan from here, and we'll end up down on St. Pete at the pier.
You can fly into Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and it's about a 2-hour drive straight up to Sheboygan. And it's just a beautiful area. I get excited to go there every single time. Looking forward to it. And then from there, we go back to St. Petersburg, Florida. Even though it's Labor Day weekend, that's notoriously a hot, sweaty race. As we hang out on that concrete pier, and sometimes on that pier we're really lucky. We get the breeze in our face, and sometimes it's behind us. And if it's behind us, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, right. We're in trouble because we've got that whole building.
That whole building behind us.
Right.
That really is a good place to watch a race there, though. Right out over the beautiful Tampa Bay area, and do a great job down in St. Pete. Go to P1 Offshore, follow your favorite race team, check out our schedule, see when we're going to be a town near you, and please purchase your VIP tickets. There is no better way to watch a boat race than to be in that VIP tent enjoying a cold Monster energy drink beverage of your choice. Enjoy some wonderful food and the great hospitality down at the VIP tent. In fact, there's probably still spaces available for tomorrow. If you're going to come out and watch the races, be sure to pick up your VIP tickets. All right, so they're going to come around this turn, and this should be the white flag lap this time by. Say Less MF continues to lead the firm in second. Dima Bikini running in third.
So it's absolutely turned into a beautiful day out there.
It's a drag race. It's a flat water race out there now. It's a drag race. I mean, they're not even burping the props, barely.
Yeah, currently in the mid-80s. I believe the water temp I heard yesterday was right around 76 degrees.
The water here is actually colder than the water at home in Maryland where I'm from. It was 82 degrees this past weekend when I was out on my boat. It was 82 degrees. It's still, I mean, don't get me wrong, it still felt great. I mean, even though it's kind of warm as bathwater, it still felt really good. But it's hard to believe that the water down here is a little bit colder, but there's a little bit more influence of this water coming from a lot of different places.
Exactly.
And this is a big body of water. It probably takes quite a bit for it to get warm.
Well, we're coming up to the white flag lap here. For
Great. Oh, yep, sorry.
I was just going to say, just for the S21.
Great shot down the tunnel. And I got to give it up to the firm. They really didn't lose this race by a lot. They were within striking distance. And Mike, what I kind of feel is that I believe these boats were propped just slightly different. I think maybe the Say Less MF team had a little bit taller of a wheel on it, was able to carry a little bit more speed than the firm. But this was a great race by them. They kept right with them. They kept them in check. They never really let them pull away. So I think Pete and Ricky are going to know what they need to go back and do and the adjustments they need to make to get ready for tomorrow's race. Lifted the bow just a little bit there. There is a breeze starting to blow just a little bit. Looks like it's coming off the shore. It did look like it pushed the firm down into the buoy just a bit, but they were able to get around it no problem.
And the firm coming off of a third place at Thunder Cocoa Beach.
And just like the little wakes we talked about in the Aqua-Cross race earlier, the wind can really, really affect these catamarans because as you can see by right there, there's nothing in the water. There's no significant part of the boat in that water. And especially in Sheboygan, we raced there a couple of years ago, and the wind was blowing literally right off the beach, right onto the lake. And they would start way over to the right, and by the time they came back in, they were all the way over to the left side of your screen. But that's how they had to do it because the wind was pushing them so hard down that way that they had to start out that far. They were actually driving a further distance out of one corner so they could get back down the lineup for the other buoy. If not, they were always going to be steering back into the wind. And as I mentioned earlier, if that wheel is turned, if those drives are turned just slightly, it's going to scrub speed, and that's not what they wanted to do. So the wind really has an adverse effect on these boats.
Well, we're on the final lap right now, and Say Less MF is in control of this one.
The firm in second. There is Demon Bikini in third. Barring any incidences, this should be Say Less MF's race to win. Chad and Myrick did a great job. As all of these teams are fairly, again, as I said, a lot of experience amongst the competitors, just as teams, not a lot of experience racing P1, so they're all trying to get their setups figured out and get their programs figured out, as this is an ultra-competitive class. And I think it's a good move for these three boats to come down here because you're not running with the full 15, although you want to because it's fun. You know, you can kind of learn a little bit when there's less racers, a little bit less pressure. You come out here, be a little bit more relaxed and kind of learn the boat and learn what you're going to do as these teams progress with each other. Mike, believe it or not, they won't talk to each other. They don't have to talk to each other inside the boat. They just know what the other one needs or wants as they race.
You know, what I seen yesterday after going to the pit party is just the camaraderie off of the track. You know, and these boat racers, I mean, they're out there, they're giving it their all. They're putting their life in their hands. But when they get off, they're all, just right there with each other. And I really enjoyed that last night.
And I'm sure it's the same way in Aqua-Cross. I mean, everybody's there to do the same thing. That's to win and to race. But when you're not racing, you may as well be friends because, what's the point of being mad and angry at each other because somebody beat you?
Well, there's a couple teams out there that
headbutt, just a little bit. Yeah, I could understand that. When especially in this class, right? Like all these boats are pretty evenly stocked, but when you look at like the pro class and Aqua-Cross, I mean, who's to say that Farthing Racing, nothing against them, doesn't have some sort of advantage over the other teams because they look like a powerhouse, right? I mean, they're that big of a team.
Yeah, like we were describing them earlier today, like a Team Penske, but on the water.
Right. All right, they're going to come through this turn one more time. There is Say Less MF. They are your leaders in Superstock, and barring any sort of malfunctions or issues, they should take the checkered flag. Chad Rutzill and Myrick Coyle taking the win here in Superstock.
And there is the checkered flag, so congratulations to Say Less MF, and the firm will come through in second with Pete and Ricky.
And Demon Bikini with Leanna and Chad will come in third here in Superstock. So this should wrap up the offshore racing on day one here of the Monster Energy Triple Crown event. and we will do one more Aqua-Cross race, and then we will call it a day and come back tomorrow and do this all over again.
Yeah, so make sure you pick up your phone and phone a friend and let them know that we're going to be doing this all again tomorrow. And for the Aqua-Cross, it's actually going to be the final races. And for a lot of the Powerboat classes here, you're going to have basically your second race of the season.
Yep, and that's how you're going to combine your points to get your lowest score to decide who wins this first round of this 3-round series. And then we'll go on to Sheboygan, crown another winner, and then on to St. Pete, where we will crown a winner and a champion of the Monster Energy Triple Crown Series presented by Monster Energy.
I was just watching Demon Bikini. Look at some of the sizes of boats behind him. They're full-on yachts.
It's a helicopter. I pointed out, it's a helicopter on the back of one of the boats.
Only on Lake Pontchartrain.
Probably costs more to start the helicopter than it does to buy my whole boat.
Right.
Right? I mean, just to turn it on. All right, there is your Say Less MF team getting their checkered flag. They are your winners in Superstock. Myra Coyle and Chad Rootsil did a great job, ran a great race.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
Yellow flag is up. They're going to line up with that start buoy, and we will go green flag racing in Class 1. Monster Energy MCon's going to have the pole. That's the spot they're going to want to have. Green flag is up. We're going racing. Rooster tails are up. Timbrels are spooling. Let's do it one more time in Class 1. DeFalco out to the early lead by just about a rooster tail length. Let's see if Monster Energy MCon's got any speed on the straightaway.
Well, here we go down the Monster Mile, working right to left as we view it here from the VIP tent.
It will go into this corner now. DeFalco has enough of a lead. Let's see if Myrick and Tyler trying to drive it into the corner a little bit harder. They are starting to make up some ground. They've got a little bit more speed on the top end, maybe a little bit taller of a setup. This is a flat water race, and you'd better put your flat water setup on. Now they're just about a half of rooster tail length behind as they head into this corner. Mike, this is going to be an exciting one.
Well, it looks like Monster Energy will actually have position, so we'll see if DeFalco gets pushed to the outside.
Well, no. See, that's exactly what I thought would happen. I thought DeFalco was going to go in there. That wasn't a bad move or anything. That was all DeFalco to be able to do that. And that unfortunately hosed down. And these Mercury Racing 1100s, not a big fan of that. It takes them a little while to get cleaned off and get up and going again. Wasn't really a defensive move. I mean, that was where they wanted to go. That's where they could be. Now, Myrick and Tyler try to drive back to the inside.
Yeah, Monster Energy having to cross over the wake, losing a little bit of time, a little bit of speed right there as DeFalco starts to pull away.
As we come across the start-finish line, this will be lap number 1 of 7 in Class 1. Beautiful shot of that New York City skyline livery on DeFalco. The spirit of Qatar entry. But Tyler and Myrick, they're starting to work at it. They know what they need to do. They went into that corner. This is back towards the dogleg. They went into that corner hot, trying to carry as much speed as they could.
Well, it's 8 laps to glory here in the Class 1 race. And we're just completing, or we're on, rather, lap number 1.
Boat number 18. Got the tractor pipe exhaust up out of the engine hatches, just like we saw on some of the other boats. Now, as I mentioned, this is a rudder boat with surface drive, so this has 2 shafts that come out of the back of the boat with the props on it, and the only thing they can do is move up and down vertically. They do not turn, but then they have a rudder, basically a dagger that sticks down the water, and that's how they are turning. The Monster Energy MCon boat, the 438 Skater, that has Mercury Racing number 6 drives on it, and those trim up and down vertically, but then also turn left and right. This boat was actually built with surface drives and a rudder, and Myrick and Tyler felt so confident in their SuperCat boat with the number 6 drives, they actually sent this boat back to Skater, not this past winter, but the winter before, had the surface drives taken off and had it re-rigged with the Mercury number 6 drives. And it's worked out well for them. They're the only boat that runs the number 6 drives in Class 1, and it definitely went in their direction as they took the national championship last year.
Well, you're watching race number 4. This is Class 1. We've got one more after this. That'll be the Superstock race, but I think we may have to have a helo refuel in between this race and the next race.
And then I think we'll have another Aqua-Cross race after that as well. It looks like DeFalco, Mike, has really pulled out in front. I don't even see their whitewater. There it is, just a little bit on the left-hand side of your screen. I tell you what, MCon Monster Energy has a very tall setup, meaning they have speed. Because, like we saw on the start, they are able to get within striking range of DeFalco on that Monster Mile. So that's their place to be. They need to be within striking distance at the beginning of the Monster Mile so they can make their move towards the end of it.
Well, we'll see if Monster Energy can reel them in here as they make the turn down on the west side of the track. I'm sorry, the east side of the track. You can see them going right there along the causeway.
Yeah, and Monster Energy MCon, they're still within striking distance. I think that if they can run that line, if they can get in that pin and they can accelerate. Now, remember, these are twin-turbo engines, so this is entirely different than what a lot of people think it is. These boats don't make instant power. They do not have instant torque. Turbos make power on the top end because they're actually using the air coming through the engine, not the air going into the engine, almost creating like a vacuum. So they don't get instant punch like you do with a blower or a supercharger. So when they run these boats and they go into these corners, they don't want to scrub off a bunch of speed because they don't have the snap of power to get back up to speed right there. Let's see if these laps wear on. We're past the halfway point now on lap 4 of 7. Let's see if they've got anything for this DeFalco team. These boats will run again tomorrow. And because there's 2 boats here, Monster Energy MCon, just because they got second today doesn't mean they've lost the first round of this Triple Crown. But they're really I think what is getting them just a little bit is the wake of DeFalco. You can see that boat dancing from side to side like that, and that's all it just riding over wakes. And I think they're looking for clean lines. They're looking for clean water. And every time that boat, hops side to side, chine walk side to side like that, it's going to scrub off a little bit of speed. And maybe that's where they're losing some ground, just trying to find that clean water. But also run the shortest distance around the course without having to run a whole bunch of extra miles. Lap number 5 of 7 in the books. So this time by, we should get the 3 laps to go. Mark, when this lap is complete, as DeFalco has led since the start. Unfortunately, MCon got a little bit of a bath there going into that turn, and I think that's kind of what set the tone for this race. I think if that hadn't happened, I think Monster Energy MCon would have been right up there with them. I don't think it was any sort of a move by DeFalco, except it was their race course and they could go where they wanted. Myrick and Tyler were just trying to go up the inside, and I think they were just hoping that lane wasn't going to get taken away from them. But wow, that's a good shot of the lead. DeFalco, it's just pulling away from the 016 now. Right now, MCon Monster Energy is going to have 2 points.
Yeah, and you're adding up your points throughout the series, throughout the Triple Crown, correct?
Yep, and then in St. Petersburg, all of the points will be tallied from our 3 events, and we will crown the first ever Triple Crown, Monster Energy Triple Crown champion.
So a perfect season would mean you had 6 points.
6 points, exactly.
That's it, okay.
And you can see on the back of that boat, there's the Racing for Jamie sticker. That's Tyler's sister. She passed away of cancer a couple of years ago, and they always have Jamie with her, and they're always thinking about her. Her name's been on the back of that boat since this team started racing quite a few years ago, and they're always thinking about Tyler's sister, Jamie. That's what Racing for Jamie stands for on the back. All right, final lap here for the Class 1 boats. Let's see if DeFalco can stay in the lead. Hopefully no mechanical issues. Billy Moore, Mike Falco getting it done in Class 1. Great livery of New York City. Got the American flag up on the front. Got the Italian accent colors there right in the middle.
Forget about it. Gotta love it.
He is Mike Falco. If you've met him, he is a New Yorker. He's a true New Yorker. Super duper nice guy, and always a pleasure to talk to. And him and Billy are kind of exact polar opposites. Billy's a very quiet and shy guy and lets his work do the talking. Mike is the same way, but they started racing 2 years ago. Really have come together well, and it's obviously a trust relationship, right? Because Mike went out and bought this boat, which needed to be completely gutted, completely re-rigged, and Billy said, I think this boat, they were running an Outer Limits Cat. And I think, I don't think, but Billy told him, look, this boat's going to be better than the Outer Limits Cat. They put it together, brought it out. I think last year was their first year with this boat, was 2024, and just started winning immediately, started getting podiums immediately, and just made a huge difference in their program. So, imagine being a guy racing a boat with somebody you've never met before, you've only known for a year, and he tells you to go out and spend $1 million on putting this boat together, and you do it. And this is the result you get. It's awesome to see. Mike's a good guy. He's definitely earned his spot in the sport. And in Class 1, he's a true competitor. And, it's great to see him go out here and run like this. It's awesome.
Looked like, when Monster got started, when this race actually started, it didn't look like Monster was all the way even with DeFalco. And I'm wondering if that is, kind of discouraged him at all.
Maybe. I learned something in Sheboygan, though, because I accused somebody of cutting somebody else off on the first turn. And they came to me and they said, yeah, but look at it from this angle, because we don't see it from the correct angle to be able to say that. And I've seen that a couple of times today where I'm like, man, that outside boat has definitely been a little bit further ahead than everybody else, but that also could be kind of the camera angle that we're looking at. I think the biggest detriment to the Monster Energy MCON team was just that first, going into that turn where they tried to sneak up the inside. DeFalco was just like, nope, that's our hole. You could just kind of stay back there. Because, all these teams are running cameras. I'm not saying you're looking at it, and I'm not saying you're basing your race on what's going on behind you. But that was DeFalco's track. That was their spot, and they went in there and they held it.
And that's going to do it right there. DeFalco taking the win. And MCON Monster Energy going to have to settle for second here on day number 1 of round number 1 of the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown.
But if there is a team that will go back and do their homework, you can guarantee they're already thinking about what they can do to get more speed out of this boat for tomorrow. Green flag racing for Class 1, the last time for the weekend. And it looks like Monster Energy MCON ekes out on the start just a little bit, but look at DeFalco pour on that speed.
Oh, yeah, showing you some horsepower there.
Without a doubt, and they're going to control the inside lane to this buoy. And this is the wide arcing turn right along the Causeway Bridge there. And let's see if Monster Energy MCON maybe a little bit more patient this time and stays on that outside lane and then figures out where they want to go. But they are right now just in the rooster tail of that DeFalco boat.
Yeah, you can see the DeFalco boat starting to pull ahead just a little bit as they head down to the east side of the track right now and making a turn, starting to make that arc back into go alongside the causeway.
Well, I'm guessing these water conditions have probably had these teams second-guessing themselves for the better part of the day. Do we go with a long setup? Do we go with a short setup? Do we go with top speed? Do we go with acceleration? It looks like right now, as much as DeFalco is pulling away from Monster Energy MCON, they have definitely gone with the taller setup, trying to get more speed out of it. They drive really wide into that corner. Myrick and Tyler try to keep it on the inside of that wake. They're able to do so, but don't make up much ground in doing it.
DeFalco getting 1 point yesterday, Monster Energy getting 2 points yesterday, and this is the lowest score, not the highest score, that will take the Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown. So,
look at that lead there.
Yeah, that's quite the lead after just a lap and a half out there.
Man, I feel that that's bigger than it was yesterday.
Yeah, it actually does seem, probably about twice the size that it was yesterday, because once DeFalco got in front, Monster Energy, they went back a little bit, but they were able to stay with them. They were able to hang with them. Yeah.
Yep.
So.
And you just got to wonder, did Tyler and Myrick maybe think it was going to be a little bit rougher? Did they hear more talk about it being choppier out there and maybe went with more of a rough water setup? A rough water setup is not going to be a top-end setup. It's going to be more acceleration and mid-range speed, because you're in and out of the water, so you want to be able to just be able to carry your speed a little bit better, not run wide open. But meanwhile, DeFalco just seems to put on their biggest wheel they got, and they're just going as fast as they possibly can.
Well, it looks like they're having a lot of fun out there, that's for sure. And, again, I'm glad that they came down here. It was kind of a last-minute entry as the boys from New York made the trek south.
It was, and it was only going to be the Monster Energy MCon team running here. But, again, the top 2 boats in the class showed up and are putting on a show here for the fans in New Orleans.
Now, did I hear you right yesterday? One's a national champion and one's a world champion.
Yep, this is your national champion, boat number 06, Monster Energy MCon. Won the regular season of Class 1, and then DeFalco won the world championship in Key West in Class 1. So, again, 2 top-tier boats running 1, 2 here. And, it's spec class racing, and DeFalco has a rudder boat, and you can see down that tunnel shot there, you can see the rudder right in the middle of the boat. And believe it or not, the skater of Monster Energy MCon, as you can see the rudder there, that's the steering brackets. This boat was built the exact same way. It had the surface drives on it. It had the rudder on it. They ran it for the entire season, not in 24, but I want to say in 23. They ran it, and they didn't like it. They just never got used to it. They were running SuperCat at the time with a 388 skater, and I believe they were so much more comfortable with that boat with the 6s that they sent the Class 1 boat back up the skater. They basically ripped everything off the transom, filled everything in, and then put the number 6s on the back of it. And ever since then, they've run much better. I think it's because it's what they're more accustomed to.
A lot of work, a lot of technology.
A tremendous amount. This is one of the most technically advanced classes in powerboat racing, in my opinion.
You have to have a very good mechanic, too.
You do?
A whole team of them, actually.
Yep, and Jake is the crew chief for the Monster Energy MCon team. No, Jake is his wife, Sydney Well, and their son. She takes care of the T-shirt apparel sales for that Monster Energy MCon team. But they do a great job, and they've got Craig, and they've got Mike Powell. They've got everybody over there, Dave McIntyre. They've really got a good core group team there at the Monster Energy crew, and they do a fantastic job. But today is DeFalco's day, and I will openly admit I know less about the DeFalco team than I do about Monster Energy MCon team, but they bring a great show. They've got a great-looking rig. They've got their hauler. They've got their boat, and they're just a very professional team, and it's really run by Billy. He's a world-class throttleman. His father, Billy Moore, started the throttleman position in racing with Don Arano back in the 70s, like Thunderboat Row days, and, was running and said, hey, wouldn't it be easier if you throttle the boat and I drove the boat instead of trying to do both at the same time? And that's really where the throttleman position came from. And I don't remember, but Billy, I think, was in his high teens maybe when he won his first world championship in Key West, Florida. I think he was racing Spirit of Amazon that year, but I don't remember for sure. But if you just look up Billy Moore, there's a really good history there. Billy's a good dude. He's a good Southern North Carolina boy, right down there by the Fountain Factory. Knows them all very, very well. Involved with Caldwell Marine, building checkmate boats, and he's rigging race boats, and got a lot of different irons in the fire. But just a really good all-around dude, and really knows his stuff. Obviously, he told Mike Falco to buy this boat. I believe in it, and look at it. It's perfect.
Well, he's made it look perfect, if nothing else, here this weekend.
Yep.
As you see him sticking it in that turn right there, and now headed toward the start-finish line.
A few years ago, Billy was asked to go to Japan to race in a catamaran boat over there that used to be a boat that raced over here called Reliable Carriers. And then the Japanese owner bought it, and they race it. They don't race much in Japan. I think only once or maybe twice a year. But Billy was asked to go over there and throttle that boat in Japan. So not only racing here abroad or in our country, but also getting to run some boats internationally, which is a true honor to be, called up and invited and say, hey, come over here to Japan and run my boat.
Yeah, that's definitely an honor to speak of. Matter of fact, I just got back from Japan myself. We did a little race over there, and boy, I'll tell you what an amazing culture that they have over there. And like you say, it's quite the honor to be invited to an event that big.
For sure. And I see a lot of differences here when I look at Monster Energy MCon and I look at the DeFalco team. Monster Energy just isn't carrying the bow as much as DeFalco. They just do not have the speed. You can see the boat's running just a little bit more flatter, more down, more kind of sucked down to the water. They're not carrying the bow as well, and I think it was just a setup thing. I think they may have just hoped it was going to be a little bit rougher and just went, a prop size or too small or too big, and that's unfortunately hurt them. I mean, I think we just saw DeFalco going the other way. So they may be upwards of half a lap ahead on lap number 5.
Yeah, well, the reason they probably set it up for rough water is because they were here an hour and a half ago.
Right.
And it was crazy water out there. 4 restarts in the factory stock class. For those of you who may just be tuning in here to the New Orleans Grand Prix, Monster Energy P1 Offshore Triple Crown, round number 1.
So we got one more race coming up after this. That will be Superstock. And Superstock yesterday it was Say Less MF taking the win, the Firm Racing Team in second, and Demon Bikini coming across the line in third. Of course, Superstocks are the smaller version of the factory stock boats, only running the 300R Mercury Racing outboards as compared to the 500. But Superstock has been around a long time, has gone through some changes. I was actually just on the phone with Ryan Beckley, the Superstock class representative for the series and the group. And Ryan's been around for a very, very long time. But Superstock's a lot of fun, but it is an uber competitive class. And these teams, well, as I mentioned yesterday, not new teams, not for a lack of experience in the boat with the personnel, but the teams themselves, not a lot of experience racing on the series yet. So trying to build that confidence up and get better, race by race.
Well, yeah, I believe we've got the Superstock race, as you were talking about, coming up next. That's going to be the final P1 Offshore race of the New Orleans Grand Prix, brought to you by Monster Energy. Hey, also, we'd like to say special thanks while we're thanking some sponsors here. Progressive Insurance, supporting that safety team out there, and that's really cool. Of course, one of the coolest places to go in Florida, experience Kissimmee, St. Cloud, and then we got Sunoco Race Fuels. But first off, we'd like to thank all of our friends here from Jefferson Parish for really rolling out that red carpet for us this weekend. We had a couple of little weather issues. We had some boat issues today, but all in all, it's been a pretty good weekend.
As DeFalco one more time onto the Monster Mile, lap number 7.
It looks like some of those boats that took off earlier today are back out there.
Yeah, I think maybe they didn't have too far to go.
I think maybe they just went and hid under the causeway for a little bit. What do you think?
No, I did that a couple of weeks ago. I did an event in my center console, and it rained, and I stayed under the bridge so I wouldn't have to. I told the people I was working for, I was like, I'm going to go protect this area over here that was by a bridge, and stayed under it and rode the rain out so I wouldn't get soaking wet. But, no, glad they made a return. There's some troopers down here. If they rode out that storm that came through earlier, I don't think it ever rained. I don't think it was ever thunder, lightning. But, man, did it get windy and blowing for about an hour or so. Just as we took those factory stock boats out, and that just wreaked havoc on everything that was going on at that point.
And you can see that's the causeway that we're looking there, that it's on the east side, and it looks like there's still some weather over that way.
Nothing taken away from Billy and Mike. Perfection is the word to use to describe them for the weekend, and I think they've just done that. They've run perfectly.
I think it's only them and Boat Floater that have went Boat Floater and Montlick that have all went 2 for 2 so far this weekend.
And the last race of the day, not to jinx it, but in Superstock, can Say Less MF go 2 for 2 also to take the win. But there's a checkered flag for DeFalco. They are your winners in Class 1, going 1-1 for the weekend. As I just said, a perfect example of perfection. But they will take the checkered flag and come across the line in second place. We'll see both of these teams in Sheboygan, Wisconsin in August for the second round of the Monster Energy Triple Crown Series. I'm hoping some other Class 1 boats will join us.
I'm just happy that the weather held up.
Mercury Racing was forged in the heat of competition. The will to win is in our DNA. Competition isn't just what we do, it's our proving ground. It's about the pursuit of power, performance, and endurance that pushes our limits and yours. We create premium marine power to take you faster and farther. The world offers limits. Mercury Racing offers freedom. Live wide open.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here. majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
It takes your breath away. That's how you can tell. You found the perfect landing spot. The vacation home capital of the world. Trade out the traditional for your own private sanctuary. Your own splash, your own snacks. Bring the whole family. Make it 2 families. And while you're soaking up the fun, never forget what's at the heart. It's big and it's bold, day after day. Welcome to More Than Special. Welcome to Kissimmee, the big, bold heart of Florida.
Welcome back to the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge as a part of the Monster Energy National Championships, round number 3 here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, which is presented by TWL Power Sports and powered by Short Block Technologies. Mike Young alongside Mike Uoski. Mike, it's been a crazy day. Let's talk about a chain of events of what happened here.
Well, we got a couple of offshore powerboat races in, and it was obviously very rough. This was after the amateur 200 and 300 race for Aqua-X got canceled due to an incident on the course. And then safety crew, safety director Sean Steinert, and the referee decided that we were going to cancel the rest of racing for the remainder of the day. I talked to Jim Jackson, who's our official starter for P1, and he said southeast of here, a little offshore, it's every bit 8 feet.
Wow.
So it's big, and he said they're big rollers. I mean, he said there are big waves out there. And he said it kind of flattens out as you come up here a little bit, and he said as you come out of the north turn and head down, it's just super rough again. So for safety, doesn't happen very often to cancel a race because of rough water, but, you know 13 boats going in. Look, Superstock starts making me nervous in flat water. I can't imagine 13 boats trying to figure this out.
Yeah.
And, staying upright. So.
Well, you can't mess with Mother Nature. That's the bottom line. We've got our amateur 300 and 200 getting ready to take off. Again, their first race was scrubbed after an incident, and it was red flag. So at least we'll be able to keep racing out there on the track. Looks like we were able to get a hold of everybody. We should have 15 racers here in this amateur. Again, it's the 300, 200 combined. Coming into the weekend, Cooper Caldwell out of Texas was your points leader, sponsored by Caldwell Racing, Monster Energy, and MTI with 132 points. Let's take a look at what our course looks like here. Now you can see we're going to start off to the right-hand side, and then we're going to come all the way around. We're going to miss 5 and 6 on that first lap. And when we come back around on the second lap, you'll go into 3, 4. Then you're going to come into 5 and 6. You missed those 2 right there on the first lap. And it looks like they may have abbreviated that. That pin number 6
looks a little different
yeah.
when you look at it in real time. But I can't imagine what it was taking to try and set buoys out there for this. For what's going on out here, but that's a really good shot there as they get ready for that Le Mans start. You can see how rough it is behind them. There is going to be some big air out here. This would be more like a big air competition, I think, than a race maybe.
Well, yeah, that's going to be the name of the game, Mike, is keeping that boat hooked up. You're not going anywhere if you're in the air here, and we'll see who brought their A game to Sheboygan.
And I can't imagine that nobody would race. Like, nobody went, nope, I can't do this. It's not for me. I mean, everybody's going to try and grit it out and push through it.
Yeah, see, that's one thing about jet skiers and P1 Aquacross is the fact that these guys, they want surf. They want the big waves.
They want the big water, yeah.
Right. Because
don't get me wrong. Offshore wants big water, too, but you just got to be able to know.
Yeah.
Like they say, know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
Well, it's a lot different than surf. It's more like a washing machine out there. The wind's coming from every direction. The waves are coming from every direction. At least with surf, you can kind of read the waves and know what you're going into. Let's take a look at our lineup here on boat number 82. This is going to be how they start online. Jonathan Dent's going to be in pole position, and I believe he's going to be next to Cooper Caldwell. Then we got Rafael Acosta on boat number 908, Michael Bouchard on boat number 45, David Anderson on the Triple Deuces, and Nathan Daly is one of our riders who went out. I am happy to report that both Nathan and Michael Northrup on boat number 38 walking out of the hospital. Of course, they got crutches, but they're still okay. Garrett Lofton
And our Taylor is down on the beach getting ready for this Le Mans start. Taylor.
Caden, I'm down here, and your guys behind me are all lined up and ready to go, so I'll keep this quick. You are the points leader in the 200 AM class. What do you have to give it out there on the water today? It's rough.
I'm just going to go out there and try and survive today. I'm not going to try and win, but obviously my goal is to come out here and win. But survival is the key, and safety is key as well.
All right, well, I'll let you get a second to put those goggles on and get lined up. Everybody can see I've got the horn, so let's get it going.
All right, this is going to be the first race here for our amateur 200 and 300 classes. The first one got red flag. You're looking at boat number 297 right there, getting a shove off. You can see how the guys were steadying the boat.
Yep.
As soon as they got it started, you know, they want to make sure that he's pointed in the right direction. Again, Cooper Caldwell with a 38-point lead coming into this one in the 300 class. Caden Baldwin leading in the 200 class, and he has got a huge lead in that class.
What a shot there. Look at the air these boats are getting heading into the first turn. But, Mike, it was clean.
Very clean, you know, and for the water being as choppy as it is, that was a very good start. Again, 30 minutes plus a lap here. This is the first race again for the amateurs. And it looks like that might be Cooper Caldwell. Yeah, he's got the yellow helmet and the red and black ski. Cooper Caldwell out of Texas. Sponsored by Caldwell Racing, Monster Energy, and MTI Boats.
MTI Boats, yep. But somebody's making a move on the outside.
That's Garrett Lofton, boat number 114. Easy to pick out with the yellow wetsuit and the yellow helmet.
I wonder why all of a sudden it's so much clearer to see these guys.
Yeah, it looks like some of that sea mist may have left, and you can see still a large crowd here. And I think, you know, the crowd built because of the Powerboat races, and the benefactors right now are going to the P1 Aquacross drivers.
But what a race for first. Look at this. Look at Caldwell.
Yeah, Caldwell coming back on that inside section. Lofton again going to be flanked to his outside. I'm trying to figure who that is to his inside. Looks like another Yamaha pilot. I'm not sure if that's Glidden. But they were close right there as they were heading to that turn. It looks like a left-hand turn. And that Yamaha, the blue Yamaha, may have had position.
Well, it's really interesting to see the boats run side by side like that because you could see who would get air and who would accelerate and then who would get air and how much that affected our lead boats.
That's one of two of the Farthing Racing amateur boats that's out there in the lead now. I believe that's Michael Bouchard on boat number 45 out of Bradenton, Florida. Not only riding for Farthing Racing, but works over at Russo Marine with Jason Russo, one of our pros that you'll see out here racing in the next race.
What a slugfest out there now, though.
Yeah, Garrett Lofton right now, you can see just how rough that water is. Lofton joined in the P1 Aquacross Series this season and has done very well so far. This is our third race into it. Again, it's the Monster Energy Aquacross National Championship. Again, this weekend presented by TWL Power Sports and powered by Short Block Technologies. And you look there, that was the Shelby Warman team. And here comes Lofton trying to get around Bouchard right now. And you can see just how rough it is. I mean, you can't pin it to win it here in these conditions. You really got to read that surf. And you can see how Bouchard came in nice and tight. He's going to have position right there. Now he's going to gain that lead back over Lofton on the 114. And I believe that's Caldwell on 193 that's back there in the third place.
Yeah, but our leader just got bucked pretty hard and pitched sideways. He was able to save it, but he did lose some ground because of it.
Now, one of the things you got to remember here too, Bouchard, your leader, he's in the 50-plus club, and Garrett Lofton, I believe, is in the 20-plus club.
I'm close to the 50-plus club, and I don't know if I could do 30 minutes plus a lap in this stuff. But I did tell you when we were off air, I'd try.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't be scared of it.
No, you know, and that's one of the things.
Couldn't move the next day.
The whole thing is Bouchard, he practices down there in the Sarasota area, and these guys are used to the surf and stuff like that. So the rougher it is, the better it is for these guys. Him and guys like Eric Lagopoulos and Tori Snyder all hang out down there on the Sun Coast.
It's amazing how much clearer it is and how much better we can see now than this morning.
It looks like Lofton may have just went back ahead. Let's take a look again and see how that happened.
This was a pass for the lead.
That's Bouchard on the right-hand side of your screen right now, and here comes Lofton with a handful of throttle. And
look at that. Look at the leader get pitched sideways. That was a fantastic save.
Yeah, well, luckily Bouchard has enough experience to be able to save that boat.
That's 50 years worth of experience right there.
Exactly. And about 2 weeks worth of Bengay. So 114, Lofton, your new leader, as we are just under 26 minutes plus a lap to go. Still a lot of time left in this one, and boy, I'll tell you, you are going to get beat up. And
Are they getting up in lap traffic already?
Already. Well, you got the 300 horsepower boats and the 200 horsepower boats.
Right.
So a lot of these 200 horsepower boats having a hard time navigating around this track, which is now producing 6 to 8 footers.
If you watch, if we show that drone shot again, you understand why they canceled the Powerboat races. If it looks like that here, imagine what it is on the farther outside of the course.
Yeah, like you said, you were talking to a couple of the officials that were on one of the pace boats out there, and man, 8-foot swells out there. That looks like 82 Jonathan Dent getting ready to go a lap down there to, I believe that was Bouchard. Bouchard's still in second place. That's Caden Baldwin over here on the top right-hand side of your screen, boat number 59. He's the current points leader in the 200 class. And that's Klein Glidden coming all the way from the Cayman Islands, and he's no stranger to surf. He races the Jet Around Cayman race, which is like a 53-mile race, I believe, 53. But
what's impressive here is the riding style of the different riders. You see some really smooth, a little more aggressive in the jumping and trying to get over stuff, and then you see much more conservative riding, kind of what like you're seeing here. More sitting down, not real aggressive. Kind of letting his lower back, I guess, take the beating more. Well, he's done that a couple times right there.
Yeah, you can see he kissed the bars a couple of times there, too, and that's never any fun,
No.
Unless you have a good dental sponsorship, I mean.
Right.
But that is Garrett Lofton that we're watching right there, 114. As I take a look down here, Garrett currently sitting third in the points, has 90 points. Northrop not going to gain any points here. Steve was involved in that altercation with Nathan Dolly a little bit earlier today. Again, both of those riders are okay. We're happy to report. And Adrian Dolly was nice enough to send me a picture of the boys on their new crutches leaving the hospital. So that's one good thing. They're back there in the pits already. And we wish them all the best here from announcing.
We sure do. That was a bit of a hairy moment there at the start.
Now, looks like that is your battle for third place right there. Looks like Caldwell involved in that battle. And could be, is that 137?
I believe.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a 137 here on our sheet.
Maybe 197.
Now, it was Caldwell to the inside, though. That was 193 to the inside. He's on. Remember, we talked about the Sea-Doos, and they were going to have a little trouble, especially the rougher that it got, and that's what Cooper's on. Had that huge points lead coming into this one.
They got a great start.
But again, with it getting rougher like this, that boat is not going to be able to plow through the water. So he's spending a lot of time in the air, whereas Lofton and company are not. Lofton on a Yamaha GP 1800 out there.
On the lighter Yamaha too, nonetheless.
Yeah, he's definitely on the lighter Yamaha, but he's making.
Look at that wave right there. Watch it. Boom. He thought he was going to hit the buoy, I think.
Yeah, you could see how he backed out of it just a little bit of it. Didn't want to miss that buoy because then he's got to go take the makeup buoy, which is the green tetrahedron on the bottom right-hand side of the track as we view it here from the Blue Harbor Resort. Shores of Lake Michigan. We're in Sheboygan, folks, and this is round number 3 of the Monster Energy Aquacross National Championships. Amateur 200, 300 out there. There is your 300 leader, 114, Garrett Lofton.
Offshore Powerboat Racing will pick back up tomorrow morning. We'll have 5 races tomorrow, trying to get everything in that we missed today. We're going to try and get in tomorrow. Stay in tune with P1 on their Facebook page, Instagram, social media accounts for all the latest updates on the events happening here in Sheboygan.
Once again, taking a look at your leaders, we are just over 21 minutes left to go. Again, I'd like to say a very special thanks to our good friends from Progressive Insurance, sponsoring our safety team in 2025 here with the Monster Energy P1 Aquacross Series. A special thanks to Sunoco Race Fuels, Mercury Racing, Short Block Technologies, Experience Kissimmee, ICOM Communications, Yamaha, Riva Racing, HydroTurf, and Jet Pilot all helping us out. And that's Klein Glidden right there from the Cayman Islands. And Klein ain't in the Caymans anymore.
No. Not at all.
Yeah, you don't see these kind of rough conditions in the Caymans unless you go outside the reef.
Right.
Now, when we race down there, which we have a race next weekend down there, and we're going to be at South Sound, it's protected by the reef, so you don't get more than, like 1 foot chop out there. So this is very new to him. And Glidden comes in, I believe, tied in 8th place with the points with Valentina Liscano, which is our one of 2 female riders that are out here in this amateur race. As we go back on board with your race leader, Garrett Lofton. Lofton looking strong out there as he has the first couple of events, sitting third in those points, and I know that he'd like to gain at least a couple points on Cooper Caldwell here in race number 1. 3 total races for the weekend, all of them 30 minutes plus a lap. And after this one here, we will go to our Pro Enduro, their second race of the weekend. As we take a look at Lofton there, first race in the Pro class, for those of you listening in, Christian Daly was a big winner. He came in ahead of Farthing and Noah Skips, who took a third. We'll talk a little bit more about them when we run down the next race. But right now on board with Glidden, and Glidden just gets super soaked right there.
A little bit of a stuff there, it looked like.
Yeah, he plowed right through the wave. As we are over 1/3 of the way through this one.
I don't think they like the trailing seas as much, do they? They kind of want to run more into it or alongside of it. They don't like going with it at all.
Again, like I said, this is a very different scenario for them. You don't see the washing machine effect too often. If they can, we got yellow flag out, so that means there's probably a rider down somewhere.
I think it's rider 908, from what I understand.
Okay. There's 114 getting past boat number 46 out there. That was Todd Sarsinski. Who comes to us out of Buffalo, New York. Yeah, that's 908 that went down. Unfortunately, we don't have a... well, that may be... You know who I think that is? That may be Acosta there on 908. I recognize the wrap right there.
Okay.
They're out of Hudson, Florida. Really nice guys. Got a great shop down there. Matter of fact, my boat's going to be in there next week.
There you go. That's if you're home long enough to get it there.
Yeah, that's right. 114. We're taking a look at Lofton. Again, it's hard to keep hooked up out there because you can see, the waves are coming from every direction. And it's hard to get a read on that. And
this is to me, this is the best way they can run, is alongside of it. When they kind of go into it from the side and just ride over it, they're still getting launched, but not nearly as what they're going to do running into it.
Going back to Michael Bouchard again. Easy to pick out with the white wetsuit. And the red helmet there.
I believe he is your leader.
Well, Bouchard riding one of the Farthing Racing Monster Energy Yamahas. Again, one of 2 racers out there in the amateur division. I think they've got 7 or 8 total racers. They got a bunch of racers that are out there.
That's amazing.
In the pro class. Yeah, what a setup they got over there.
But these jet skis do not like a trailing sea. They get in it, it just wants to keep pushing that front of the boat down. Almost like it's got weight in it.
You can see some of the riders out there, they just want to finish. Like I believe that was Valentina Lescano that he just lapped, and Valentina sitting tied for 8th in the points, and she actually has a moto victory this year. So, I mean, that's how rough it is out there. And anybody who knows Valentina knows that she is one tough cookie. And to see her getting lapped like that is something else. And she's out of Miami, sponsored by the Miami Jet Ski Shop.
Now, I believe we're going to have an hour break between this race and the pro race. So once this wraps up, we'll have one more race. There will be no more offshore racing today. It is canceled for 110% certain. So the big boats will not be out later today.
All right, I see Cooper Caldwell trying to get maybe some positions up here, try to get the graphics, see what positions everybody's in. We know Lofton was up in front. There is 193 Caldwell on the MTI Racing Sea-Doo.
We're trying to get an update from scoring, but if they're on that black boat that I can see just above our monitors, then they're going to have a hard time doing it.
Yeah, looks like the SS Minnow out there.
I don't think I care what you want. Time to sit out there.
Yeah, so the sea haze has went away, but everything's gotten a little rougher out there.
Well, the clouds are blowing in too. The clouds look worse on our street than they do in person. It's a beautiful day. It's a perfect temperature out here. This breeze makes it just super pleasant, but just not conditions we needed to continue to race today. So that is a bummer.
And with these guys here, it's going to be a battle of attrition.
For sure.
Who's going to be able to last the longest? And, as we approach the halfway mark, we're only halfway there. And, you imagine how tired that these guys got to be. And, you want to talk about arm pump. When you got this kind of, water conditions that you've got to deal with, the arm pump is just ridiculous. And Lofton going to try to take a look behind him. But, you really don't want to spend too much time looking behind you in this stuff right
not
here.
in this stuff right here, because you could hit a bad one sideways and it's going to hurt. What a big hop there. But look, you got a nice timing there. Got a nice little double up. Is that Caldwell coming up behind him there?
That's possible. Well, Caldwell had a yellow helmet on, so
Okay,
maybe
yep,
we can
you're
close
right.
in on that shot.
It was the color of the boat that I was looking at mainly.
Yeah. And right there where they make that turn and they go back out into the surf.
193, that's Caldwell.
Yep.
So, he dropped off at the beginning, fell back just a little bit. Now he's kind of picked up the pace again on the Sea-Doo.
Oh, look, he has to hit the brakes right there.
A little bit.
It looked like
that is a Sea-Doo, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Caldwell's on a Sea-Doo, Lofton on a Yamaha, I believe. And that was like a shot over the bow right there
right.
with Lofton right when they made that turn. And now they'll come back before they hit this chicane over here.
And he made a pass on him. I mean, look at that. Say that a little bit too soon. But it's all about who can stay hooked up at this point. As long as you can keep your boat in the water and the jet pumping, you'll be making up a lot of ground.
Well, I'm pretty sure Caldwell comes from Central Texas, around the Waco area.
Right.
So he's not used to riding too much in this surf that we got here.
He's a totally flat lake life guy.
Not looking bad, though.
No.
He's showing the crowd the rest of the way around the track. And, again, you can see Lofton starting to fall off just a little bit as they go. He gets past a couple of lappers right there on the left-hand side of the track. He'll make the turn, come down that front straightaway. This is where you kind of want to stay in the pocket, Mike.
Yeah, right.
You don't want to ride the top of the waves. You don't want to ride the back of the waves. Just kind of stay in that pocket. And sometimes it'll take you a little wider than what you want to go, but it's going to make you still a little faster because you're going to find a clean line through.
And it's not going to, when you hit these waves going into it, you just pitch straight up into the air. Not, when you're running with it, you can kind of run just a little more flat, get a nice little hop out of it. But when you make this turn and run to the breeze, just watch what the jet skis do. They almost wheelie up just because they hit these waves. And it just slows them down so much.
And taking a look at boat number 222 out there. I believe that is Rafael Acosta. Got father-son combo out there, both racing in this one. In the amateur 200 class, I believe it's Caden Baldwin, who is your current leader, followed by Noah Dolly and then Baron Mernick on 297. And that is your 200 class. Again, a combined class out here between the 300s and 200s, and they are scored separately. Caden Baldwin coming in with a huge points lead. I believe, 54-point lead coming in to this one. And again, only 150 points available so far to the amateurs as they ran 6 races in 2 separate events, 3 per event. You get 25 max per event, but that guy right there, Caldwell, again, another one of those riders, got 132 out of 150. Baldwin with 137 out of 150, so he's been almost perfect. Caden Baldwin, again, sponsored by Champion Power Sports out of Sherrills Ford, North Carolina.
I love the drone footage. The drone footage it paints the picture of the entire afternoon out there on the water.
Yeah, you can you can actually see how often they're staying in the water because there you go, double up, single, single, has to single.
Oh, I would have hucked right over top of that one.
Well, I was going to say, if these boats are about 500 pounds lighter, you might have been able to do that.
Right. We were talking about the trick jet skis yesterday with 50 pounds. That's what you need.
Mm-hmm. So again,
but you can't time where the back of it is, so it doesn't make a difference. It's not in the same place every time. It's luck to be able to get them right.
And again, like I say, these aren't waves, so you can't read them.
Right.
They're not coming in one way. They're going every which direction you could possibly imagine. And that looked like one of our 200 riders that is going a lap down there to Cooper Caldwell, again sponsored by Caldwell Racing, Monster Energy, and MTI Boats.
Coming up on 11 minutes remaining, plus 1 lap.
Tough break there for Shelby Warman, one of our 2 females that have come back in, and they're trying to turn Shelby around.
Trying to get her helmet off. I'm not sure.
giving the goggles up. I'm not quite sure if she had a mechanical
They were
issue.
looking under her helmet like maybe she banged her chin or something on the handlebars.
Very possible. As we take a look at Cooper Caldwell as he works his way down that front straightaway. And again, he's diving in and out. You can't really tell here, but he's diving in and out in between these waves. You can see whitewater behind him.
93 is your leader. 114 is currently in second.
That is Lofton. And there's first place in your 200 class.
Got the Riva Racing sticker on the side of his boat. Fly Racing on the back.
Baldwin doing a very good at the East Coast Watercross Championships last week in Plattsburgh, New York. They had a 3-race Triple Crown on the older Sea-Doos, and he walked away with a couple $1,000 after going to 3 different rounds.
Are these special helmets to do aquacross, or are they pretty much the same as the moto helmet?
Pretty much the same as the moto helmet. You can go with or without the visor. That's an option here with aquacross. A lot of folks make you wear the visor, and some are optional. Like when we do the hydro drags, the drag racing, that's definitely optional.
Well, yeah, that's straight force against your head.
And look at
what a hot
did he?
His
goggles came off. Little goggle adjustment there. Where's Lofton at? Lofton will be on the 114, and he's got a good enough lead over Lofton that he could sit back, take the goggles off, shake them out a little bit.
That was a heck of a hit to knock your goggles off.
I'm surprised he didn't knock off the GoPro.
Yeah.
That he's got on top of his head.
That might have actually what saved his goggles, though. When it came up over the back of his head, it might have gotten caught on the camera because it looked like they were hanging down in front of his face. Might be able to have a replay of that, but a good save nonetheless. And we do have a replay, so let's see what happened to our leader.
Wow. You can just see how violent this is. He comes up, comes down, boom, and just stabs it.
Wow. And it was the GoPro that saved it. Look, it's hooked right there on the top of it, but what a submarine there.
Welcome to Lake Michigan.
Wow. And look, it was in that trailing sea. It was when they were running with it.
And more yellow flags out. Looks like we got a couple riders down. That's Shelby Warman. I'm thinking she may be getting ready to take off back out on, and that is Caldwell. As you can see, I believe that might be Acosta that went out. And you got another rider down right here. You see it's a total yard sale out there right now.
I think so.
And again, under 10 minutes to go. We got just over 8 minutes to go here. If you take a look at the clock, 8 minutes, 5 seconds plus 1 lap. And man, oh man, these guys are
He's
taking
lucky he
a
stayed
beating.
on in that stuff. That was deep enough that it could have ripped him off the back.
Cooper Caldwell, he's a string bean.
Yeah,
he's
for
about,
sure.
He's about 5'10". He weighs about 135 pounds, but he's able to hold on.
That skinny little body maybe just deflected around him. It didn't catch him. It caught my body and it sent me in the next month.
Right. And there is Michael Bouchard. I believe Bouchard may be running in that third place position, and that's why we keep taking a look at Bouchard. He's right behind Lofton, I believe. And you can see the marshals directing the riders away from the downed rider there. You can see the yellow flags out, and the course marshals doing a great job out there, our progressive safety team.
Not an easy job for those guys today either.
Oh, yeah. Imagine, your job being having to sit out there for, 6, 7, 8 hours, and you got...
Well, the water is 70 degrees, and think about being in the wind.
Right.
It's not warm out there.
Well, it's
not anymore.
It started with a 3-foot chop, and now we're at a 6-foot chop from where they were at this morning.
So look at Caldwell's helmet. His visor is ripped completely loose and is now flapping up and down on top of his head. I don't know if I would just simply rip it off at this point or just keep trying to ride with it. Well, I don't think it was interfering with his vision. I just think it was it looked like more of a nuisance than anything else.
Right, yeah. It's something that's going to deflect what you're thinking about that's in front of you. You don't want to be...
But it's tapping on the top of your head and probably just not the most comfortable. Man, it is some sort of rough out here.
You just see him up and down, and just taking a beating out there. And it just speaks volumes about the personal watercraft that they're on and how far they have come. The personal watercraft industry. Remember, they didn't even produce the first jet ski until 1972, and they didn't start producing the runabouts, which you're seeing out here, until the 90s. So,
yeah, that's right. Well, was the next two considered a runabout?
It was considered a sport boat.
Okay.
It's kind of like a hybrid.
Right. Like an HX.
A stand-up or sit-down.
Like a blaster.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But who would have figured when they invented the first Kawasaki jet ski that they would come to this? That they would have Bluetooth stereos on them, cruise control,
right?
LCD touchscreen gauges.
Yeah, you can get the fishing package.
All right, so we are cutting this race to 25 minutes according to race control. So it went from 30 minutes to 25 minutes.
Which would mean we would have 32 seconds plus a lap left to go.
Yep, okay. And we will start our pro race, I think, exactly an hour after this. I like the colors on his boat. That's a unique-looking scheme. It's actually nothing against the farthing team. It's just easy to tell which boat is his.
Right. I like the orange and black with the big Monster Energy.
Did he lose the visor?
He's losing something. He's just trying to hold on right now. He's looking over, and we are at 25 minutes right now, so he should be getting a flag this next time around. I see him taking a look over.
Yeah, he's trying to see what's going on.
And
that was a big hop and a big slam there. Wow. Man, did he take a hard one there. That was almost as bad as his stuff. He was straight up and came down on the port rear corner. It's wicked out there to see them bounce around like this.
You know, he had just gotten past our official boat out there.
So he's got to get back around. Let's take a look at this moment here, though. Look at what he does.
Yeah, it looked like he looked around for just a second, and
boom!
Ow!
It blew his hand. It looked like it took his right hand off the handlebar.
Boy.
What's he throttling with, his right?
Yeah, he's throttling with his right hand.
Okay.
And, yeah, he's going to be sore tomorrow.
Oh, no!
And he goes off.
Oh, he hung on. How did he do that?
Oh, my goodness.
And did it stay running?
It looks like he's got to hook that lanyard back up. He lost his lanyard, so he's got to stick the lanyard back in.
Yeah, but the fact that he was able to hold to it. Wow, what a save. Lots of drama here. I bet he wished he saw that white flag lap now, or that white flag now.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to have lots of stuff, a lot of B-roll for the highlights.
Let's see how he got spilled off there. So this was when he stood it up? Oh, yeah. No, it was the same. It was almost the same thing.
Yeah, it looked like he just caught an edge there.
Yeah, it kind of came down that port corner, rear quarter, and then just kind of spun out. Great save, though.
Yeah, and he still maintains the lead.
So it looks like white flag out now. So this will be it. Okay, he's 20 years old?
Yeah.
That's why he held on.
Exactly.
I would not be holding on if that happened to me.
Right, I would be on the backboard on the way in with the course marshal.
On the backboard just watching it. But that's that's 3 saves for him in this race when you think about it. The stuff, and then the stuff, and then the one big air that he ripped his right hand off the handlebars, and then what just happened there with the spin out.
Well, he came back hard in New Orleans, and that's the same thing that happened to him in New Orleans. If
That's
you remember,
right, right there at the bridge turn, yeah.
That first race of the season.
Yep.
Look back behind him.
He had a good lead, too.
Yeah. Yeah, he got pitched. He was probably 100 feet away from his boat. You know?
Well, that's when we're talking about towing somebody back. That's the wreck I was referencing.
Well, you got to be good friends with the course marshals, and feel free to get out that wallet, right?
Right. Well, I think I fell off my jet ski on vacation and tried to swim back over to it. Right.
Our production crew saying, yeah, his arms would be jello after the first lap, and I feel you. Mine would be, too.
My intestines would be rearranged.
So, again, just trying to hold it together for about half lap or so here. Cooper Caldwell is your race leader out of Texas. Again, sponsored by Monster Energy, Caldwell Racing, and MTI Boats.
He earned this one, though.
He studied under Tim Miller, one of our pros, that we'll see in the final here in the Pro Enduro race number 2.
Look at the waves on the seawall. Look at the water running off the seawall. Another big air there. Wow, he's taking some beatings out here. And I'm wondering if it's happened to any. Oh, big air there again.
And the checkered flag.
Where is he? I want to see him finish live.
He just finished over here on the right-hand side.
Did he? Okay.
I don't think he's seen the checkered flag. He was just, head down, and he was just.
There he goes. Now he turned. He turned back in now.
Yeah. So a great race there by Coop. And to see him take that win after getting past, and he was all the way back in 3rd place.
All right. So we just got a message across. There are some. A strong line of storms with lightning and high winds expected. Just got the notification on our phones. You heard the alerts go off there. I wonder now what time it's Oh, it's 3:30. It's 2:30 there. I don't think we'll get that pro race in.
I don't know. We'll have to check with race control. Meanwhile, Garrett Lofton and Cooper Caldwell are congratulating each other on being masters of the universe out
right?
there.
They're masters of something. But that was amazing. Just some amazing rides, just some amazing conditions. It looked like fun. It was fun to watch, for sure.
Boy, I'll tell you, I'm just taking a look over the monitor here, Mike, and they're setting up for a wedding right out in front of us here on the grounds of the
Well, I hope they just got the
Blue
same
Harbor
weather
Resort.
alert we did.
I could hear it going off everywhere. And then
I did too.
When you picked up your phone. But, yeah, we got some bad storms incoming right now. So we will.
I do hear race control over my shoulder talking about it.
And we'll let everybody know as soon as we know here. Caldwell and Lofton talking about that course. Like, I wonder what they're saying out there right now.
Good save, bro.
Yeah,
Good save, bro.
How did we make it through? And you can see Lofton pointing over to one turn, and the rest of the pack coming in. I believe that was Klein Glidden, possibly in that third place position on 174. He got tossed around too.
Trying to pull up the radar now to see kind of what we're going to be dealing with.
Yeah, we don't want to be out here.
Get the best reception here sometimes.
Hanging out with a bunch of electronic equipment on the balcony. We are.
Oh wow! Well, I zoomed out, but it's just to the west of us.
They said they was supposed to come in right around 3 or 4 o'clock today. So that's. And once again, the weatherman's straight on. Cooper Caldwell, your race winner, boat number 193. Again, sponsored by Monster Energy, MTI Boats, and Caldwell Racing.
As we take a look at some highlights, definitely some B-roll on this one.
Woo! Let's take a look, folks, and this is how it happened. You can see the Le Mans start. All the riders going down, jumping on the boat, getting the lanyards hooked up, and taking off. Lofton with a good start there on the outside. Caldwell was on the inside, and you can see that's Bouchard that got a little sideways right there.
That was our first good save of the day, but then it was Cooper Caldwell that just got it for the rest of the day. He got punished a few times with some, not incidences, but just some big air moments. This was the stuff.
Oh, there we go.
It did rip something off of him. I couldn't tell what it was, but the GoPro saved his goggles.
Yeah, it was a submarine in there. I was dive, and then there another save. There's his third save of the day.
That was weird. You know, the boat went like one way, and he must have had a hold of the throttle, and as soon as that jet pump got water in it, it just kicked him back over the other way. So
luckily, he was able to hold on with that one hand. If he doesn't hold on, then this could be a whole different story.
Yep.
So congratulations to that young man there, Cooper Caldwell, your winner here, race number 1 of the amateur class. You're watching the Monster Energy Aquacross National Championship, round number 3 in Sheboygan. Again, presented by our good friends from TWL Power Sports.
So we just got confirmation from Race Control. We are shutting down the event for the rest of the day. So everything from this point forward here is canceled. So congratulations to all of our winners in classes 5, 4, 6, and 7. Mod V, Class 2, and Super V all raced today. We did not get 450s. We did not get factory stock in, sorry. We did not get SuperCat, Superstock, or Class 1. They will all race again tomorrow. Glad to hear our jet ski racers that were involved in the incident earlier are okay and back in the pits and hanging out with friends.
Yeah, that's always nice to hear. Dolly and Northrop, two of our riders that were in the top 5.
And Taylor caught up with our riders that were involved in the incident in the first race. Taylor, what do you got?
If you tuned into that amateur Aqua-X race earlier today, you might have seen that incident. I'm happy to report that both these gentlemen are... I'm down here on the beach with Michael and Nathan, and if you tuned into that amateur Aqua-X race earlier today, you might have seen that incident. I'm happy to report that both these gentlemen are okay. They made it down to the beach, which is quite a feat alone on crutches to get down here. Tell me about how you're feeling.
I'm feeling pretty good, better than I was earlier. Hospital said nothing's broken, only some tears and bruises, so if it's a bit calmer tomorrow, maybe I'll try and get out for a moto or two, but we'll see how it goes.
Tough and ready to go for more tomorrow. That is the spirit. And how about you? How are you feeling today?
Feeling pretty good. Bone bruise, so nothing bad, nothing broken. Hospital said I'm good to come back and hang out with everybody. So boat's seen better days, but we'll get that fixed and we'll get it done as soon as possible. And you never know, I might be back out in the morning.
Two tough racers, absolutely crazy. As we know, it takes a lot to get out on there, and we're just so happy to report that these guys are hungry for more action.
Those guys are hard chargers, both of them riding on for the JetX team out of Canada. I told you Nathan Dolly, he's a professional snowcross rider, so being injured and that type of stuff, not too strange to him. We're just glad that they're both okay, both in good spirits. And Dolly, did you hear what he said? He said,
I'm going out tomorrow.
I'm going out tomorrow.
It calms down.
What does it matter with these guys?
And, back home when we get big thunderstorms like what's coming this way, the energy actually gets sucked to the storm just from the power, and that's what you get some of this wind from. I wonder if that's why this is increased. I wonder if those storms that are coming through is trying to pull this to it.
Wow.
But maybe I sat next to Michael Northrup on the plane.
Yeah, maybe that was.
Is he from upstate New York?
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Told you I thought it was somebody named Michael.
Yeah, Mike Northrup. I believe Ian Smith is from up that way. Todd Sarsinski's from up that way. All a part of the JetX clan.
Yep. And just so everybody knows, we did receive a call from the public safety office here in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. The event is officially canceled. They've asked the spectators to exit the beach. We've got storms for today, not for the weekend, for today. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll be back on, I believe, tomorrow. Our first event's at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, pay attention to the P1 Offshore Facebook page, Instagram accounts. We'll be making announcements for the remainder of the afternoon leading up to tomorrow. The event's taking place tomorrow, and we'll update the schedule as soon as we know more. And Taylor, I believe, is with Cooper Caldwell, our winner, rather.
Well, what a race it has been. The fans here on the beaches of Sheboygan, Wisconsin definitely got a show. These guys were out there catching major air. Unfortunately, the marshals did decide that it was a little bit too unsafe to bring that winner in. I was ready with the checkered, so I guess I'll have to take this one home. No, I'm kidding. We'll deliver it to the winner shortly after this, but we can't wait for more racing. Hopefully tomorrow the winds die down and we can get back to battling on the water here.
Well, Taylor Snyder, you look good with that checkered flag down there. And again, Mike, I'll tell you what, been one of those wild and woolly days here in Sheboygan.
Yeah, the same thing in New Orleans. I can't wait till we go to St. Pete.
Don't say that.
Happen in St. Pete?
Don't say that. Last year it was canceled.
All right, guys, keep up with P1's Offshore's Facebook page. You've been watching the Mercury Racing Midwest Challenge, second stop of the Monster Energy P1 Triple Crown Series. Offshore Racing canceled for the remainder of the day. All events actually canceled for the remainder of the day. We will be back tomorrow. Again, pay attention to that Facebook page and Instagram account for the latest updates on our schedule. We will organize the running order and get everything together.
Once again, we appreciate everybody for watching in here at the Monster Energy Aqua-Cross National Championships and, of course, the Monster Energy Triple Crown round number 2. For Mike Uoski, my name's Mike Young, saying so long, folks. We'll see you tomorrow from Sheboygan.
Head to St. Pete Clearwater for more. More dollars and cents. More room and board. More time and space. More fish and chips. More rhythm and blues. In St. Pete Clearwater, find just what you're looking for and more. Book now at visitspc.com.
Powerful, majestic, recreational. At Progressive, we treat your outdoor vehicles like the noble creatures they are. And when you bundle them with your home and auto, you can be sure they get the 24/7 protection they deserve.
Yeah. There you go.
So they're always ready for your next adventure. Because that's just how we do it around here. Around these parts, around them parts. It's just how we do it here.
It's time to turn it up to 11. And ride full blast. The all-new Jet Blaster series from Yamaha. We didn't just create a new wave runner. We invented a whole new way to ride.